Chapter 42:16. No matter who you are today, you won't be able to escape. Moo. The green ox was the first to arrive. It was already less than 1,000,000 kilometers away from Yixian in the void of the universe. At this moment, a cold voice came out of its mouth, followed by a deep moo. Along with this roar, a green crescent moon slash that was over 3,000 meters long whizzed through the air and cut open the void in its path. Boundless void turbulence gushed out from the cracks and threw the surrounding starry sky into chaos. Boom! Boom! Roar! 1,000,000 miles behind the green ox, the insectoid with an unknown bloodline suddenly let out a fierce roar. A circle of ripples swept out, moving even faster than the green ox's cyan half-moonlight slash. In an instant it enveloped an area of 10,000,000 miles. It covered a huge area of space. A formless binding force came. At this moment, Yixian suddenly felt his body become sluggish. Even someone as strong as him felt like he was stuck in an endless swamp. Without a doubt, this strange circle of ripples had a special sealing effect on the universe space. Under its power, not to mention a normal undying, even an official level undying couldn't teleport. This was clearly to trap Yixian here at the first possible moment and prevent him from escaping. Moreover, as the weird ripples spread out and covered the entire void within thousands of kilometers, the insect with an unknown bloodline had clearly succeeded. Hong! A little closer, about 1,000,000 kilometers to the right of the void, the starry sky blood crocodile, who was at the 4th level of the Marquis Immortal Realm, didn't say a word. However, its huge crocodile tail, which was full of ferocious barbs, suddenly swung. In an instant the void exploded with thunder, and an invisible and terrifying shockwave shot towards Yixian. It shot over from the distance. There were also sharp barbs on the crocodile tail. This was the talent of an official level undying. Each barb seemed insignificant, but Yixian didn't doubt its sharpness at all. Even if a superstar was in front of him, it would be pierced into a sieve by these insignificant barbs. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Marquis Undying level ferocious beast commanders were all within 1,000,000 kilometers of Yixian. They launched a surprise attack from the left, right, and front one after another. However, because of the ripples caused by the mysterious arachnid, with Yixian's figure as the origin, the surrounding space within a radius of millions of kilometers had been completely sealed. Not only was he unable to teleport, even if he turned around to escape or dodge, his movements would become extremely sluggish as if he was stuck in a swamp. This seemed to be the end of his life. Seeing this scene, the 100 or so immortal level beasts that followed closely behind the 3 Marquis Undyings immediately roared in excitement, as if they were certain that Yixian wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. In fact, at this moment, Yixian's heart was in his throat. The reason why he was so determined to stay and continue hunting for the 5th Undying level beast blood essence was because he was actually quite confident. This confidence came from his interstellar coordinate jump ability. Previously, when he set off from Sangji Starfield, he had already left an interstellar coordinate jump mark in a remote space near a forbidden area in Sangji Starfield. Facing the 3 official level undyings approaching at extreme speed, Yixian wanted to rely on his interstellar coordinate jump ability to disappear from this place and return to Sangji Starfield. However, the bloodline ripple ability of that unknown bug clan bloodline more than 1,000,000 miles to the left was too strange. Even with his level 1 official level undying's cultivation base, he felt his body become heavy, as if he was stuck in a swamp. Because of this, Yixian suddenly lost his confidence. If this ability had the same effect on his interstellar coordinate jump ability, then he would be in big trouble today. Unless the headless infant corpse made a move, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. While feeling apprehensive, Yixian didn't hesitate to immediately order the Devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. This time, the jump coordinate was the one he had imprinted on the Mulberry G star field not long ago. Shoo! A weak sound broke through the air, and Yixian's 30-meter-tall space violent ape body disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no trace to be found, as if it was suddenly erased from this world. Moo! Li! Howl! This scene infuriated the 3 Marquis-level undyings who had just arrived. Their earth-shattering roars and howls resounded incessantly. On the hundreds of ferocious beast planets in the distance, countless powerful space beasts were all scared to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground Trembling at this time, hundreds of millions of miles away in Sangji star field, a weak light flashed, and the 30-meter-tall space violent ape appeared instantly. You didn't disappoint this star master. After letting out a long breath, Yi Xian immediately dispelled the true form of the three-headed, six-armed devil ape and returned to his human form. Thinking back to the critical situation just now, he still felt a slight palpitation in his heart. Xiu! The next moment, as he waved his hand, Yi Xian directly took out the farmer god cauldron in his body. With a flash of his body, he arrived at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, 5 blood essence beads, each the size of an infant's fist, appeared in the palm of his right hand. These 5 blood essence beads would be the basic materials for Yi Xian to refine the level 21 liquid, along with the flesh treasure pulp refined from the remains of the quasi-primordial almighty Luan Phoenix treasure body. In addition to these 2 basic materials, according to the formula of the level 21 liquid that Yi Xian had deduced this time, Yi Xian would also add a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines, as well as a few drops of the all-evil origin liquid and other top-grade body-forging resources in his possession. Although Yi Xian's experience in concocting the gene cultivation liquid was already impressive, as he had already concocted several vials of the level 20 liquid in one go. However, the method of concocting the level 21 liquid this time was completely different from before. He would use the method of refining the flesh-grade medicine to concoct the gene cultivation liquid. For him, this was the first time he had concocted the gene cultivation liquid in such a way. In addition, the gap between ordinary undying and marquee undying was like an invisible moat, and there were simply too many variables. Therefore, even Yi Xian himself wasn't very confident about the success of concocting the level 21 liquid this time. He could only say that it was 50-50 and that it was just a try. Chapter 42:17. Inside the farmer god cauldron, at the bottom of the central domain volcano, whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out continuously. Streaks of dim light shot out from the cauldron above the central domain volcano, and appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. After a sudden pause, the streaks of light that shot over instantly stopped in midair. Shockingly, they were the various top-notch materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the level 21 liquid. The flesh and blood elixir refined from the remains of the quasi-desolation almighty Luan Phoenix. 5 drops of immortal level ferocious beast blood essences. 5 drops of evil origin elixir, and various other top-grade materials and medicines. All of them were the various resources that Yi Xian had deduced with the help of the devouring system in his body. Whoosh! The sound of flames whistling rang out. From the flame pool below, a majestic Shenong 7-colored flame whizzed up. In an instant, it condensed into a 7-colored cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. It was small and simple, and it exuded an extraordinary aura. In the next instant, as this small flame cauldron formed purely from the farmer god's 7-colored flame, the 5 drops of immortal level ferocious beast blood essences and other materials and resources that shot out from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron automatically flew up and entered this small flame cauldron that was only about 10 feet in radius. From then on, the refinement of the level 21 liquid began instantly. Not far away, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Patriarch Silver G, and the others who were originally in seclusion were already alarmed. They all walked out of their seclusion cave abodes and stared blankly at the 7-colored cauldron above the flame pool at the center of the central domain volcano. They all looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. At the same time, there was also a look of great anticipation on their faces. They were even whispering to each other and discussing in private. Boss is doing something big again. Is he going to refine purplish gold top-grade flesh and blood elixirs this time? I don't think so. There's still so much left from last time. He can't possibly use it all up in such a short time. And this time, he didn't use the remains of any powerful primordial creatures at all. Instead, I see many top-grade materials and medicines, and there seem to be 5 drops of blood essences. Don't tell me they're all refined from immortal-level ferocious beasts' flesh and blood? What is this? The flesh elixir is the real good stuff. I heard Boss say that it was refined from the remains of a Luan Feng bird. When Boss concocted the level 19 and level 20 elixir, He would use 1 tube each time. This time he actually used 5 tubes. Hiss! Boss can't be concocting. No, it should be refining. He can't be refining a level 21 liquid, right? That should be the case. Boss's cultivation base has already reached the 9th level of the sempiternal realm. It's indeed time for him to consume the level 21 elixir. My god, the level 21 liquid. 1 bottle, and it created an official level Undying Warrior. Old Centipede, you're not far from this level. Compared to our leader, you're only 2 small levels away. They all looked at Flying Centipede, who was an ordinary level 8 Undying Warrior. Although this old man didn't say anything, his heaving chest and the burning light in his eyes betrayed his inner feelings. He was so excited that he couldn't be more excited. Boom! 2 hours later, a loud roar resounded above the flame pool. It attracted the gazes of the Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver G, the 8 great guardian deities, and the others in an instant. At this moment all 10 of them had burning eyes. They even subconsciously held their breaths and paused for a moment. Along with the huge roar, the cauldron formed by the pure Shenong 7-colored flame above the flame pool dissipated instantly. A stream of 7-colored flames whizzed back to the flame pool below like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 2 round beads the size of infant fists. Although they were the same size as the blood essence of the fierce beasts, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red and emitted dense chi and blood energy. As for these 2 round beads, although they were also the size of infant fists, they emitted 7-colored lights. There was a dreamy halo on the surface of the beads, emitting an ancient and heavy aura. Level 21 elixir. To be precise, it should be a level 21 elixir. In the past, the elixir produced using the method of genetic cultivation fluid was liquid in tubes, so it was called elixir. Now, using the method of refining flesh and blood medicine, the final product was solid like elixir pills, so it was called elixir pills. However, the effect was the same. It allowed cultivators who walked the path of body cultivation to break through a large human potential shackle when they reached the peak of the 9th stage of the major realm. From there, they could smoothly step into the next major realm. There are actually 2 level 21 elixirs. At this moment, Yixian's voice sounded from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron above the volcano in the central region, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Originally, he thought that it would be good enough if he could successfully refine the level 21 elixir this time. He had only expected to get 1 elixir. However, in the end, not only did he successfully refine the elixir, but he also obtained 2 level 21 elixirs. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. It was only now that he suddenly realized. He had previously underestimated the effect of the Shenong 7-colored flame on various elixirs. The reason why he could obtain 2 level 21 elixirs this time was obviously because of the Shenong 7-colored flame. However, none of this was important. For Yixian, what was important was that he could break through to the first stage of the Marquis realm from the peak of the 9th stage of the Immortal realm to the first stage of the Marquis realm in an instant if he swallowed one of the 2 level 21 elixirs in front of him. This wasn't the strength of the Marquis realm after activating the Demon Ape bloodline in his body and manifesting the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed Demon Ape. This was a realm that he could reach in his normal state, which was absolutely different. Whoosh! The next moment, a high-grade small space box shot out from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron above the volcano in the central region. After entering the belly of the volcano, it directly took one of the 2 level 21 elixirs into it. Then it whizzed back and was carefully stored in Yixian's body. Immortal Realm. Domain. This was a level 21 elixir, which could make a Marquis realm from the peak of the 9th stage of the Immortal realm to the Marquis realm in an instant. For the large races and top powers in the 3 main dimensions of the universe, a level 20 elixir that could make an undying old monster was enough to drive them crazy, let alone a level 21 elixir that could make an undying old monster. If this news spread, even the emperors and emperors of the large races and top powers would be shocked. Chapter 42:18. Yixian stored one of the 2 level 21 pills in a small high-grade spatial bottle. He kept it in his undying world immediately to prevent any loss of medicinal efficacy. As for the other one, it was still floating 100 meters above the pool of flames at the bottom of the central domain volcano. But very quickly, as Yixian put away the other level 21 pill, The second pill transformed into a ray of light that passed through the mouth of the volcano in the central region and shot towards the horizon. Yixian's cultivation base was now at the peak of the immortal realm level 9. He had already met the requirement to consume the level 21 pill. Therefore, he planned to consume it immediately and push his cultivation base to the level 1 marquee immortal realm. Many people would never be able to cross this threshold in their lifetime. It was a threshold that many people were not qualified to cross. Flying centipedes and old monster Silver G's expressions changed at the sight of this. Especially Flying Centipede, he raised his head and shouted anxiously, "Boss, I've also reached the level 8 immortal realm." In other words, he wanted to remind Yixian that he still had one more breakthrough before he could consume the level 21 pill. Coincidentally, Yixian had two of them. They were on the same side. It was better to keep the goodies within the family. Yes, yes, yes. Just as the Flying Centipede finished his sentence, old monster Silver Crest quickly added, "Boss, old centipede is right. He's still one small stage away from breaking through. As for me, although I'm only at level 2 of the immortal realm, I'm about to reach level 3. Counting the distance, I'm about to reach level 9. Level 9 immortal realm. Actually, it's not that far. Get lost. You're only at the early stage of the immortal realm. Do you want to snatch the level 21 pill from me?" Flying Centipede was enraged when he heard old monster Silver G's words. He kicked old monster Silver G to the ground. It made sense. When he was captured by Yixian and locked in the prison at the bottom of the central domain volcano, he was already at the level 6 marquee immortal realm. However, old monster Silver G was only at the half-step immortal realm. Flying Centipede had witnessed his breakthrough into the immortal realm with his own eyes. Now that he didn't even have a single level 21 pill in his hands, he actually wanted to interfere. How could he tolerate this? In fact, even the eyes of the 8 Vajra who were merely sector lords turned red when they saw the level 21 pill in Yixian's hand. As soon as old Freak Inji finished his words, they wanted to say something to make their presence known. Although their cultivation base was far weaker than old Freak Inji's, after all, old Freak Inji had been with old Freak Inji for a long time. Perhaps old Freak Inji would really give it to them, but now, when they saw that even Silver Pole had been kicked to the ground, all 8 of them shrunk their necks and didn't dare to make a sound. Old monster Silver G was an immortal realm expert after all. If the 8 sector lords jumped out and wanted to snatch the level 21 pill from Flying Centipede, this old man would probably go crazy on the spot. This level 21 pill will be kept by this Star Lord for now. Just when old monster Silver G crawled up from the ground, Yixian's voice came from the sky above the volcano. This kind of top-notch resource can be used by anyone who has reached a certain cultivation level in the future. This extra one should belong to Flying Centipede soon. Alright. But it doesn't matter. If this Star Lord can refine 1 cauldron, I can refine 2 cauldrons, 3 cauldrons, or even more. I will gradually store them in the future. All you need to do is to cultivate diligently and raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. You're really giving it to me? Haha. The moment Yixian finished speaking, Flying Centipede jumped up from the bottom of the volcano in the central region and laughed loudly. "Thank you, boss, thank you, boss." At the side, whether it was old monster Silver G or the 8 Vajra who were merely sector lords, they all looked at him with resentment. After sighing for a while, they didn't say anything else and turned around to return to their respective cave residences. They were all clearly agitated and were about to enter seclusion again and go crazy. They were going to cultivate crazily. At the entrance of Shenong Cauldron, Yixian sat cross-legged in the 9-colored mist at the entrance of the cauldron. In his hand, he held a 7-colored bead that was the size of an infant's fist. It was the level 21 pill that he had just refined. He took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. Once he had completely calmed down, he no longer hesitated. With a lift of his hand, he directly tossed the level 21 pill into his mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a warm current that flowed down Yixian's throat. After entering his stomach, it automatically circulated rapidly in all his limbs and bones in his body. Everything was familiar to him. The only difference was that as he was advancing from an ordinary undying to a marquee undying, Yixian's body was stimulated by the medicinal power of the level 21 pill. The invisible shackles of the human body's potential were especially thick and strong. The clanking sounds of the shackles were especially ear-piercing. As for the warm current formed by the medicinal power of the level 21 pill, when it circulated rapidly in his body, the piercing pain it brought was even more intense. However, all of this wasn't a problem to him. Time slowly passed by. Yi Xian's entire mind was focused on this breakthrough. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed. When the scorching energy circulating endlessly in his body finally disappeared completely, Yi Xian subconsciously opened his eyes. In his mind, the familiar system notification didn't sound. This made his heart skip a beat. At first, he thought that this breakthrough had failed, which meant that he could only take another level 21 pill. This was too much of a waste. After all, it wasn't an ordinary resource. However, in the next moment, a muffled sound of thunder suddenly came from the sky above his head. Looking up, he saw an extremely dense tribulation cloud condensing. He immediately understood. It seemed that from the Marquis Undying level onwards, even if one's cultivation had already broken through, one still had to endure a round of tribulation before it could be considered a true breakthrough. This didn't matter as long as he didn't fail. Screech! As his heart relaxed, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a screech. He stood up and waved his hand to put away the Shenong cauldron under his feet. After that, he directly charged towards the dense tribulation cloud that covered an area of 10,000 miles. Rumble! Kacha! In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion of thunder sounded out, followed closely by an incomparably clear sound of lightning. A blazing bolt of lightning that was over 30 meters thick instantly smashed down and landed on Yi Xian's body. Chapter 42:19. The lightning that struck down from the lightning tribulation was light gold in color. It was 30 meters thick and completely submerged Yi Xian's entire body. After all, it was the heavenly tribulation of a marquis, so the destructive power contained within the lightning tribulation was truly terrifying. Even with Yi Xian's strong body, he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Fortunately, there was only one wave of tribulation lightning this time. Otherwise, even he would have to suffer a great deal of it. When the thick black tribulation clouds in the distant sky above his head dispersed, Lin Xian waved his hand. The clothes on his body, which had been destroyed by the tribulation lightning, instantly looked brand new. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level. Level 1 Marquis Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the body's energy and blood. Current level. Level 1 Marquis Immortal. This time, not only did the great heavenly tribulation of the immortal stage not cause the slightest bit of damage to his original body, it even caused the remaining level 21 pills in his body, as well as the medicinal effects of various top-notch heavenly and earthly treasures, to be completely stimulated. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation was completely consolidated and stabilized. He was stubborn. Before this, his original body strength was at the peak of level 9 of the immortal realm. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength soared again, directly reaching level 1 of the Marquis Immortal realm. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach level 7 of the Marquis Immortal realm. Now, as his original strength broke through again, he reached level 1 of the Marquis Immortal realm. As for the current Yi Xian, once he activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape, his peak combat strength would be able to reach the 8th level of the Immortal realm. He was only a small breakthrough away from the 9th level of the Immortal realm. Even to the point where he could feel the terrifying strength of an Emperor-level Undying, he was only 2 levels away from it. After activating the Demon Ape bloodline and entering the Demon Ape true form with 3 heads and 6 arms, and performing the 6th transformation of the 9 Demon Ape transformation bloodline, his peak battle strength has reached the 8th level of Marquis Immortal. As he felt the boundless and terrifying energy within his body, Yi Xian muttered to himself, "If I add on the Fallen Sky Bow and other supreme abilities, as well as the Shenong Cauldron and other powerful treasures, even if it's an Undying Emperor, this Star Master will be able to fight him head-on. Even if the enemy is only at Emperor level 1 to 3. Killing him in battle isn't impossible." Unless you meet a late-stage Emperor level 7 to 9, you have to flee, because you can't win unless the infant corpse attacks. As he spoke to her, Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists. An incomparably strong sense of confidence suddenly surfaced in his heart. However, that's all it is. A vast expanse of space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers is more than enough. Like that powerful forbidden land from before, if it descends again, even if I face the 3 Marquis Immortal Realm Beast Commanders at the same time, I'm confident I can kill them one by one. After all, none of them are at level 8 of the Marquis Immortal Realm. However, I can't be reckless. If I really do that, I'm afraid it'll attract the attention of the other forbidden lands, which won't be good for me. Officially attacking these forbidden lands should wait until I reach Emperor level. Even if I do it while using the 6th transformation of the Demon Ape, that's fine too. If that's the case, I'll only need 2 small steps to break through. It won't take long, so there's no need to rush. Speaking to this point, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly recall something, raising his hand to slap his forehead. I almost forgot about the heaven-swallowing treasure body. Even though I have to stay in the mulberry tree star field on one hand, I have to train in seclusion to raise my cultivation level on the other hand, I have to supervise the 20,000 demon scouts, as well as the tens of millions of survivors in the 12 tribes of the mulberry tree star field. However, the devouring body doesn't have this restriction. Just like in the 3 main star fields, I can let him leave and start devouring to raise his cultivation level rapidly. Furthermore, since this doppelganger was formed through the doppelganger system attached to the devouring system, its innate attributes are incomparably powerful. Now that my original body's cultivation base has made another breakthrough, if I'm not mistaken, the cultivation base of the devouring doppelganger should have synchronized with my original body. Like me, with the strength of a level 1 Marquis Immortal Realm, as long as I'm careful, I should be able to go anywhere in this space. Speaking to this point, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a thought, another Yi Xian stepped out from his body. They looked exactly the same. It was the devouring body that had returned not long ago. At such a close distance, the consciousness of the original body and the clone were originally synchronized in real time. What Yi Xian's original body was thinking, the devouring clone completely understood. Immediately, the original body and the clone's gazes met, and they nodded to each other. Then the devouring body didn't hesitate anymore. It turned into a meteor and flew away in the blink of an eye. This time, Yi Xian didn't let him take any of the treasures, including the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn and the Tower of Desolation. He left them all with the original body. After all, the devouring body left this time only to devour all kinds of energy to strengthen itself. Moreover, the cultivation level of the body was synchronized with that of the original body, reaching level 1 Marquis Immortal Realm. With such strength, as long as he didn't go further than 10 billion miles in this space, he wouldn't encounter any danger in the central region. Even if there was danger, even if he encountered a powerful beast at the middle or late stage of Marquis Immortal Realm, with the devouring body's monstrous strength and the invincible war god, even if he couldn't defeat the beast, he could still retreat. Yi Xian was very confident about this. He wasn't worried at all. The devouring body has left. I'm sure when he returns, he'll bring me a huge surprise. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the devouring clone. As for the main body, this Star Master's most important mission in this period of time is to push his cultivation from the current 1st level of the Marquis Immortal to the 3rd level of the Marquis Immortal. Then, once I activate the demonic ape bloodline in my body, I'll have the strength of level 4 Marquis Immortal Realm. If I can perform the 6th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformation bloodline, then, my battle strength will instantly reach level 1 Marquis Immortal Realm. With the battle strength of an Marquis Immortal Realm expert, there will be few opponents in this vast space of 10 billion miles. At that time, I believe the overall strength of my 20,000 demon scouts and the tens of millions of survivors on Sangji Star will increase by another level. Chapter 42:20. By the time Yi Xian returned to Mulberry Orchid, the second planet-wide craze for refining flesh medicine was already over. All of the ferocious beast flesh and blood from the 6 great forbidden zones of the Void Territory within a 100 million mile radius were refined into great flesh and blood medicine, and all of it was distributed. Tens of millions of survivors of the Desolation era in the 12 tribes of the Mulberry Tree Star, and the thousands of villages of various sizes, had all entered a state of seclusion. They were breaking through the bottlenecks of their cultivation and rapidly improving their strength. The 20,000 demon scouts led by Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu were also in seclusion in the Wild Dragon Fortress. Even the 8 Vajras, the flying centipede, and old monster Inji were in seclusion. There was also Yixian's cosmic warships, such as the tens of millions of ferocious mosquito beasts led by the mosquito emperor Shui Ben, as well as the many slimes, weeping soul apes, and so on. Yixian had also distributed cultivation resources suitable for them. Now Yixian had stored all of the warships in his undying world. The kinetic races within the warships had all entered hibernation as well, using this method to transform their bloodlines and promote their own evolution. Yixian was quite satisfied with all of this. In truth, the 12 great tribes on Mulberry Orchid had each left over 10,000 tribesmen to await Yixian's arrival and guard the perimeter of the planet. However, after Yixian returned, he directly sent all of them into closed-door cultivation. In an instant, the entire mulberry tree star became completely silent. All of the survivors of the primordial era entered seclusion, as if they were in a dormant state. They were as quiet as an abandoned planet. Yixian quickly charged out of Mulberry Orchid's atmosphere and sat down cross-legged in space tens of millions of kilometers away. He took out large amounts of materials and began to refine the grade 20 medicine. Now that he'd refined a grade 21 pill, it was naturally a walk in the park for him to refine the grade 20 medicine the same way as before. His goal was to refine 100 vials. That way he wouldn't have enough materials. On the other hand, there were a lot of supplementary materials. The number of top-notch precious materials in Yixian's hands could be said to be an ocean. The key was that there wasn't much flesh and blood left from the Luanfeng bird that was at the level of the ancient Luanfeng. But it didn't matter. He still had a lot of corpses of primordial beings at the level of primordial beings. He just took one out and spent half a day to refine more than 100 vials of blood and flesh paste. With this and the other top-grade precious materials and medicines he had, Yixian had more than enough to refine 100 vials of the grade 20 medicine. The grade 20 medicine could create immortal old monsters. The reason why Yixian wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to concoct 100 tubes at once was because the number of old monsters under his command was increasing. Just the survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree alone numbered more than 30. Not long after Ba Chai, Gue Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the Mosquito Prince Shui Ben, the 8 great guardian warriors and the others would also step into the universe grade. Naturally, it wouldn't be so fast on the 3 main star planes of the current era. However, there was a blood medicine here. Furthermore, it was refined by Yixian using the Shenong 7-colored flame, and the blood and flesh of immortal grade dire beasts. The effect was simply too strong. It greatly increased the cultivation speed of Gue Hai Dao and the other subordinates. Once the cultivation base of these subordinates reached the Universe 9 grade, they would need a vial of level 20 liquid. Of course, they wouldn't need the level 20 liquid. They could also break through and ascend to the immortal grade using their own cultivation techniques or bloodline evolution. However, that would be too slow. They would have to wait and see. Fate. If they had a vial of the grade 20 vials, they could follow the path of body tempering and use body tempering to evolve their bloodline and cultivation techniques. Breaking through to the immortal grade from the universe grade 9 great perfection was just around the corner. Yixian had prepared 100 vials of the grade 20 vials for Gue Hai Dao and the other subordinates. According to his estimation, 100 vials would only be enough for a short period of time. As time passed, it would definitely be far from enough. By then, there would be more than 100 immortal grade old monsters under Yixian's command. In the current era's 3 main star planes, they would definitely be comparable to a powerful tribe with a long history or a top-notch power. Even in this void fragment from the ancient desolate era, they would be able to compete with some of the more powerful forbidden areas in the starry skies. It took Yixian an entire month to complete the 100 vials of the grade 20 vials of the grade 20 vials. This speed was already very fast. It was equivalent to 3 vials a day. If the grade 20 vials of the grade 20 vials were considered the birth of an immortal grade old monster, then Yixian was equivalent to creating 3 immortal grade old monsters a day. This was absolutely frightening. Furthermore, during this month, he would be struck by tribulation lightning 3 or 4 times a day. This was because the grade 20 vials of the grade 20 vials had a liquid tribulation. Every time the grade 20 vials were born, it would be accompanied by a liquid tribulation. Every time, although the main body of the liquid tribulation was the newly concocted grade 20 vials, Yi Xian, as the concoction master, naturally wouldn't be affected. Of course, he wouldn't be spared. In this month, he experienced 100 vials of the liquid tribulation. In the end, he was almost used to being struck by the heavenly lightning. And all of this obviously had its benefits. When this month was about to end, Yi Xian's original cultivation base of rank 1 Marquis Immortal grade actually broke through to rank 2 Marquis Immortal grade after 1 vials of the liquid tribulation. After being struck by lightning for more than 100 vials, his cultivation base actually broke through. This kind of thing was probably unheard of. Even when Yi Xian thought about it, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. After this breakthrough, his true battle strength increased greatly again. Before this, his original body strength was at rank 1 Marquis Immortal grade 2. Once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength soared again, directly reaching rank 2 Marquis Immortal grade. If he used the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach rank 8 Marquis Immortal grade. And now, his original cultivation base had another breakthrough, reaching rank 2 Marquis Immortal grade. Once the current Yi Xian activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape, his peak combat strength would reach the 9th level of the Immortal Marquis realm. He was only a small step away from breaking through to the 1st level of the Immortal Marquis realm. He wasn't in a hurry to break through this last small step, so he decided to wait for 1 year to do it. That's right, 1 year. This 1 year wasn't for himself but for Gui Haidao, Song Qingyu, and the rest of the 20,000 demon scouts, as well as the tens of millions of survivors on Sangji Star, to break through their cultivation bases. After all, Yi Xian was the only one who had reached the 1st level of the Immortal Emperor. As for the subordinates under him, their cultivation levels were still the same as before. The second expedition that they had been anticipating was also impossible to carry out. Chapter 42-21. Within a month, Yi Xian had worked hard to concoct 100 vials of level 20 liquid. This meant that he would have 100 immortal level subordinates in the future. It was absolutely significant. Even his own cultivation had successfully broken through again after experiencing an entire 100 liquid tribulations. The current Yi Xian was already an old monster at the 2nd level of the Immortal Marquis realm. If he activated the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, and performed the 6th transformation of the 9 Demon Ape transformation bloodline ability, his battle strength would reach the pinnacle of level 9 immortal level. He was only 1 level away from having the battle strength of an immortal level emperor. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to make this breakthrough. He had been making breakthroughs too frequently recently, so he needed to consolidate his state of mind. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use the remaining time to deduce the formula of level 22 elixir pills. After all, it might be useful soon. But now, he hadn't even figured out the formula of level 22 elixir pills, let alone concoct them. This was really inexcusable. The formula of the gene cultivation fluid would become more and more difficult to deduce as one progressed. Moreover, there was a dividing line between level 20 liquid and level 21 liquid. Before level 20 liquid, the formula of each level would become more and more difficult to deduce, but the difficulty was still bearable. However, from level 21 onwards, the difficulty of the formula deduction increased more and more with each level. It was simply to the extent that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Xian didn't spend too much time on the level 21 liquid. With his powerful immortal level spirit sense and the powerful calculation ability of the devouring system in his body, it only took him a few days to deduce the formula of the level 21 liquid. But now, after a whole month, there was still no clue as to how to deduce the formula of the level 22 liquid. However, the more it was like this, the more Yi Xian refused to believe it. His entire mind was immersed in it, as he fully activated the powerful divine sense of the Immortal Marquis realm. Coupled with the powerful calculation ability of the devouring system in his body, he was constantly deducing and had long since entered a state where he forgot about everything. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 10 months had passed. Including the previous 2 months, it was close to a year. There were only a few more days left. Yi Xian had already deduced the perfect formula of the level 22 liquid 4 months ago. It took him 6 months, which was half a year. It was just a formula for a level 22 liquid, yet it took so long to deduce it. This caused Yi Xian to be greatly shocked. Without a doubt, the subsequent formula of the level 23 liquid would be even more difficult to deduce. This made Yi Xian feel a strong sense of urgency. Because of this, he didn't stop after he successfully deduced the formula of the level 22 liquid 4 months ago. While the iron was still hot, he started to deduce the formula of the subsequent formula of the level 23 liquid. Now, the formula of the level 23 liquid had been deduced for 4 months. Although it had not been completely deduced, it was at least more than half of it. At this time, the previously scheduled 1-year rest period was about to end. There were only a few days left, so he temporarily stopped the deduction. He planned to find some free time in the future. When he had free time, he immediately followed up on this matter. Yi Xian planned to use the last few days to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Now, he only needed to make a small breakthrough. Once he entered the 6th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformation, he would have the battle strength of an Emperor level 1. This was also a watershed which was extremely important. After this breakthrough, a new round of comprehensive punitive expedition would begin again. It had been more than a year since he came to this broken void of the desolate ancient world. The day when the desolate ancient world fully descended could come at any time. Yi Xian's sense of urgency was getting stronger and stronger. He had to improve the cultivation strength of himself and his subordinates as soon as possible. At this time, after close to a year of seclusion, the originally quiet Mulberry Star thousands of miles away was bustling again. After a year of seclusion, the cultivation strength of tens of millions of desolate ancient survivors in the 12 large tribes and thousands of mountain villages on Mulberry Star had improved greatly. As far as the eye could see, there were as many universe almighties as there were dogs. Star lords and domain lords were everywhere. There were even more than 100 realm lords. This time, more than 20 universe-grade powerhouses had appeared. However, the dozens of universe-old monsters who had universe-grade cultivation strength a year ago were still in seclusion and hadn't come out yet. It would probably be a few days before they appeared. Seeing all of this, Yi Xian was completely at ease. He immediately left Zhangji Star, and didn't even stay in the nearby 10 million kilometers. Instead, he went to a forbidden area that was tens of millions of kilometers away that had been exterminated a year ago. He planned to break through in seclusion here. He deliberately stayed far away because he was worried that his breakthrough would cause too much of a commotion. If the pressure of a level 3 Marquis Immortal spread and affected some of the survivors on Mulberry Star who were still in seclusion and in the midst of breaking through, that wouldn't be good. Yes, whoosh. With a flash of his body, Yi Xian's figure landed on an abandoned planet in the forbidden area of the starry sky. He casually found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged at the top of it. Then he waved his hand and took out a large amount of items, including several drops of evil origin liquid and 100 cubic meters of top-grade purple gold flesh medicine. Cultivation resources. After swallowing them, he closed his eyes and began his breakthrough. At the same time, just tens of millions of miles away from Mulberry Star, Yi Xian left Mulberry Star and hid in another direction to begin his breakthrough in a forbidden space tens of millions of miles away. Huge starry fleets also broke through the dim light screen. From behind the light screen, the gray world, one by one, the dark world began to descend upon this place. These fleets were the fleets of various races that had entered the passageway to the desolate ancient world in the Shadow Devil Star region of the second universe. Of course, not all of the fleets had passed through the dim light screen and descended in the Mulberry Star region. Some fleets had gone in other directions of the dark world and hadn't come here yet. Apart from some fleets of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and small forces, the fleets that had come this time were mainly from the various races of the second universe. Apart from the top 10 races and the Dark Turtle tribe of the Sealing race, the fleets of the other 9 races had all arrived. In addition, the Myriad Race Alliance of the First Universe had also formed a fleet that was heading in this direction. After a year of interstellar travel, they had also entered the Mulberry Star region. The fleets of the 9 races of the Second Universe each had a scale of tens of millions of battleships. In total, the number of battleships exceeded 100 million. Chapter 42-22. Although the total number of battleships that arrived was more than 100 million battleships, the dim light curtain that separated the gray world was extremely vast. Therefore, in just less than half a day, more than 130 million battleships of various races had passed through the light curtain and arrived at the Sangji star field. Outside the star field, more than 100 million battleships did not gather together. Instead, they were divided into 3 large groups. In front was the main force. There were more than 100 million battleships. They were vaguely divided into 9 small legions. They were the fleets of the 9 races of the second universe and their respective weaker races. Behind them there were 2 small groups on the left and right. On one side was a fleet of about 20 million battleships from the alliance of 10,000 races in the first universe. On the other side was a miscellaneous army composed of various small forces and many rogue cultivator alliances. The number of battleships was only about 10 million. After the 3 camps, the 2 camps at the back had obviously become vassals. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, the truth was the truth. At this moment, the fleets of the 3 camps broke through the dim light curtain from the gray world and arrived at the Sangji star field. The 2 weaker camps, which had too few battleships, could only watch from a distance. In front of them, heading straight for the Sangji star field, were the 9 races of the second universe. There were more than 100 million battleships in this group. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the 2 battleships behind had too few battleships, and that the overall strength of the 2 camps was far inferior, and there were several immortal old monsters in each of the 2 camps' fleets, the 9 races of the second universe, which had more than 100 million battleships in front of them, would have turned around long ago. Because they had swallowed the fleets of the 2 weaker camps that had been following behind them. In these 2 weaker camps there were more than a dozen immortal old monsters. In front of the army of more than 100 million battleships from the 9 races of the second universe, the number of immortal old monsters was only about 30. If they turned around and wanted to swallow the 2 camps behind them, they would definitely force the 2 weaker camps to join forces. At that time there would be more than 30 immortal old monsters on both sides, and the top battle strength would be equal. The balance of the battle was basically impossible for there to be any obvious conflict. It was precisely because of this reason that the internal strife between the 3 camps had never appeared. Previously, during the long and lonely year of space travel in that dark world, this kind of internal strife did not appear. Then, now that they had entered a new universe void, there was clearly a large amount of life aura in front of them, representing the appearance of external interests. This kind of internal strife naturally, therefore it was even more impossible for it to appear. However, the overall strength gap between the 3 camps at the battleship level was too great after all. Even if the spearhead was unanimously pointed outwards and tacitly divided the benefits in this strange starry sky, it was obvious that the leading 9 races coalition army of the second universe would eat the meat, and the weaker myriad races alliance army of the first universe would be at the back. The fleets of the alliance and the various rogue cultivator alliances followed behind, drinking the soup and eating the bones. Although this situation was infuriating, such was the situation. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he could only admit it. For example, at this moment, as soon as they descended into the starry sky of this universe and confirmed that there was a life star with a strong life aura in front of them, the 2 weaker fleets following behind had reached a consensus. They would not interfere in this first meal and would leave it to the 9 great races alliance of the second universe, which was leading in front of them. The army ate heartily. This was both a kind of helplessness and a kind of expression. Everyone was well aware of it, and they both tacitly agreed and accepted it. In front of them, the 9 great races alliance of the second universe, which had a total of more than 100 million battleships, was divided into 9 small legions. These 9 small legions were led by 9 of the top 10 great races, including the Dark Turtle Clan, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, the Battle Lion Clan, the Inji Clan, the Barbarian Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colorful Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan. The fleets of the weaker races that did not belong to the top 10 great races were vassals. Basically, each of the 9 small legions had a fleet of more than 10 million, between 11 million and 12 million. As for the immortal old monsters, each of the 9 small legions had 3 to 4 of them. Right now, in the central flagship of each of the 9 small legions, there were 3 to 4 immortal old monsters gathered and holding a video conference. The object of the conference was Mulberry Star, which was less than 10 million miles ahead. The conference was very short. In less than 10 minutes it was over. Because there was nothing to discuss at all, the more than 30 immortal old monsters from the various races of the second universe in the 9 small legions reached a consensus. They immediately took down the life star in front of them with lightning speed. However, because they had just arrived and were not familiar with this strange starry sky, they obviously needed a guide if they wanted to enter the deeper areas and plunder more resources. Therefore, although the main direction of the conference was that they had to surrender, the group of immortal old monsters had their own opinions on the method of surrender. Some advocated a total slaughter. It was enough to take away the resources and continue to move forward, rushing to the next life star. Some advocated to surrender. They regarded the life forms of this life star as a bridge to understand this strange starry sky. They wanted to absorb them and make them guides for the subsequent expeditions. In this way, they could conquer this strange and vast void faster. The final result of the vote was that more than 60% of the immortal old monsters were in favor of surrendering. This matter was settled, and there were no more objections. As the strongest of the 9 great races, the Blood Devouring tribe naturally did not decline in this first battle. When the Alliance army entered this strange star domain, the Blood Devouring tribe sent 4 immortal old monsters this time, including the 3-clawed dragon, who had secretly surrendered to Yixian. At this moment, these 4 immortal old monsters had already gathered in the flagship main control room of the Blood Devouring tribe's small fleet of battleships. Through the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of them, they were looking at Mulberry Star, which was only 1,000,000 miles away. In addition, the powerful consciousness of the 4 immortal old monsters, including the dragon-clawed dragon, had already extended out and swept the entire Mulberry Star across 1,000,000 miles of space. The result of the sweep of their consciousness made them somewhat excited. It seems that the people living on this planet are all remnants of the primordial era. There are quite a lot of them, at least tens of millions. Unfortunately, their cultivation is too weak. The strongest is only at the universe 9th level. Although there are dozens of them, it's obviously impossible for them to break through in the near future. TSK. There's not even a single immortal old monster. This old man is really not interested. There's no need to fight, just surrender. Chapter 42-23. When the 100 million or so warships of the 3 camps that had descended on the Mulberry G space zone passed through the dim light curtain and invaded the Mulberry G space zone from the gray world on the other side of the light curtain, the survivors of the desolate antiquity era on the Mulberry G space zone noticed it immediately. As the huge fleet of the 3 great factions headed toward the Mulberry G star from the edge of the dim light screen, more than 30 high-ranking members of the 12 great tribes, who had been in seclusion, were awakened by the powerhouses of their respective tribes and came out of seclusion almost at the same time. However, they soon discovered that they couldn't contact their lord for the time being. This fleet of more than 100 million battleships clearly came from the same world as their lord. In other words, they were the most powerful fleets of the 3 main planes of the universe, and they were rapidly approaching. Faced with this situation, the 30-odd high-ranking members of the 12 great tribes, who had just come out of seclusion and were all at the peak of the universe 9th grade, panicked for a while. But very soon, when the 4 immortal old monsters of the Blood Devouring clan unleashed their soul consciousness and swept across the entire Mulberry G star in an unbridled manner, they suddenly stopped panicking and regained their calm in just a few breaths of time. These 4 spirit consciousness auras were clearly only at the immortal realm. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Speaking of which, the 30-odd of them could be considered half-step immortal realm cultivators. In fact, their cultivation base was actually not much different from the other parties. Wasn't it just a few small ranks? In the past year of seclusion, which one of them hadn't broken through a few small ranks? In that case, the difference between them and these 4 fellows who had shrouded the Mulberry G star with their spirit consciousness was only about a year or so. If they had a year, they would definitely catch up with the other party. If they had another year, they would definitely leave the other party behind. How could there be any fear in his heart when he thought about it this way? Furthermore, there was an extremely powerful master behind the Mulberry G star. Even if 40 immortal old monsters attacked at the same time, they definitely wouldn't be a match, let alone 4 immortal old monsters. Half a day ago, their master had still been here, lingering in the void thousands of miles away in another direction, as if he was deducing something. Although they didn't know where he was now, it was obvious that he had only left temporarily. Perhaps he would return immediately after turning around. When this thought surfaced in their minds, the 30-odd high-ranking members of the tribes were completely certain. In fact, they weren't the only ones. On the entire Mulberry G star, tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era in the thousands of mountain villages of various sizes were all thinking the same thing. After all, Yi Xian's strength had been deeply rooted in their hearts. In just a few days, he had broken through the 6 forbidden zones and killed all the immortal rank ferocious beasts. All of this had left a deep impression on them. It could be said that in the face of this powerful fleet of battleships, the tens of millions of survivors of the desolation on the Mulberry G star, after the initial brief panic, quickly calmed down and did not intend to pay any attention to it. They continued to do what they were supposed to do. Perhaps their lord would come back soon. Master would take care of it. It had nothing to do with them. The immortal realm was the primordial era immortal realm, survivors of millions of survivors of the various mountain villages in the various mountain villages stronghold, after a brief moment were stunned. Immortals of survivors of the mountain villages were, after immediately immortal. Captive? Was this a joke? The commander of this powerful fleet was too funny. This so-called captive. Was he talking about himself? That was probably it. Master had a bad temper. Taking advantage of his absence, he actually sent a fleet to capture tens of millions of his subordinates. What was even more infuriating was that the leader didn't even have the strength of an immortal marquis. A few ordinary immortals had come out to act tyrannically. There were so many of them. Master definitely wouldn't tolerate this. Thinking of this, the tens of millions of experts on the Mulberry Tree Star all showed gloating smiles on their faces. An incomparably joyful atmosphere quickly grew in the atmosphere of the entire star, spreading and spreading out. None of this escaped the divine senses of the immortal old monsters of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, and it was clearly reflected in their minds. In fact, the 4 of them weren't the only ones who saw this scene. At this moment, within the 3 camps that had already stopped a million miles away from Sangji Star, there were a total of over 60 undying old monsters, as well as even more universe old monsters, sector lord old monsters, domain lord old monsters, and star lord old monsters. At this moment, almost all of them had released their divine sense or were just an honorable. Or they were secretly sweeping the scene in the atmosphere of the Mulberry G star. Therefore, there were simply too many great beings of the various clans who saw this scene. However, the scene captured by his divine sense was indeed too strange, facing the invasion of a powerful fleet of battleships, and their overall strength was far weaker than the enemy's. It could be said that the difference was too huge. There was no comparison at all. These survivors of the primordial era were actually in the mood to laugh, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who were laughing. Tens of millions of people spread across the entire star without exception. They were all laughing. Such a strange scene instantly made everyone's jaws drop. The 4 immortal realm old monsters of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, who were in charge of this battle, even carefully scanned the entire life star in front of them with their divine consciousness, inside and out, with slight worry. They even did the same for some of the other abandoned stars around this star, to prevent overly powerful beings from lurking on these abandoned stars and being carelessly overlooked. However, the final result was not unusual at all. In the life star in front of them with tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era, the most powerful beings were indeed more than 30 universe grade 9 perfection fellows. Moreover, these 30 half-step immortal old monsters were obviously the core higher-ups of more than a dozen top forces on this planet. This was the result of the divine senses sweep. It was clearly displayed. This result made the 3-clawed flood dragon and the other immortal old monsters of the Blood Devouring clan feel completely relieved. While he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, there was also a wave of anger that suddenly rose in his heart. As immortal old monsters, they were actually frightened by a group of primordial era survivors who obviously had some mental problems just now. If this matter were to spread, it would be really embarrassing. Even if it didn't spread, they obviously felt uncomfortable in their hearts, and their chests were stifled. Chapter 42-24. In the starry sky forbidden zone tens of millions of miles away from Sangji Star, on the abandoned planet that Yi Xian had chosen to use for his seclusion breakthrough. Hua! Walala! At this moment, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the peak of a giant mountain on this abandoned planet. Almost half a day had passed since he had started his seclusion cultivation. The few drops of all evil origin liquid he had swallowed earlier, as well as over 100 cubes of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine and other cultivation resources, had already surged and surged within his body after transforming into a vast wave of scorching energy. It had already circulated through several dozen great circulations of energy. During this time, the clanking sound of chains resounded within Yixian's body. An invisible shackle of the human body's potential had appeared within his body after he had swallowed these cultivation resources. As long as he could break through it and tear apart this shackle, Yixian's cultivation strength would make another small breakthrough. However, after his original body's cultivation strength had entered the marquee level, although there were still many shackles of the human body's potential remaining in his body, each one of them had become incomparably tough. They were far from the shackles that had appeared before he had become a marquee-level immortal, so they could be easily broken and torn apart. For half a day, Yixian had been enduring extreme pain from his body. The scorching energy that surged like a river in his body was burning every inch of his flesh and bone at almost every moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been through this before, he would have gotten used to this inhumane torture. This time, if it had been anyone else, they would have most likely failed in their breakthrough. For half a day, the clanking sound of the shackles in Yixian's body had not stopped for a single moment. This also meant that the pain he was enduring had not stopped for a single moment. However, at this moment, it was clear that everything was nearing its end. This breakthrough was about to end. Xiu! Xiu xiu xiu. A sound that was so faint that it was almost inaudible rang out. Yixian's body, which had been incomparably dim, suddenly burst forth with an endless radiance. At this moment, the 1,080,000,000 pores on the surface of his body were erupting with dazzling auspicious multicolored energy. His precious body was so dazzling that one couldn't look straight at it. The energy that was as boundless as a great river, and as hot as magma that had been surging through his limbs and bones was finally completely exhausted at this moment. The clanging sounds of the chains that had been going on in his body for half a day came to a complete stop at this moment. Yixian opened his eyes. For the first time since he had broken through, there wasn't excitement in the depths of his eyes. Instead, there was a faint glow of exhaustion. This breakthrough had indeed taken far too much time, and during this period of time, he had been enduring unprecedented extreme pain at every moment. It was hard to explain in words. Fortunately, everything was over at this moment. With the arrival of the breakthrough, the familiar system notification rang in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient void tactics. Current realm. Level 3 Marquee Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm. Level 3 Marquee Immortal. Before this, his original body strength was at level 2 Immortal Realm. Once he activated the three-headed, six-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength soared to level 3 Marquee Immortal Realm. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, his strength would instantly reach level 9 Marquee Immortal Realm. And now, as Yixian's original body broke through again, reaching level 3 Marquee Immortal Realm, which was the peak of the initial stage. Once he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation, he would reach level 1 Marquee Immortal Realm. His pinnacle strength would reach Emperor level 1, crossing a huge realm. He would finally be able to feel the majestic strength of an emperor. An immortal emperor. Although it's only after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in my body and performing the 6th transformation of the 9 demon ape bloodline. Clenching his fists tightly, Yixian's eyes burst out with an unprecedented blazing light. At this moment, the passion in his chest was like an avalanche as he raised his head and roared. But no matter what, this is after all the battle prowess that I possess. The next moment, Yixian raised his head and roared, activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Roar! As his anger spread out, the power within Yixian's body instantly surged like a surging river. It surged mightily and instantly became boundless. His body was like a balloon that was being blown up as it quickly swelled up. An ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the void. The aura of its 3 true forms was astonishing. Its body had reached a height of 10 feet. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the aura it exuded was terrifying. Roar! 9 demon ape transformation. First transformation. With another furious roar, the ancient ape demon's body instantly expanded, reaching a height of 1,000 feet from its previous height of 100 feet. Then similar scenes appeared several times. Roar. 9 Demon Ape Transformation. 4th Transformation. A 5th roar rang out as the ancient ape demon's ferocious 3-headed, 6-armed form expanded to a height of 1,000,000 feet after entering its 4th transformation. Roar. 9 Demon Ape Transformation. 5th Transformation. Another roar came out, and the ancient ape demon's body grew 10 times bigger, reaching 1,000,000 feet tall before it stopped. At this time its aura had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal Realm. However, this was still not the end. Yixian couldn't wait to feel the majestic strength of an immortal emperor. The 6th transformation of the ancient demon ape was imperative. Roar. 9 Demon Ape Transformation. 6th Transformation. With that final roar, the primordial ape demon, which had already reached a size of 1,000,000 feet, instantly swelled to 10 times its original size, reaching a terrifying height of 10,000,000 feet. This size was definitely comparable to a small planet. The aura emitted from its body suddenly broke through the barrier of a large realm, reaching the pinnacle of the current realm, level 1 of an immortal emperor. Is this the power of an immortal emperor? Feeling the indescribable majestic strength in his body, Yixian lowered his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at his huge body, which wasn't much smaller than the planet under his feet. He muttered, "Now I feel like I can destroy a small space with one punch. It's not a simple space shattering, but a complete annihilation." Chapter 42-25. After confirming that there was no so-called big shot secretly guarding this life star ahead, the 3-clawed flood dragon immediately sent out a second divine thought voice transmission in shame and annoyance. This time he only gave the other party 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, if the core higher-ups of the major forces in this life star did not rush out of the atmosphere of the star and come to the void in front of him to kneel down, then, considering the voting result of the more than 30 immortal old monsters of the allied forces of the 9 races, although he could not really kill all the survivors of the primordial era on this life star. However, he could not let go of the dozens of perfect universe rank 9 core higher-ups of the major forces that he had locked onto. As a dignified immortal old monster, he had already sent out 2 consecutive messages. The second time he even asked the dozens of half-step immortal old monsters in this life star in front of him to kneel down and surrender, but they actually dared to ignore it. If he did not kill them, how could he make a warning to others? The 3 minutes passed in a flash. The final result made the 3-clawed flood dragon almost go berserk on the spot. Even the nearly 70 immortal old monsters of the 3 camps who were closely monitoring the situation inside the life star in front of them, as well as the more numerous universe old monsters, sector lord old monsters, domain lord old monsters, and so on. At this time, the expressions on their faces, all of them also revealed strong displeasure and indignation. The indigenous survivors of this life star in front of them were really too unruly, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that they did not know the difference between life and death. In the 3 minutes after the 3-clawed flood dragon sent out his second message, the tens of millions of indigenous survivors in the atmosphere of the entire life star clearly heard this warning, but they still did not take it seriously at all. They still did what they were supposed to do. Occasionally, some people would raise their heads to look at the atmosphere above their heads, but their faces were full of ridicule. Roar. Damn it, are all the indigenous survivors of this life star really idiots? This is so infuriating. In the face of such an embarrassing scene, it was impossible for the 3-clawed flood dragon to maintain his dignity even if he wanted to. He immediately roared, his tone full of exasperation. A powerful immortal realm old monster was infuriated to the point of spitting out blood because of a bunch of brainless aboriginal survivors. He was too unlucky. He originally thought that this battle would be a show of face, but he didn't expect that before the battle even started, he had already lost all his face. At this moment, even his intestines were about to turn green with regret. Against such a group of idiots, not just him, even an official level Undying wouldn't be able to do anything. He would still be angered to death. What an unlucky year for him to encounter such an unlucky thing. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the anger in the 3-clawed dragon's heart became more and more intense. Before it finished roaring, its figure had already charged forward from the flagship fortress of the Blood Dragon clan under its feet. It turned into a ray of light and charged forward with monstrous anger. the birth stars of life that were millions of miles away, shot out. He decided that there was no need to say anything after entering the atmosphere of this star. He didn't want to be angered by this group of idiots and become a joke to the numerous experts behind him. After entering, he would directly make a move and kill all the nearly 100 old monsters in this life star in one fell swoop. This way, he should be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Although this group of Aboriginal survivors had brain problems and couldn't understand human language, they should still be able to understand the bloody facts in front of them. To deal with these stubborn and stupid Aboriginals, he had to use the most direct and most brutal method. Whoosh! A distance of millions of miles was not too far for the three-clawed flood dragon, who was at the 6th level of the immortal realm. In a few breaths, his figure had already turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the atmosphere of this life star in front of him. With just one step, he could step into the interior of the life star and kill wantonly. At this moment, the group of high-level survivors on Sangji star, who were originally calm and confident without the slightest bit of worry, all subconsciously had their hearts in their throats. As universe-grade powerhouses, their spirit senses had long penetrated the atmosphere and had been closely watching the situation outside Sangji star. Although everyone was certain that their master could return at any time, the invading fleet had already sent out 2 warnings through divine sense transmissions. Now, an undying old monster had already rushed out of the battleship out of shame and anger, rushing to attack the atmosphere of Mulberry G star. In the next moment, the other party only needed to take a step to pass through the atmosphere of this planet and enter the interior of the planet. At that time, a bloody massacre would definitely happen immediately. This immortal realm old monster was obviously very angry. Now that he had come in anger, if he didn't kill, would he be able to chat? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the high-level members of the various tribes on Sangji star, who were using their spirit senses to observe the situation outside the atmosphere, suddenly became worried. Although this immortal realm old monster would definitely be held accountable by the master and wouldn't have a good end, before the master returned, if this person really stepped into Sangji star, rivers of blood would flow and their clansmen would be killed. This was obviously unavoidable. At this moment, dozens of core high-level half-step immortal realm experts of the various tribes on Sangji star had cold eyes. Without any agreement, all of them subconsciously wanted to rush out of the atmosphere and stop the other party outside. Although a bloody battle would definitely break out if they did so, they had no other choice for the survival of their clansmen. Furthermore, if they chose to be cowards, once the master returned, they wouldn't be able to escape punishment for this matter either. Roar! Almost at the same time, just as these dozens of Universe 9th grade half-step immortal realm experts were about to rush out of the atmosphere, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the end of the void far to the right of Sangji star without warning. It was just a roar, and perhaps it was still tens of millions of miles away in the void. However, at this moment, the entire boundless starry sky clearly trembled slightly. The mulberry star beneath his feet seemed to have been blown away by an invisible galactic hurricane. The entire planet shook a few times in the void. The 3-clawed serpent dragon, who was striding into Sangji star's atmosphere, trembled violently at this moment. After trembling violently, it subconsciously followed the sound to the end of the void far to the right and looked into the distance. It even exclaimed in surprise, as though it was a conditioned reflex. This aura. Regal Immortal Realm? Heavens! Chapter 42-26. The boundless bestowment imparted power in his body, made Yixian extremely excited. It wasn't until he raised his head and let out a wild roar that the surging emotions in his chest were mostly vented and his mind calmed down. Yixian subconsciously spread out the terrifying divine sense of the titled King Realm, and quickly swept through the void of the universe within 100 million kilometers. In an instant he found out everything that was happening around Mulberry Star, which was tens of millions of kilometers away. Are they finally here? The leading army is actually the allied army of the 9 great races of the second universe. This is exactly what I want. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yixian disappeared with a thought. Today, not only had he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, but he had also used the 6th transformation of the demon ape 9 transformation bloodline ability. Within the giant true body of 10 million feet, the terrifying power of the Emperor Immortal Level 1 surged. Tens of millions of miles with just a flash he had already flashed. Of course, considering that it was not a good time to reveal his true identity, when Yi Xian stepped forward, he had already retracted the skeleton body and the black fog body in the three-headed six-armed demon ape true body, leaving only the flesh body. He also made some small changes to reveal his appearance. It was like a star berserk ape. In the next moment, his figure crossed tens of millions of miles of space and appeared in an empty space only a few million miles away from Sangji Star. Although it came silently without any warning at this moment, whether it was the 12 tribes on Sangji Star, the tens of millions of remnant experts of all sizes, or the countless stars in the hundreds of millions of battleships of the three camps outside the planet's atmosphere, they were all stepping into the atmosphere of Sangji Star. The three-clawed flood dragon that wanted to enter the planet's atmosphere and start a massacre, in the void within a radius of 10 million miles. All the breathing life forms subconsciously cast their gazes at Yi Xian because of an inexplicable fear in their hearts. His body was tens of millions of feet tall, his eyes gleaming coldly. Although the aura within his body was restrained, it still gave people a feeling that he could destroy the world. At this moment, Yi Xian's invincible aura of the Star Berserk ape was incomparably clear, and almost eternally engraved in everyone's hearts. The three-clawed flood dragon's reaction was the fastest. As his body trembled violently, he subconsciously exclaimed on the spot, "This aura! An emperor-level undying? My God! Big brother, don't be impulsive. This is a misunderstanding." Almost in the next instant, in the universe void a million kilometers away from Mulberry G Star, within the hundreds of millions of starships of the three camps that had only arrived less than 2 hours ago, cries of despair rang out from all over the place. Emperor level? It's actually an emperor level undying. It's over this time. No wonder these indigenous survivors are laughing so strangely. They are completely fearless. To think we treated them like idiots. The ones with brains are clearly us, okay? A group of normal undyings with over 100 million battleships actually dared to attack an emperor-level undying's life star. Let's flee, there's no suspense. Not only is he an emperor-level undying, but he's also a star berserk ape. This kind of bloodline has the most violent temperament, it's completely unreasonable. If we don't flee now, we will definitely die here today. What the hell? Any random warrior that jumped out is an emperor-level undying. How are we supposed to live? Let's flee. Rumble. Rumble. Along with these exclamations, the countless battleships of the three camps instantly unleashed their full power. Without hesitation, they turned around and rushed toward the dim light curtain behind them. These hundreds of millions of battleships of various types had only arrived in this strange starry sky for less than 2 hours. Except for the three-clawed flood dragon, everyone else had not even had the time to step out of the battleship under their feet and experience the atmosphere of this starry sky. At this time it was as if they had lost their home. Like dogs, they hurriedly turned around and tried to flee. Today none of you should even think about escaping. Facing all of this, Yi Xian's eyes were incomparably cold. Before he could finish speaking, his enormous and terrifying body of a violent ape had already disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, when his figure appeared once more, he was shockingly over 50,000 kilometers away. He crossed his arms and stood boldly in front of the dim light barrier that led to the gloomy world, and he obstructed the path of escape of everyone. Seeing this scene, countless battleships that were fleeing from all directions suddenly stopped in midair. There was an emperor-level undying blocking their way. Even though his huge body was nothing compared to the dim light screen, there was still more space on both sides of his body. The gap was enough for an entire fleet to pass through. However, none of the battleships dared to charge forward. That would be no different from sending themselves to their deaths. After a short period of silence within the fleets of the three camps, a few of the undyings began to roar madly. With the path ahead blocked, they couldn't leave this damned foreign space. If they stayed behind and faced an emperor-level undying, the only thing waiting for them was death. There was no other possibility. Since they were already dead, there was no chance of survival if they stayed behind. Charging into the dim light screen would give them a chance to escape and return alive. For this chance, all the undyings gave it their all. Attack! All ships immediately attack. No matter what, we have to blast this space ape away. Otherwise, if we stay here, we will definitely die, my god. If I knew there was an emperor-level undying here, I wouldn't have come even if you beat me to death. Rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following the roars of the undying old freaks, the fleet commanders below did not hesitate and immediately gave the order to activate the cannons and launch an attack. In an instant, countless different-sized energy beams shot out from all directions. It was as though they were free, covering the skies and land as they shot towards the huge space ape. Seeing this, Yi Xian was enraged. With his current cultivation base and the boundless blood and chi of his gigantic true form, the energy beams of ordinary battleship cannons could no longer harm him, unless they were the energy beams of the antimatter death ray cannons of the fortresses. However, among the more than 100 million battleships of the three great factions, although there were quite a few strongholds of varying sizes, they were only around 20%. Moreover, they were scattered throughout the vast void in front of them. With Yi Xian's strength, there was no question at all about avoiding these scattered antimatter death beam cannons. Problem. In a flash, he had already flashed out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of a fleet, raising his fist and punching. Pung. Chapter 42-27. As the battleship exploded, the other weaker existences, even universe-grade powerhouses, were unable to escape. Their bodies were either torn apart by the explosion of the battleship or blasted into a bloody mist by the terrifying impact of Yi Xian's punch. More than 100 battleships of various types exploded, leaving only 3 survivors. These 3 fellows were all immortal old monsters from the Green Rock race, one of the 9 great races of the second universe. These 100 battleships all belonged to the Green Rock race of the 9-race alliance in the second universe. One of the large fortresses was the central flagship of the Green Rock army. Yi Xian had deliberately targeted this side and attacked. The hundreds of millions of battleships around him had all fired at the command of the immortal old monsters of various races. If he wanted to stop all this, he had to start with the immortal old monsters. However, even he had not expected that the central flagship fortress he had targeted would actually belong to the Green Rock race of the second universe. Speaking of which, this race did not have a good relationship with Yi Xian back then. In fact, among the top 10 races of the second universe besides the Dark Turtle race which had already been sealed, the other 9 races were all like this. They were all Yi Xian's enemies. Although Yi Xian had later become the Star Master of the Sky River Star, their relationship had eased on the surface. However, judging from the fact that the races of the second universe had sealed off the wormhole and prevented the powerhouses of other races and powers from entering the second universe, it was obvious that this group of fellows was still the same as before. Everyone was just at peace on the surface. In private, they still had their own schemes. As such, Yi Xian naturally had nothing to be afraid of. He did not feel any psychological pressure at all. At this moment, the 3 immortal old monsters of the Green Rock race had just fallen out of the central flagship fortress that had exploded into a fireball. Their expressions changed drastically as they begged Yi Xian for mercy. Big boss, don't be impulsive. Yes, let's talk nicely. Impulsiveness is the devil. Misunderstanding, this is definitely a King misunderstanding. As they begged for mercy, the 3 fellows retreated quickly. Whether it was their words or their actions, they were all trying to fool Yi Xian. You 3 old fellows, do you think I am as stupid as you? Yi Xian was furious. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with these 3 fellows. The reason he had attacked was to make an example out of them. If these 3 old fellows had been honest, it would have been fine. However, now that they wanted to fool him, there was no need to be polite. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. As the violent Star Ape punched out, the 3 Green Rock race's undying old monsters who were retreating quickly exploded into 3 clouds of blood mist. They were killed in the blink of an eye. If you dare to attack me or escape, this will be your fate. Yi Xian's Yeziz's the immortal old ancestor of the immortal old monster, to his immortal to kill. At the same time, the 3 immortal old monsters of the Green Rock race were sucked into his body and sent into the farmer god cauldron in his undying world. He did not want to reveal his identity as Yi Xian. Therefore, not only could he not reveal his ancient ape demon form, he could not even summon the farmer god cauldron. Fortunately, he could absorb the blood mist into his body and send it into the farmer god cauldron to condense the blood essence. The result was the same, so there was nothing wrong with it. As he finished speaking, the 3 immortal old monsters were condensed into 3 immortal old blood essences in the farmer god cauldron in his undying world. Yixian kept them in the cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. He would use them to refine the level 22 pill in the future, or when he was in seclusion to break through. At this moment, as Yixian's thunderous attack destroyed more than 100 different types of battleships, followed by another punch that killed the 3 powerful immortal old monsters, the surrounding battleships that were firing in unison suddenly stopped as if they had agreed to it. Following that, faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. One figure after another rushed out from the central flagship strongholds of the various battleships. They hesitated and hesitated as they slowly flew towards Yixian. At a glance, there were a total of 62 such figures, and they were all immortal old monsters. These fellows clearly understood the situation. They knew that it was impossible to create chaos and escape from such a powerful immortal emperor. Although they had a lot of people, a total of 62 immortal emperors, the other party had killed 3 of them with just one punch. Even if they killed all of them, it would only take a few more punches. If that was the case, they might as well give in temporarily and think of a way to escape in the future. After all, since this galactic berserk ape only asked for all the battleships to cease fire and not allow anyone to escape and did not directly charge into the fleet and attack without restraint, it meant that its purpose was very likely not to kill everyone. If that was the case, there was room for negotiation. Why are you not running anymore? Seeing that the 62 immortal realm old monsters had all arrived in front of them one after another, they were divided into several groups and gathered in the air in front of them, maintaining a safe distance. All of their faces were filled with vigilance. Yixian immediately laughed sinisterly. Towards this, the group of immortal emperors were all bitter. Some sighed, some were speechless. Although no one said anything, they all shook their heads. Obviously, this was a sign that they had accepted their fate. At least on the surface, they had surrendered and did not dare to talk about escaping. Yixian was quite satisfied with this kind of performance. He immediately nodded his head, raised his hand and pointed around. Since you're not escaping, then from now on all of you, including all of the warships behind you, as well as all of the lives within the warships, all of you have been captured by this king. Captives. The group of immortal old monsters stared at each other, their faces showing strange expressions. They naturally understood the meaning behind Yixian's words. But, a powerful emperor level undying, why would he capture them? Even though there were quite a number of immortal emperors, over 60 of them, there was not a single immortal emperor. They could not even take a few punches from him. And even though the space battleships behind them were more in number, over 100 million compared to an immortal emperor, they were obviously not enough. At this moment, the 62 immortal emperors were all stunned. They couldn't understand what Yixian's goal was. From now on, all the battleships will be reorganized into 10 small legions. When these 10 legions are combined, they will be this king's captive legion. Chapter 42-28. Plop! Plop! The moment Yixian finished his words, the 62 undying old monsters in front of him were almost flipped over in the void space. At this moment, they basically understood why Yixian had captured this huge fleet. If there were no accidents, he probably wanted to build them into an army and conquer the territory. After all, even though the enemy was powerful and was an emperor with terrifying cultivation base, he couldn't possibly go into battle alone for such a great expedition in the star field, right? It just so happened that the indigenous survivors on the Life Star he was protecting were all very weak. Hence, he naturally had his eyes on this powerful fleet behind them. Including the 62 undying old monsters, he also had his eyes on them and wanted to use them as generals to lead the army. This originally wasn't a big deal. Being the vanguard of an emperor wasn't shameful at all. In the starry sky, the strong were always respected. Besides, according to the enemy's words, it seemed that after the army was formed and reorganized into 10 small armies, they would form a council to manage it, and the enemy wouldn't interfere. This gave them a very high degree of freedom. Even if they weren't happy living under the enemy's banner in the future, it was still possible for them to find an opportunity to escape from this star field. However, putting aside the fact that this army was called the Captive Army, the Supreme Council that led the army was also called the Captive Army. Wasn't this a little too much? An organization like the council sounded high-end, but if they added the word captive army in front of them, how could this group of undying old monsters still have the face to go out and meet others? Since none of you have any objections, then this matter is settled. Just as these old guys were feeling miserable and were hesitating whether they should discuss with this being in front of them who didn't care about names and see if they could change the name of the council, Yixian took it as their silent agreement. He waved his hand and turned his gaze to the three-clawed flood dragon. You look quite pleasing to the eye. From now on, you'll be the chairman of the captive army council. Plop! This time, the three-clawed flood dragon was really thunderstruck and directly fell into the void. It was not easy for him to get up, and his face was already incomparably miserable. At this moment he really wanted to puff out his chest and tell the other party that he was not a thing. No, it did not matter whether he was a thing or not. In short, this captive was a matter of discussion. No matter what, he didn't want to take up the position of patriarch. What happened today would definitely spread after they returned to the second universe in the future. At that time, the so-called captive army and captive council would definitely become the laughingstock of countless powerhouses in the three main planes of the starry skies. The number of members in the army did not matter at all. There were more than 100 million battleships, and there were even more experts from various races. Who knew which one of them was? Even if the other 61 members of the parliament were captured, there were still quite a number of them. When the news spread, it was impossible to name them one by one. Only he, the chairman, could not escape no matter what. At the thought that when people mentioned this shameful matter in the future, they would definitely mention the chairman of the captive council. The three-clawed flood dragon immediately felt as though there was nothing left to live for. He was so anxious that he almost cried. When they saw this scene, the other 61 immortal old monsters exchanged glances and expressed sympathy for the three-clawed flood dragon. At the same time, they all secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, they should be thankful that the chairman of the captive council had not fallen on their heads. Master! Welcome back, Master. At the same time, more than 30 figures came together from the direction of the distant Sangji star. Although they were still quite a distance away, they all greeted Yixian excitedly. These 30 figures were the upper echelons of the 12 major tribes on the Sangji star. They had just been summoned out of seclusion by the remnant powerhouses of the tribes 2 hours ago. Although none of them had broken through to the immortal realm, all of them were already at the peak of the universe grade 9, which was half-step immortal realm. Huh! All of you broke through from the initial universe grade to the peak of the universe grade 9 in 1 year? Not bad, not bad. Yixian turned his head to look, and his eyes immediately lit up. After a few words of praise, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant streaks of dark light shot towards this group of fellows. There were exactly 36 streaks, and each of the 12 tribes' upper echelons had one. These 36 streaks of dark light were taken out by Yixian from his undying world. He had refined a total of 100 vials of level 20 liquid a few months ago. At this moment, 1/3 of them had been consumed. The level 20 liquid could allow a universe grade 9 to break through to the first level of the immortal realm. Now Yixian had given each of the 36 half-step immortal old monsters a vial of level 20 liquid. Obviously, he wanted to help them break through and become immortal old monsters. As a result, there were now 36 immortal old monsters among the remnant people of the Sangji star. Their strength was finally passable. Of course, the gene cultivation liquid was a technological product of the 3 major galaxies. Yixian did not want to reveal his identity yet, so he naturally could not take it out in its original form. These 36 vials of gene cultivation liquid had all been compressed into the shape of a pill. They were only the size of a longan fruit and had a strong aura. There was no change in their medicinal efficacy, but they definitely did not look like gene cultivation liquid anymore. At this moment, the 36 half-step immortal old monster upper echelons were all delighted when they saw the streaks of dark light shooting toward them. After receiving them, they cupped their hands toward Yixian to express their gratitude for the reward bestowed by their master. Swallow this elixir immediately when you return and go into seclusion. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to break through to the immortal realm in a few days. Yixian waved his hand lightly as if he had just completed a trivial task. Go. Remember to consolidate your cultivation base after you break through. You still have to cultivate diligently in the future. You won't be at a disadvantage if you follow me. When your cultivation base reaches the peak of the Immortal Realm Grade 9, I will wait for you to reach the peak of the Immortal Realm Grade 9. When that time is up, I will naturally give you even better elixirs. Enough to help you break through to the Marquee Immortal Realm in one fell swoop. All this had left the 62 immortal old monsters, including the 3-clawed flood dragon, dumbfounded. It was only now that they realized that the 36 half-step immortal old monsters on this life star had only just broken through to the universe grade a year ago. In just 1 year, he had actually broken through from the initial stage to the universe 9 grade martialist realm. This was already shocking enough, but compared to the so-called elixir each of them had just received, it was nothing. Alright, they could ignore the elixir for breaking through to the immortal realm, but the elixir for breaking through to the Marquee Immortal Realm was definitely not something they could ignore. This master actually had such a good thing on him? Chapter 42:29. As soon as the 3-clawed flood dragon finished speaking, the other 61 undying old monsters around him all looked at him with disdain. When he was made the chairman of the council, he looked like he had nothing to live for. Everyone even looked at him sympathetically to comfort him. However, in the blink of an eye, when he heard that there was a treasure pill that could help a level 9 undying master break through to the level of an official, he immediately changed his expression and shamelessly asked for a reward in the name of chairman. He even deliberately mentioned his own cultivation level at the end of his sentence. In terms of strength, he was only 2 levels away from breaking through to the level of an official. Wasn't this obviously hinting that he would give him a treasure pill? It was simply too shameless. But then again, if there was such an opportunity to be shameless and really get a treasure pill that could help them break through to the level of an official, no one present would mind being shameless for once. Thinking like this, when the group of Immortal Realm old monsters looked at Yi Xian again, their gazes instantly changed. All of their eyes were about to emit a green light. They were like wolves, causing people to feel embarrassed just by looking at them. Reward? Are you asking for this? In order to whet the appetite of these Immortal Realm old monsters, they would willingly and even deliberately work for him in the future. Yi Xian held back his laughter and flipped his hand with a nonchalant expression. He took out the other level 21 pill from the undying world within his body, and held it in his palm. At this moment, the gazes of the 62 undying old monsters gathered on his palm. Their eyes glowed brightly, and their breathing quickened. With their cultivation, they could naturally sense what kind of aura this level 21 pill contained. This was definitely a treasure pill comparable to a level 21 liquid. It could help a level 9 undying master break through to the level of an official without any suspense. Just this one pill was enough to make the 62 Immortal Realm old monsters go crazy. Although their strength varied, with the stronger ones reaching the level 8 undying master and the weaker ones only reaching the level 2 undying master, even if they couldn't use it now, if they could get such a treasure pill in the future, when their strength reached the level 9 undying master, once they consumed it, they would be able to break through to the next level in just a few days. Within this short period of time, he could easily break through and become an official level undying. Such an opportunity was definitely the dream of any undying old monster. After all, under normal circumstances, an undying level 9 undying would need at least 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation to break through to the official level. And there was no guarantee of success. Basically, out of 1,000 undying level 9 peak undyings, only a few could successfully become official level undyings. As for the others, they would either be stuck at the sempiternal realm or perish. Yes, that's it. Thank you, my king, for your reward. The 3-clawed serpent nearly drooled at the sight of the pill. To him, the allure of this pill was countless times greater than the drop of All-Fiend Origin elixir that Yi Xian had given him. After all, the All-Fiend Origin elixir couldn't help him break through to the official level from the sempiternal level 9 peak undying level. Seeing Yi Xian take out the pill, this guy thought that he was really going to be rewarded. He was overjoyed. He thanked Yi Xian before he even got the pill. Moreover, he even addressed Yi Xian respectfully as his king and thanked him for his reward. In an instant, the other 61 undying old monsters rolled their eyes again. They all looked at the 3-clawed serpent with disdain, but there was clearly a strong sense of envy in their eyes. If possible, they would rather switch places with him. Unfortunately, everyone was wrong. Yi Xian took a deep breath as he spoke. Without waiting for the three-clawed serpent to charge forward, he flipped his giant palm and put away the pill on the spot. "Who said that this king is going to bestow this treasure pill to you?" he asked in a tone that was neither salty nor mild. The three-clawed serpent, who was about to charge forward, was instantly petrified. He blinked and stared at Yi Xian, feeling as though he had suddenly fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, rapidly spreading in his heart. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't attack him again. Instead, he said in a gentle tone, "On one hand, your cultivation hasn't reached the sempiternal level 9 peak. Besides, being the chairman of the captive council is already a reward. Don't be too greedy. On the other hand, you've just been recruited by me and haven't made any contributions. Even if your cultivation has reached the sempiternal level 9 peak, what right do you have to apply for a pill of this level as a reward from me?" With that, Yi Xian brought the topic back to business. At this point, he saw that all the undying old monsters nearby were deep in thought. They were obviously waiting for him to continue. After a short pause, he continued, "Soon, I'll lead all my subordinates to the deeper part of the starry sky and conquer many powerful forbidden areas in the starry sky. Basically, there's more than one marquee in those forbidden areas in the starry sky. I'll take care of them. What you're responsible for is only the ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas of the immortal level, and the fleet under your command to kill the ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas below the immortal level. As for the spoils of war, I and my subordinates will only take 70% of it. The other 30% will be divided by the captive army according to your military exploits. Let me remind you that the pills in my hand and the great flesh medicine that can help all the survivors of Mulberry G-Star improve their cultivation rapidly are all made from the remains of the ferocious beasts and various spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines obtained from the various life stars in the starry sky. If you want to get the pills and the great flesh and blood that can improve your cultivation rapidly, you can accumulate military exploits. If you need them, you can apply to me. There's another way, and that is to save up the 30% of the spoils. When you've reached the required amount, you can ask this king to help you refine the precious pills and flesh medicines." Hearing this, the eyes of the immortal realm old monsters immediately lit up, and even their breathing became rapid again. After all, they came to this starry sky to plunder resources. Although they were now captives, what they were going to do next was obviously not in conflict with their original intention. Although they were only left with 30% of the spoils of war, following an undying emperor on an expedition, the total amount of spoils of war each time was far more than what they could get by going on expeditions alone. Therefore, 30% was actually not a loss at all. Chapter 4230. Originally, the 62 immortal old monsters, including the three-clawed flood dragon, had only submitted to Yi Xian's despotic power on the surface. In their hearts, they had already planned to oppose him in public. As long as they found an opportunity, they would immediately flee with their race's spaceship into the dim light screen from which they had come and escape. However, now that Yi Xian had displayed his methods, the mentality of these 62 immortal old monsters had completely changed in an instant. Whether it was the so-called flesh medicine that could allow a newly minted universe grade to break through to the universe grade 9 perfection within a year, or the treasure pill that could allow an immortal old monster to smoothly break through to the universe grade 9 perfection in a short time and become an immortal marquis in one fell swoop. These were all things that could be obtained by them. They were supreme resources that could only be found by chance. And these things couldn't be found anywhere else. In the current era, within the various races and pinnacle powers of the three space masters, there were emperor-level undyings. Some of the stronger races even had emperor-level and emperor-level undyings. However, they also did not have such treasure pills. Furthermore, hadn't this guy who called himself emperor already said so? The raw materials used to concoct these medicines and pills were the remains of the beasts in the forbidden area, and all kinds of top-grade precious materials and medicines that grew in the void of the universe, as well as the living stars in the starry void. They could obtain these resources here, and this was the place with the most resources. Among the three main star planes of the current era, where else could this ancient void be so rich in resources? After summarizing all of this, the 62 immortal realm old monsters instantly calmed down. They decided to follow behind Yi Xian to conquer the restrictions in the depths of the void. Moreover, they did their best, not dawdling and muddling through. Because in every battle, 30% of the final spoils would be distributed to them, and this 30% was clearly the future medicine of flesh and blood, as well as a treasure pill, to them and the experts of the clans under their command. After thinking about all this clearly, it could be said that even if Yi Xian wanted to drive these guys away now, they would not do it. They would shamelessly follow behind Yi Xian, seeking to be ruled over and captured. Everything was settled, and Yi Xian was very satisfied with the result. But now, since everyone was on the same side, it was impossible for a great battle to break out again. Yi Xian immediately removed the sixth transformation of the devil ape, but he still maintained the state of activating the devil ape's true body within his body. However, he concealed the two true bodies of the skeleton and the black fog, leaving behind only his flesh and blood true body. They had all transformed into starry sky violent apes. As a result, his cultivation base dropped from level 1 Emperor to level 4 Marquis Immortal, after activating the demon ape true form. Although his cultivation base dropped by 6 small ranks, and he even crossed a big realm, his current level of cultivation base was still high enough for him to withstand the pressure of the demon ape true form. The 62 immortal realm old monsters were pressuring him, so Yi Xian was not worried at all. Besides, in the eyes of these old guys, their king had only shrunk his body size and maintained it at a height of 30 meters because it was too inconvenient for him to move his body. Even his cultivation base was probably because the pressure of an emperor was too strong. Even if he kept it hidden, only a trace of it would be scary enough. That was why he deliberately hid his cultivation base and maintained it at level 4 Marquis Immortal. As a result, he was not worried that these old guys would have any bad intentions. After everything was settled, the 62 immortal realm old monsters quickly got busy. Yi Xian had already told them that the 100 million plus battleships of the 3 camps had to be reorganized into 10 small armies. Besides, the captive army had to be led by the captive army, which was the captive council, and they had to immediately set up some rules and regulations. All of this needed to be done by them personally. However, the group of old fellows were extremely busy because the king had said that the first expedition war would begin soon. In other words, the 30% of the spoils of the first battle that belonged to them would be in their hands very soon. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw these old fellows busying themselves in the void, dispatching fleets, rearranging them into 10 small legions, and discussing the details of the establishment and operation of the captive council. He didn't disturb them and immediately returned with a flash of his body, Zhangji Star. Previously, after receiving a level 20 pill from him, the 36 half-step immortal realm seniors of the 12 tribes of Zhangji Star went into seclusion again as soon as they returned to the star. They were in the midst of breaking through a realm. Yi Xian had returned to Zhangji Star to wait for them to break through successfully. Once these 36 old fellows all broke through to the immortal realm, Yi Xian would give them another 3 days to stabilize their cultivation. After that, when everyone came out of seclusion, a new round of the Forbidden Areas expedition would begin once again. Yi Xian did not plan to let the 20,000 demon scouts led by Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu participate in this war. He did not want the captives to notice anything fishy. This included the 8 great Vajras in the Farmer God Cauldron, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Inji. However, this was also a good thing. He could allow his direct subordinates to enter seclusion in the Shenong Cauldron and the Longyi Cauldron. He believed that when Yi Xian saw them again, the cultivation of his direct subordinates would definitely rise to a higher level. As for the expedition war target, there was no need to choose. Yi Xian decided to go to the place he had visited not long ago. Last time, his cultivation hadn't reached the Immortal Emperor realm yet. Facing 3 Marquis Immortal Beast commanders and more than 100 ordinary Immortal Beast leaders, even Yi Xian could only quickly kill 5 Immortal Beast leaders and immediately draw the whip. Then he fled. Moreover, it was during a critical moment that he used his interstellar jump ability to escape. It was somewhat embarrassing. However, it had only been a year, and the situation was completely different. His cultivation base had reached the Emperor level 1. He could absolutely crush the 3 Marquis level beasts in the space restriction. Even the 36 Immortal Realm seniors under him, including the 36 Immortal Realm seniors who were about to break through, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and the other 62 Immortal Realm seniors, had reached a total of close to 100 Immortal Realm seniors. Chapter 42-31. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In just 5 days, the 36 senior members of the half-step immortal realm from the 12 tribes of the Mulberry G-Star had all successfully made breakthroughs in their cultivation. They had crossed the barrier of a big realm and successfully reached the immortal realm. Among the tens of millions of survivors of the remote antiquity today, there were finally immortal realm existences. Furthermore, there were 36 of them as soon as they appeared. Such a great change made the tens of millions of survivors and experts in the thousands of mountain villages of various sizes on the entire Mulberry Tree Star cheer for a whole day. In fact, it wasn't just the 36 high-level remnant experts. The thousands of remnant experts on Mulberry G-Star had all improved significantly compared to a year ago. For the remnant race that had been trapped in this void for a long time, this 1 year was like a complete transformation. Over the past year, under the 36 undying remnants, there were close to 100 more universe-grade powerhouses, 200 to 300 sector lords, 400 to 500 domain lords, and close to 1,000 star lords. If this had happened in the past, perhaps none of the tens of millions of remnant experts would have believed it. However, it had all become a reality now. Furthermore, the birth of the 36 immortal realm old monsters on Mulberry G-Star was equally shocking to the countless experts who had formed a captive council in the past 5 days. They had also organized all the battleships into 10 small army units. Even among the strongest tribes and top forces on the 3 main star planes, immortal realm old monsters didn't appear often. Usually it would take many years for one more immortal realm clansman to break through to the immortal realm. However, in this place, in just a few days 36 immortal realm old monsters had appeared at the same time on a small life star. This was definitely not an ordinary matter, especially when all the starry sky powerhouses in the captive army found out that these 36 immortal old monsters had all successfully broken through from the Universe 9 grade to the immortal realm after consuming a treasure pill. Everyone's eyes lit up in an instant. It was even more intense than before. Perhaps their current cultivation base and strength were not enough, but as long as they accumulated enough battle merits and were allocated enough materials, they still hoped to exchange for a treasure pill with a heaven-defying effect comparable to the level 20 liquid from King Chao in the future. This hope was quietly buried in the bottom of everyone's heart. They gathered their strength and couldn't wait to rush to the battlefield in space. It was time for this battle to come. Whether it was the captive army or the tens of millions of survivors on Mulberry Tree, they were all ready. On the 6th day, Yi Xian rushed out of Mulberry Star and into the void beyond the atmosphere. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the giant life plug of the Wild Dragon battleship appeared. However, its appearance had undergone some changes. This was originally very simple. He just had to give the command to the core crystal of the world bug that formed this giant plug. And now the Wild Dragon ship was about the size of a small planet. However, it looked more like a ship from the survivors. This was in line with the characteristics of this ancient space. For an emperor to have such a huge ship was a captive. The 62 immortal realm old monsters in the army didn't have any doubts. Soon as the Cork of Life appeared, a large number of battleships of various sizes rushed out of Mulberry G's atmosphere and into the Cork of Life, which had long since been opened. At the same time, the captive army in space not far away was making their final preparations. All the small ships were passing through the doors of the various fortresses, entering within of the 100 million ships. 20% of them were 50,000M and 100,000M wide fortresses. The rest were large and small fortresses and 3000M long star-level ships. In order to ensure the speed of interstellar travel, all the star states entered the large and small fortresses. Then the smaller fortresses entered the smaller fortresses one by one. In the end, the 100 million plus fleet was reduced to 2,000. More than 10,000 fortresses, big and small, were filled to the brim with fortresses and battleships. When all of this was completed, a day had already passed. Following Yi Xian's order, the Long Yi Life stronghold immediately transformed into a meteor beam that shot towards the direction of the starry sky that had already been locked onto. Behind, the 20 million fortresses were moving at full speed, their roars resounding throughout the entire space as they followed closely behind. From Mulberry Tree Star Field to that powerful forbidden space region, Yi Xian had used his physical body to travel for an entire 10 days. At that time, he was a level 1 official far exceeding the 100,000M wide space fortress. This time, when the entire punitive army set off, the slowest was the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. No matter how fast the Longyi battleship was, it still had to take into account the progress of the army behind it. Thus, the entire journey took a total of 17 days, and this was with the 20 million fortresses behind the Longyi battleship. They did their best to use spatial jumps during the entire journey. The result? Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. After 17 days of boring space travel, the giant fortress of life and the 20 million fortresses behind it finally arrived at a space tens of millions of miles away from this powerful forbidden space. The entire army stopped in the air after Yi Xian gave the order. Immediately after, large and small fortresses drove out from the 20 million fortresses behind them. Then even more stellar-level battleships drove out from the large and small fortresses. In less than a day, the entire captive army of more than 100 million battleships appeared once again. They were divided into 10 battle units and spread out in space. During this period of time, the million-plus battleships of the Desolate Era survivors in the Wild Dragon ship had also been set out, forming a huge combat unit. Xiao! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian stored the giant life-stopper into his undying world. Immediately after, he activated the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline ability on the spot. He still hid his true form of the skeleton and the black mist, and only appeared in the form of the violent ape of the starry sky. However, his body instantly expanded to 10 million meters. His aura also rose to the strongest level 1 Emperor level Xiao. Xiao Xiao Xiao. After that, nearly 100 air-piercing sounds rang out. 36 undying beings and 62 undying old monsters from the 3 main planes of the starry sky. A total of 98 undying beings rushed out of the battleships and followed behind the space-violent ape, which was millions of feet tall. Chapter 42-32. Roar. Screech. Following Yi Xian's order, the 98 immortal realm old monsters behind him raised their heads and roared at the same time. The cultivation aura within their bodies surged out with all their might, causing the entire void of the universe to tremble slightly. Behind them, the 10 great battle formations of the captive army, as well as the more than 1 million battleships controlled by the tens of millions of survivors of Mulberry Ji, followed closely behind them at full speed. They followed behind Yi Xian and the nearly 100 immortal realm old monsters behind him, carrying an indomitable aura of iron and blood, as they headed towards the starry sky ahead. The forbidden land rumbled as they advanced. At this moment, Yi Xian was filled with lofty sentiments. Thinking back to when he first entered the starry sky environment from the 9 Heavens star, it seemed like just yesterday. At that time, he was still an insignificant first-stage star core cultivator. But now, in such a short time, he had grown to possess the battle strength of an emperor, followed by hundreds of millions of battleships and hundreds of immortal old monsters, leading an army to attack a powerful ancient forbidden land in the starry sky. All of this was like a dream. If someone had told him when he first entered the starry sky that everything that was happening right now would happen in such a short period of time, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't dare believe it. But all of this was the truth. It was the truth that was happening right now. Moreover, even this ancient and powerful forbidden area in front of him was far from the limit of his growth. It was only a springboard, a turning point. From here onwards, the stage in front of Yi Xian would be even wider. The height of his growth in the future, even if it was the current him. Even now, it was impossible to predict. Screech! With surging emotions, Yi Xian raised his head and let out an incomparably high-pitched screech, suppressing the roars of the 100 immortal old monsters behind him. His voice spread for hundreds of millions of miles. Without a doubt, in this ancient and powerful forbidden land in front of him, the strongest of the 100 planets with life. Hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts were alarmed at this moment. A great battle was about to break out. It did not take long for them to cross the distance of hundreds of millions of miles. In fact, the entire expedition army had only charged 2 to 3 million miles forward when a huge army of ferocious beasts appeared in front of them in front of the powerful forbidden land at the end of their line of sight. As soon as the roar sounded, the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden area of the starry sky roared and rushed out of their respective planets. They were led by the sempiternal stage ferocious beasts as they quickly gathered in the void. At a glance, there were at least 30 to 40 million ferocious beasts gathered in the void. They covered the vast expanse of the void. However, this was far from the total number of ferocious beasts in this ancient forbidden land. It was only a small portion. Behind the army of ferocious beasts, there were still a large number of ferocious beasts in the forbidden land. They rushed out of the atmosphere of the planets and gathered towards the army of ferocious beasts. Meow! Roar! Screech! At this moment 3 earth-shattering roars and screeches were heard. The most powerful beings in this ancient starry sky forbidden land, the 3 ferocious beast commanders, had finally arrived. They rushed out of their respective planets. From the giant planet on the left of the central region, a green bull rushed out. His body was 100,000 feet long, and his cultivation level was at the 7th level of Marquis Undying. He was the most powerful of the 3 Marquis Undying in this powerful starry sky forbidden land. On the right side, a space-blood crocodile roared as it dashed out of the atmosphere of the giant planet. Its body was also 100,000 zhang long. Its long tail was full of barbs that made people shudder. Its cultivation base was at level 4 of the Marquis Immortal realm. The last Marquis Undying came from a giant planet behind the central region. He was a black beetle with an unknown bloodline. He was slightly small, only 100,000 feet long. However, his cultivation level wasn't weak either. He was at the 3rd level of Marquis Undying, which was the pinnacle of the initial level. At the same time, with the appearance of the 3 powerful Marquis Immortal rank ferocious beast commanders, the 120-plus Immortal rank ferocious beast leaders gathered in front of the ferocious beast army roared in unison as if they had agreed beforehand. The void trembled once again. The 100 undying beasts behind Yixian did the same. Now the other side responded in the same way. This was clearly a tit for tat, and they weren't afraid at all. Both sides were ready, and the battle could begin at any time. Soon the 3 Marquis Undying beasts arrived in front of the ferocious beast army, and Yixian's huge army also stopped. The distance between the 2 sides was only 5 to 6 million miles, which was already within the range of the battle. At this time Yixian was still in his space-violent ape form. He was only 30 feet tall, and he didn't use his 9 transformation devil ape bloodline ability. Therefore, not only was his body size small, but his cultivation level was also only at the 4th level of Marquis Undying beasts. The 3 Marquis Undying beasts in front of the ferocious beast army recognized him, but they didn't take him seriously. Instead, they mocked him in a human voice. Their tone was full of disdain and sarcasm. "Look, it's that little violent ape cub. How dare he come back? He's quite capable. He can actually move 100 undying beasts and a strange army of 100 million. There's even a battleship army from the survivors. There's indeed a battleship army, and these battleships are indeed in the style of those survivors. However, what are those other things? Strange and strange, are they the new battleships of the survivors? It does seem to be the case. Unfortunately, if that's all, it's far from enough to shake us. Little violent ape, as a ferocious beast, you dare to collude with those survivors. You've completely disgraced us desolate ancient ferocious beasts. You'll definitely die in today's battle." Roar! Before the other party could finish speaking, Yixian abruptly raised his head and roared. This time, due to the fact that there were still a large number of experts from the 3 main planes behind him, he didn't shout out the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, after this furious roar, his body rapidly expanded. And this time Yixian didn't hesitate at all. He activated the 1st to the 6th transformation of the 9 transformation devil ape without any pause. This directly caused his body size to continue to increase rapidly, and the aura of his cultivation level was the same. Of course, it was only his space-violent ape form that had skyrocketed. His 2 true bodies, the skeleton and the black fog, had been hidden by him and weren't exposed. Chapter 42-33. From the Devil Ape's 1st transformation to the Devil Ape's 6th transformation, even if they were to activate it one by one, it would only take 6 breaths of time. Now that Yixian had activated it at the same time without any gaps, the time was even shorter. 4 breaths later, his body had grown from 100 feet to 10 million feet tall. His aura had risen from level 4 Marquis Immortal to level 1 Emperor Immortal. It was an increase of 6 small ranks, and he had crossed a whole realm. Roar! Finally, after completing all this, the space-violent ape, whose body was the size of a small planet and whose aura was so strong that it made the void tremble slightly, let out a roar. Hong! 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 As the furious roar echoed, more than 10 small abandoned planets hundreds of thousands of miles to the right of the figure directly exploded. It was a ferocious flame that reached the sky. Millions of miles away, the huge army of ferocious beasts that were roaring from time to time quietened down completely at this moment. More than 100 million ferocious beasts from the forbidden grounds all consciously retracted their auras. Some of the more cowardly ferocious beasts even clamped their tails between their legs. Obviously, they were scared out of their wits and were ready to be beasts with their tails between their legs. As for the level 7 green bull, the space blood crocodile, and the black beetle with unknown bloodline in front of the army of ferocious beasts, they were already dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Yi Xian, whose body had skyrocketed to the point that even they had to look up to. Their eyes were filled with confusion. In the blink of an eye, the little violent ape cub, who was only 10 zhang tall, had turned into a terrifying giant beast that was 10 million zhang tall? This was a joke. Even for them, they were only 100,000 zhang tall. Compared to him, they immediately became insignificant ants. Although they could also become 1 million zhang tall by fully activating their bloodline, they still couldn't compare to him. Besides, the huge size was only one aspect. The more important aspect was his strength. In the blink of an eye, a level 4 Marquis Immortal became an Emperor Immortal? How were they going to let him live? Gulp. What kind of bloodline ability is this? It's too monstrous. He's not a beast. After a short moment of silence, the 3 Marquis-level ferocious beast commanders finally spoke. The green bull swallowed a mouthful of saliva and didn't dare to speak. Although his strength was the strongest among the 3 commanders, his bloodline determined that his temperament wasn't violent. Usually a bull was docile. Previously, because of his strength, he was arrogant and domineering. But now, facing an emperor, his bull nature returned. Even his tail began to shake subconsciously. This was his way of showing his good side. Instead, it was the star space blood crocodile and the black bug that were weaker than him. They were both violent beings and much braver than the green bull. At this moment, facing an emperor that far surpassed them, even though they were terrified, they weren't at the level of submitting to him. After all, it was a marquis, and it was a vicious beast with a vicious bloodline. Violent ape, do we have to fight? We don't have any grudges, everything from before can be written off. In fact, we can even circumcise as compensation. After a short moment of shock, the 3 Marquis-level Undyings swiftly recognized the situation before them. Their arrogance from before was gone. When they spoke again, even their tones were much more serious. The last sentence was actually said by the green ox, who was the strongest among them and had reached the 7th level of the immortal Marquis realm. It was truly shocking. It seemed that the docile nature of the green ox's bloodline had been completely awakened by Yi Xian's emperor realm cultivation. Written off? Too late. Howl. Yi Xian had to start this battle. Otherwise, the nearly 100 immortal realm-old monsters and the enormous army of over 100 million warships behind him wouldn't agree. Especially the captive army that had just returned. The reason why they were willing to submit to Yi Xian was because of benefits, and these benefits were war benefits. If the battle didn't start, the army's morale would immediately crumble. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say if Yi Xian would still have the chance to lead the captive army to the next battle. Therefore, not to mention the fact that the other party still had some reservations in his words, even if they completely put down their bodies and begged for mercy, Yi Xian wouldn't waver in the slightest. Furthermore, in order to make his opponent give up, he lifted his head and let out a furious roar. His figure flickered and he charged forward. His gigantic right arm, which was like a giant pillar that could hold up the heavens, suddenly punched out. Rumble! Yi Xian exerted his full strength with this punch. In an instant, a large amount of rumbling sounds exploded in front of him, causing a large portion of the space to collapse. An unparalleled terrifying force shot forward at a speed that caused one's hair to stand on end. Faced with this scene, all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds millions of miles away were in an uproar. Their angry roars shook the sky. The 3 titled Marquis Realm ferocious beast commanders at the front of the ferocious beast army immediately launched a counterattack. Moo! The green ox was the first to react. As a deep ox moo rang out, 2 green crescent moon slashes, each about 3 kilometers long, shot out from his mouth. The void along the way was directly cut open. Endless turbulence rushed out from the cracks, causing the surrounding universe to become chaotic. Screech! A vicious howl rang out from the mouth of the black insect with an unknown bloodline. It retreated explosively in the blink of an eye, and a circle of ripples that seemed to have substance swept out. Its speed was even faster than the green ox's green half-moonlight slash. In the blink of an eye, it covered a circumference of millions of kilometers. Immediately, the 100 undying realm monsters behind Yixian felt their bodies become sluggish. They felt like they were stuck in an endless swamp. Yixian had a taste of this strange circle of ripples before. It had a special sealing effect on the universe void. Under its power, even Marquis realm undyings couldn't teleport, let alone normal undyings. Rumble! At the same time, the level 4 Marquis realm blood crocodile dashed to the right side of the void. Its huge crocodile tail, full of ferocious barbs, suddenly swung. Instantly, there was a thunderous roar in the void. A formless and terrifying shockwave attacked Yixian from behind. Chapter 42-34. Roar! You're courting death. Yixian was infuriated by the black beetle and the star blood crocodile's trick. The nearly 100 immortal realm-old monsters behind him were generals that he had painstakingly nurtured or subdued. In the future, they would be the backbone of this desolate ancient fragment void. Yixian wasn't willing to easily deal with any of the immortal realm experts. Earth damage. But now, in the face of his attacks, the 2 beast commanders had actually avoided the tip of the spear and specifically targeted the generals behind him. They picked up soft persimmons and even tried to use this method to force Yixian to submit, so that they could take advantage of the opportunity when he turned around to save them to turn around and flee. This was absolutely intolerable. They were so vicious that he couldn't tolerate it. Yixian roared angrily. 2 formless, majestic forces blasted out of his mouth and met the 2 half-moonlight slashes that were coming at him. Although the 2 half-moonlight slashes were only 3,000 feet long, they were completely disproportionate to Yixian's enormous body. Even if they hit his body, it would only leave a small wound. However, this green ox was at the 7th level of the Marquis Immortal Realm. In order to escape, it had used all of its power. Although the 2 half-moonlight slashes didn't look impressive, the energy it contained was terrifying. If there were no accidents, the slashes would definitely leave a deep wound on his body. It would be fine if he couldn't avoid them, but Yixian had the ability to disperse them. There was no need for him to stupidly take them head-on. With his current strength as an undying emperor, even if he only shot out 2 majestic forces in a hurry, it was enough to disperse a level 7 undying level 7 being's energy slash. At the same time, Yixian's fist that was originally heading towards the front quietly changed its direction. It no longer smashed towards the stage 7 Azure Ox, nor did it target the black arachnid. Although the latter's bloodline ability was strange, after the ripples spread out, it had already temporarily sealed the space behind Yixian within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Even the hundreds of immortal realm-old monsters seemed to be stuck in a swamp and could not get out at all, not to mention the 10 camps of captives behind them and the millions of battleships of survivors in the void. But all of this didn't matter. At most, it would only delay the progress of this battle. At least, it would cause no harm to the army behind Yixian. Therefore, he didn't rush to attack the black bug. Instead, he changed his direction slightly and went straight for the star blood crocodile that was swinging its giant tail and creating a terrifying shockwave. This guy was the real threat. Although this threat wasn't to Yixian, killing his undying subordinates behind him was more unforgivable than attacking Yixian directly. This guy had to be killed. Hong! Hong! Long! Long following Yixian's punch, the incomparably terrifying invisible shockwave formed by the swinging of the star blood crocodile's enormous tail was instantly dispersed. Even the large number of sharp barbs that were shot out from his huge crocodile tail amidst the invisible shockwave were turned into ashes in an instant. The explosion shook the sky and a large part of the space collapsed again. But all of this wasn't the end. How could an emperor's punch only have this much power? In fact, the terrifying power of this punch had only been reduced by 30% after destroying the shockwave formed by the star blood crocodile swinging its giant tail. In the blink of an eye, The remaining 70% of the majestic power directly blasted onto the body of the starry sky blood crocodile. No! This guy swung its giant tail and set off a terrifying shockwave like a hurricane. He turned around immediately. He originally thought that the star-violent ape in front of him would turn around to protect the close to 100 undying subordinates behind it. However, he obviously underestimated the strength of an emperor, and he didn't expect the star-violent ape to be so huge. The star-violent ape was so huge, and the energy and blood in its body were so majestic. At this moment, he saw that the star-violent ape didn't dodge or turn around to protect the more than 100 undying subordinates behind it. Instead, it used brute force to break through the attack. Without hesitation, it turned around and threw a punch at him. Moreover, the invisible shockwave that he had unleashed with all his strength collapsed at the first moment. The giant fist that was like a meteor was already rapidly approaching him. As his heart trembled, he raised his head and let out a roar filled with unwillingness and resentment. Hong! In the next moment, before the vicious roar from the starry sky blood crocodile's mouth could be heard, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The meteor-like giant fist of the star-violent ape hit his body directly. Without any suspense, it destroyed this marquee-level undying star blood crocodile into a mist of blood and flesh that spread out. Shio! A weak sound broke through the air. The star-violent ape waved its left hand, and an invisible shockwave swept up. In the blink of an eye, the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the star blood crocodile's body was absorbed into its body and sent into the Shun Nong cauldron, where it began to condense the blood essence. At the same time, his figure suddenly turned around and took a large stride in the void, rushing towards the right side of the distance. This direction was the direction that the black bug with an unknown bloodline was escaping in. After all, the other party was also a marquee-level undying, and its bloodline ability was the type that could form a powerful sealing effect on the void. It was obvious that its ability to escape was extraordinary. Yi Xian had only used less than 2 breaths of time to kill the starry blood crocodile with a single punch. However, this black arachnid, who had attacked at the same time as the starry blood crocodile and then turned around to flee, had actually fled tens of millions of kilometers away in such a short period of time. It was almost at the end of Yi Xian's line of sight. This ability to escape made even Yi Xian sigh. If he gave the other party a little more time, even if it was only a few minutes, it would be difficult to find him later. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to escape far in the end. The star blood crocodile was too weak and died with one punch, and the green bull didn't attack the subordinates behind Yi Xian, so he didn't feel too threatened and didn't want to pay attention to it for the time being. Therefore, the time that this black bug earned to escape was still not enough. It was just too short. You can't escape. A cold voice came out of its mouth. Before it finished speaking, the giant star-violent ape disappeared from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already 20 million miles away. Chapter 42:35. Li. Seeing Yi Xian chasing from behind, in the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000,000 miles away. With his huge body, this was definitely close combat distance. The black Zerg with an unknown bloodline let out a shrill shriek again. Its already fast body increased in speed in the blink of an eye, and a circle of seemingly solid ripples swept past behind it. This time, the black bug was obviously going all out. He was using all his strength. Against an emperor, he knew that his bloodline ability couldn't form an effective seal. Hence, as he howled, the ripple formed from his bloodline ability rippled out from behind him. In an instant, it formed a counterforce. It was a repulsive force. Unfortunately, even though the recoil had increased his speed greatly, to a space berserk ape with the strength of an emperor-level undying, all of this was just a trick. It wasn't something that could be considered elegant, and it didn't have much practical use. Have you been forced into a corner? You actually used such a move. As an official level undying, don't you think your current state is a little too unbearable? Against all this, Yi Xian could only laugh coldly. Before he even finished his words, his body flashed once more and vanished. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of life and death crisis rose from the bottom of the heart of this black insectoid with an unknown bloodline. He almost subconsciously stopped his body and suddenly paused in the void. At the same time, he let out a shrill and fearful plea. Don't kill me, I surrender. Shio. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared hundreds of thousands of miles in front of him, just in time to hear the other party's words of submission and begging for mercy. However, Yi Xian obviously didn't intend to accept it. The space berserk ape's lips curled into a smile filled with tyrannical energy. Without hesitation, he punched out, "Surrender? I'm sorry, my underlings have just submitted. If I don't kill you, I'm afraid their morale will be affected. Your surrender. I won't accept." Li, hearing that he had already put down his dignity as an official level undying and begged for mercy, the other party still wasn't willing to let him go. And the reason was to appease the close to 100 undying underlings he had just ambushed. The black bug was furious. He raised his head and let out an unwilling howl. At this moment he was filled with resentment. Rumble! In the next moment, before he could finish his sentence, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The space berserk ape's meteor-like huge fist smashed into the black bug's body. Without any suspense, it destroyed the black bug's body, turning this official level undying into a bloody mist. Shoo! The space berserk ape waved its left hand, and an invisible wave of air swept up. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the black bug's body was absorbed into its body and sent into the Shen-known cauldron, where it began to condense the second blood essence. At the same time, its body turned around and suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already 20 million miles away, and it quickly returned. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact from the time Yi Xian attacked until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths of time. It only took him 2 breaths to kill the space blood crocodile. Then it took him 3 breaths to chase after the black bug. Then it took him 1 breath to kill it with 1 punch. In addition, it took Yi Xian about 3 breaths of time to return. In total, it took him 9 breaths. However, although 9 breaths of time was very short, for a powerful ferocious beast with the terrifying cultivation base of late Marquis Immortal Realm, there were too many things it could do. Amongst the 3 Marquis-level ferocious beast commanders in this ancient restricted area of the starry sky, the Green Bull's cultivation was the strongest. It had already attained the 7th rank of the Immortal Realm, and it was only 2 ranks away from perfection. Even the strength of the first level of the Undying Realm was only 3 levels away from Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between these 3 ranks wasn't within the same realm. Instead, it was the difference between an official and emperor level Undying. Therefore, even though there was only a difference of 3 levels, the Green Bull was destined to be crushed by Yi Xian in his current state. He was well aware of this, and he knew it better than anyone else. Therefore, when it opened its mouth and spat out 2 half-moonlight slashes that were 3,000 feet long, this Green Bull didn't even look at the result. It immediately turned around and fled far away. It was even faster than the starry sky blood crocodile and the black insect race by a breath. From the beginning to the end, it had definitely been more than 10 breaths of time since he started fleeing. In addition, his cultivation was the strongest. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the distance the green ox fled wasn't the slightest bit closer to the black arachnid that Yi Xian had just killed. Now it was already more than 80 million kilometers away, even exceeding the naked eye of the starry sky berserk ape. The limit of the visual moment. Unfortunately, all of this was just fleeting clouds. There was no meaning in it at all. When an undying realm fully teleported, even a first-level emperor could reach 20 million miles away. Although the Green Bull had already fled 80 million miles away, to Yi Xian it was just a few teleportations away. Without caring about the energy in his body, Yi Xian teleported 5 times consecutively. Within a few breaths of time, he had already crossed 100 million miles of space. With the last teleportation, his huge body appeared 1 million miles away from the Green Bull. The latter's figure that was flashing with extreme speed stopped abruptly, and after he let out a snort, he saw the starry sky ferocious ape snort coldly before swinging its right arm with the intention of smashing a punch towards him, and it terrified him to the point his entire body shivered on the spot. He almost blurted out, "Boss, please spare me. I'm willing to surrender. I have the remains of a 9-tailed sky fox treasure body from the ancient desolate era. I'm willing to serve you and let you order me around in the future. Besides, I've always been honest. I didn't attack those undying beings just now. Boss, you don't have to worry about them being suspicious. I don't want to die." Facing an undying marquis with such a strange temperament, Yi Xian was a bit drunk. He really didn't like the cowardly character of the old green ox. He reckoned that he wouldn't have much of a future after taking it in as a subordinate. However, the temptation of the corpse of a primordial supreme being nine-tailed heavenly fox was still quite extraordinary to Yi Xian. At the very least, it was far better than this cowardly green ox in front of him. Chapter 42-36. Boss, what this old cow said is true. The remains of the primordial ancient nine-tailed heavenly fox treasure body are under the planet that this old cow is in charge of. This old cow can bring you there to take a look later. Seeing that Yi Xian had really stopped the punch in his hand, the rank 7 green ox's eyes instantly lit up. He hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and hurriedly said, "In addition, for this forbidden area in the starry sky, this old cow is actually an outsider. I only came from outside more than 1,000 years ago, so there is no old cow here. A direct descendant." At this point, the Tier 7 green ox pointed in the distance behind him. "Don't think that I am the strongest beast commander in this forbidden area of the starry sky. However, for the past 1,000 years, I have been ostracized by the starry sky blood crocodile and that black arachnid. The two of them are the original commanders of this place. However, this old ox has always obeyed in public but opposed in private. The two of them are in cahoots. I don't have a sense of belonging here at all. For more than 1,000 years my entire heart has been like a rootless duckweed. I've drifted so far that I almost have nothing to live for. Until today I met you, boss. This is truly pitiful. I finally feel like I've found an organization. Boss, you are my birth father." "Stop." Seeing that this shameless fellow was getting more and more ridiculous, the violent ape of stars was speechless. If this continued, he probably wouldn't know what kind of words he would say in a while. Under the chill in his heart, Yi Xian immediately shouted and stopped in time. It had to be said that this Tier 7 green ox was really not an ordinary weirdo. Just now his eyes were slightly red. Now that Yi Xian suddenly shouted, the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. He immediately clamped his tail and stood there obediently. A solemn expression appeared on his face. His solemn expression was truly one of obedience. Other than him, there was probably no one else who could be a Tier 7 conferred marquis. Sighing in his heart, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He also turned his head and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Just now, the 100 immortal realm old monsters, the captive army, and more than 100 million starships behind him were all trapped in a vast void with a radius of millions of kilometers because of the bloodline talent of the black arachnid. It was as if they were trapped in a swamp and could not move at all. However, at this moment, because the black arachnid with an unknown bloodline had been killed, the vast sealed void with a radius of millions of kilometers in the battlefield was quietly unsealed and returned to normal. The 100 immortal realm old monsters who had been holding back their fury charged out as soon as possible, followed by the 10 square arrays of the captive army, and the million arachnids of the survivors of Shangji. After they charged out, they launched their cannons immediately. When Yi Xian turned around and looked at the battlefield, there was already a fierce battle in the void. The buffer zone with a radius of millions of kilometers between the two armies was no longer visible. More than 200 immortal realm old monsters, billions of ferocious beasts from the forbidden area, and an equal number of starships and arachnids were all fighting at the same moment. At this moment they clashed and killed each other. The void that was more than 20 million li away was incomparably chaotic, and rumbling sounds filled the sky. "Big brother, those ferocious beasts from the forbidden area are not good guys. They have been colluding with the star blood crocodile and the black arachnid all the time. I couldn't vent my anger until I killed them all. I've been dissatisfied with them for a long time." Seeing Yi Xian's action, the level 7 green ox not far away immediately guessed something. His eyes darted around, and he quickly moved closer and glared at the area where the battle was going on in the distance. He changed the topic and continued, "However, among the more than 100 immortal level ferocious beast leaders, there are some who are like old Neo. They are gentle and pure creatures. In fact, they have not had a sense of belonging to this place all these years. They are just hoping that you will come and save them soon. Why don't I call them over and greet you together? Of course, if you don't like them, I'll immediately slap them to death one by one. Who asked them to be so ugly? It's their fault for making you unhappy." The green ox's tone carried a sense of probing as it spoke carefully. Of course, if you don't like them, I'll immediately slap them to death. There was really no one else who was as shameless as him. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the level 7 green ox with a strange expression. After pondering for a while, he nodded slightly. Remember, don't accept those who have a large number of bloodline descendants. This was something that could not be helped. Even Yi Xian was envious of the 100 or so immortal realm ferocious beasts from the forbidden area. On one hand, he wanted to keep them and take them as his generals, but on the other hand, he wanted to kill them all and refine them into blood essence. Unfortunately, this matter could not be done at the same time. He turned his head and looked at the bloody battlefield in front of him. He was pondering over this problem. Now that he heard this thick-skinned green ox's words, he made a decision. Most of the immortal realm ferocious beast leaders had clearly left behind many bloodline descendants in this forbidden area. For example, the subblood greedy wolf and the 2-star violent apes that Yi Xian had killed last time were mostly of the same bloodline as them on the life stars they guarded. Obviously, these immortal realm ferocious beast leaders could not be left alive. Otherwise, their bloodline descendants would be killed, and they would definitely harbor hatred in their hearts, unable to truly submit. On the other hand, this level 7 green ox was originally an outsider. At this moment, he was trying to plead with Yi Xian. He definitely wanted to save the ferocious beast leaders who were on good terms with him. Those who could be on good terms with this fellow were probably in the same situation as him. They were all lone wolves. There was no harm in taking in some of these immortal realm ferocious beast leaders. It could also strengthen and improve the strength of his subordinates to a certain extent. Alright, big brother, just watch. This old ox will definitely bring back those who meet the conditions. In reality, the situation was not much different from what Yi Xian had expected. Hearing that he agreed, the level 7 green ox immediately grinned. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around and shot toward the battlefield in front of him. After a short while, more than 20 immortal realm ferocious beast leaders followed behind him. They cowered and trembled as they arrived in front of Yi Xian. They stopped in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of bloodlines. Basically, they were the kind that were difficult to breed. The race of their descendants was indeed a group of lone wolves. Why are you trembling? You bunch of fellows, why aren't you worshipping? Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to be satisfied with the 20 immortal realm ferocious beasts he brought, the level 7 green ox's tail, which was originally tucked behind his back, immediately swung proudly. The big ox stared at the 20 or so ferocious beast leaders and reprimanded them on the spot. This is the big brother I just acknowledged, which means he is your big brother. Hurry up and call for help. Chapter 42:37. The 20 or so immortal rank ferocious beasts brought by the rank 7 green ox were indeed all alone. Judging from their expressions, they were obviously not welcomed in this forbidden land of stars. They belonged to a group of leaders who were ostracized. Therefore, at this moment, a large number of ferocious beasts were killed in the battlefield behind them. Not only was there no sadness on their faces, but they also looked relieved. This was already the request of the talisman Empress Yi Xian. He immediately nodded, then raised his hand and pointed at the battlefield behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Go, return to the battlefield. I won't force you. If you want to surrender, I don't care if you join forces or fight alone. Each of you will kill an immortal rank ferocious beast leader. Roar! Screech!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so immortal rank ferocious beast leaders immediately turned around, roaring furiously as they rushed to the battlefield behind them. Obviously, they had made their choice. "Boss, I'll go kill one or two too." To Yi Xian's surprise, as the 20 or so immortal rank ferocious beast leaders left quickly, the rank 7 green ox on the side immediately turned around and rushed to the battlefield while muttering, "Although I'm gentle and don't like to kill, I'm doing this for you, boss. I'll do it. Moo!" Seeing this scene, a black line appeared on Yi Xian's forehead once again. At this moment, he suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed that accepting this shameless green ox that was at the 7th level of the immortal marquee realm wasn't a good thing. It was too troublesome. Who knew how many more moths it would create in the future? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, his figure disappeared from the spot. After 2 flashes, he directly appeared thousands of miles away from the battlefield in the void. He didn't make a move, but just stood in the void like an outsider, watching the vast expanse of the void that stretched for more than 2,000 miles. Thousands of miles of the battlefield originally. There were more than 100 immortal rank ferocious beast leaders in this forbidden land of stars, while Yi Xian only had 98 immortal rank old monsters under him. In terms of high-end battle strength, Yi Xian's side was at a disadvantage. But now, as Greenox took away more than 20 immortal rank ferocious beast leaders and joined Yi Xian's side, they left the battlefield and returned quickly. They instantly turned against Yi Xian. The high-end battle strength of both sides immediately decreased and increased. With the addition of Greenox, an immortal rank marquis, the situation completely reversed. Yi Xian's side now had the upper hand. As such, he naturally didn't need to make a move. It was a good opportunity to train his subordinates and sharpen their skills. Hong! Not far to the right, a shocking explosion sounded. Yi Xian turned around and happened to see an immortal rank ferocious beast leader of the enemy side being killed by the three-clawed flood dragon. The three-clawed flood dragon's strength had reached rank 7 immortal rank, while the immortal rank ferocious beast leader it killed was only rank 4 immortal rank. There was a big difference in strength, so it was natural that the immortal rank ferocious beast leader was killed so quickly. Xiu! Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately made a move and swept the remains of the immortal rank ferocious beast leader over. During this process he directly crushed the remains into the purest blood mist, and directly absorbed it into his body, sending it into the Shenong cauldron to condense blood essence. Almost at the same time, 2 earth-shattering explosions rang out from the void on the left side one after the other. Turning around, it turned out that the shameless rank 7 Greenox had made a move. The 2 immortal rank ferocious beast leaders this old guy had picked were both at peak rank 9. They should be from the same clan as the Starry Blood Crocodile and the Black Insect clan. Although they were extremely powerful, they didn't even have a chance to fight back when facing a terrifying Greenox with rank 7 Marquis immortal rank. They were blasted into 2 clouds of blood mist. Alright, there's no need for you to make a move. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately stopped the rank 7 Greenox from making another move. Otherwise, with him alone, the remaining 100 or so ferocious beast leaders from the enemy camp would soon be wiped out. In this way, the purpose of refining weapons would be gone. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand again. 2 invisible forces swept out, directly absorbing the boundless blood mist that exploded from the bodies of the 2 immortal-level beasts into his body, sending it into the Shenong cauldron to condense the blood essence. At this moment, the shameless Greenox, who had made a move to kill the 2 ferocious beast leaders and had perfectly expressed his sincerity, had already turned around and hurried back. At this moment, he had completely let down his guard against Yi Xian. He had completely treated himself as a loyal lackey. He didn't suspect that Yi Xian would make a move on him at all. Therefore, when he returned this time, he directly went behind Yi Xian. The distance was very close. He stood there with his 2 back hooves, but his front hooves were crossed in front of his chest. He was completely like a gold medal fighter and bodyguard. Yi Xian was intoxicated by this scene and kept rolling his eyes. Similar scenes kept happening one after another. To the 100 or so immortal rank ferocious beast leaders in this powerful forbidden land of stars, today was definitely a disaster day. 2 of the 3 marquis immortal rank commanders in the forbidden land were dead and 1 surrendered. Even more than 20 immortal rank leaders like them had surrendered to the enemy. In fact, the remaining 100 or so ferocious beast leaders all had the same thought. Unfortunately, the enemy didn't accept their surrender at all. They could only fight to the death. Unfortunately, in the distant void, there was still an immortal rank emperor observing the battle, including that shameless traitorous Greenox commander. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of survival at all. These 100 or so ferocious beast leaders had already lost all their will to fight. Their minds were in chaos. In less than half a day, they were completely killed. All the remains of the immortal rank leaders were crushed into a cloud of blood mist by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. He immediately absorbed it into his body and sent it into the Shenong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. However, even though the 100 or so sempiternal realm ferocious beasts had been killed, there were simply too many ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of starry sky. There were more than 100 million ferocious beasts. The battle that followed was still ongoing. Almost a day later, this shocking bloody massacre finally came to an end. Almost all the 100 million ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were killed. Only a few million ferocious beasts remained because they were chosen by the survivors of Sangji Star and kept as mounts. Because of this, they were safe. After a day and a half, the battle ended. Next, it was time to count the spoils of war. For the expedition army, this battle's harvest was shocking. There were more than 100 million ferocious beast remains, not to mention there were more than 100 life stars. On each life star, there were a large number of ferocious beasts stored. Chapter 4238. In the void, all kinds of battleships in the 10 square arrays of the captive army had scattered, including the million starry sky battleships of the survivors of Mulberry Orchid Star. Their main mission was to collect all the remains of the ferocious beasts in the space. Then they would enter the 100+ life stars in the space forbidden zone to search for cultivation resources and other spoils of war. As for Yi Xian, his mind was currently immersed in the Shinong cauldron within his body. As far as the eye could see, 137 blood essences had long been condensed within the belly of the volcano. They quietly floated above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Among them, there were 135 normal immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences, and only 2 marquee immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences. Yi Xian didn't plan on using these blood essences for the time being. Especially the 2 marquee immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences. They were one of the main ingredients for the level 22 pill in the future. The level 21 pill required normal immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences. Last time Yi Xian used 5 immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences to refine the level 21 pill. Although the perfect formula for the level 22 pill hadn't been derived yet, according to his estimation, he would need at least 5 marquee immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences to refine the level 22 pill. This was a top-tier resource that could only be obtained after killing an marquee immortal rank. It was very hard to get. Hence, even though Yi Xian was sure that he would have a breakthrough after consuming the 2 marquee immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences, he still didn't give up. However, after some hesitation, he gave up on this plan in the end. In any case, he had to store up the 5 blood essences of marquee level immortality level blood essences for the grade 22 pill. He didn't even plan on using the 100 normal immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences right away. After all, other than the level 22 pill he was using, he still had to refine some level 21 pills as backup. He still had more than 60 vials of level 20 elixir that could create an immortal rank, but he only had 1 level 21 pill that could create an immortal rank. He had to refine some later. Of course, refining a level 21 pill only required 5 immortal rank ferocious beast blood essences and various other top-notch resources. Yi Xian now had more than 100 immortal rank vicious beast blood essences in his hands. He could use a portion of them to refine a level 21 pill, while the rest could be consumed to improve his cultivation base and strength. However, he was not in a hurry. After all the ferocious beast's blood essence had been condensed, what he was most concerned about now was the remains of the 9-tailed celestial fox that the shameless level 7 green ox had mentioned before. Swish! With a thought, all the blood essences turned into streaks of light and shot into the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Immediately after, Yi Xian's consciousness retreated and turned to look at the level 7 green ox. Let's go. Bring me to see the remains of the 9-tailed celestial fox you mentioned earlier. Boss, this way please. The rank 7 Azure Ox had obviously expected that Yi Xian would ask about this matter first after the battle ended. Therefore, when it heard his words, it wasn't surprised in the slightest. It put down the pair of front hooves in front of its chest and no longer stood up. As it spoke, it spread its 4 hooves and immediately led the way. He flew toward the largest star among the hundreds of stars with life in the distance. Yi Xian stepped forward and followed closely behind it. As for his body size, it had returned to its original height of 30 meters because he had retreated from the 9 transformation Devil 8 bloodline ability. Could not be helped. Although the terrifying body size of 30 million meters was strong, it was not convenient and could not be maintained at all times. Since he had retreated from the 9 transformation Devil 8 bloodline ability, Yi Xian's cultivation base had dropped from level 1 immortal to level 4 marquee immortal. He was weaker than the level 7 green ox in front of him by 3 small levels. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all that the green ox would betray him and suddenly attack him. If the green bull of the seventh step really had such thoughts, Yi Xian would be able to instantly enter the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape with a single thought. At that time, when the strength of the immortal emperor stage 1 returned, he would definitely torture this shameless and thick-skinned green bull to death. The other party clearly understood this as well. Therefore, even though he suspected that Yi Xian's original cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Marquis Immortal, and wasn't his match at all, the rank 7 Azure Ox still didn't dare to act rashly. On one hand, the enemy had a terrifying bloodline ability. With a thought, he could transform into a 10,000 tall raging ape, and his strength would instantly rise to emperor level. On the other hand, when Yi Xian first came here, he was surrounded by the rank 7 green ox, the starry sky blood crocodile, and the black arachnid. He was clearly surrounded, but his mysterious method of disappearing without a trace in an instant caused the rank 7 green ox to be extremely fearful. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the life star that he was overseeing under the guidance of the green ox of the 7th step. Just as he entered the atmosphere of this enormous life star, an extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth assaulted his face. Yi Xian spread his spirit sense and scanned the entire surface and ocean of the life star. He saw a large amount of top-level treasures that even he was envious of. After all, this was the base of an immortal. There were too many treasures here. It must be the same in the life star blood crocodile and the black bug race. Big brother, now that I'm already your ox, of course these top-notch treasures in my nest belong to you, big brother. Just take it as a token of appreciation from this old ox. Please don't reject it, big brother. You must accept it. Seeing Yi Xian's envious eyes, the green ox did not feel any heartache. He directly expressed that he would give everything to Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse, but there was no need to rush to collect them now. In any case, all of the top-notch treasures in the starry sky blood crocodile and the black arachnid's nest would appear on the list of spoils of war and be delivered to Yi Xian. At that time he would collect them all together. It would appear more generous. However, the attitude of this shameless green ox in front of him made Yi Xian's heart tremble. He looked at him with deep meaning. After that, the corner of his mouth slowly rose into a playful smile. Old ox, seems like you have something to ask of me. Yes, yes, yes. Boss is wise. Nothing can escape your eyes. Chapter 4239. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the rank 7 green ox had already made his move. With a raise of his hooves, a huge explosion sounded out. A mountain in front of him was directly blasted apart, revealing a huge space within the mountain. There was nothing else in this huge space, only the remains of a 9-tailed fox. Clearly, it was the rank 7 green ox's treasure that had been stored here. This treasure was extremely large, over 30,000 meters in size. Its entire body was silvery white, and there was not a single strand of hair on it. Behind the heavenly fox's body, there were a total of 9 furry silvery white tails. However, there were many damages on its body. Clearly, it had experienced a very tragic battle before it died. Close to a quarter of its enormous body was missing. However, this 9-tailed fox was an existence that was second only to the primordial supreme beings like the golden divine dragon and the void tortoise. Even though it had fallen countless years ago, its body was still full of vitality. The silver blood that flowed out of its wounds had not even coagulated yet. However, this treasure body of a primordial supreme being did not emit an overly powerful aura. It was probably related to the 9-tailed fox's bloodline. On the other hand, it was also because the rank 7 green ox had used some kind of method on this treasure body, restraining its pressure to a certain extent. After all, the green ox was also in existence with the strength of a rank 7 marquis. Although his temperament was so strange that it made people speechless, his combat strength and methods could not be ignored. Looking at the sparkling remains of the 9-tailed fox, Yi Xian's eyes shot out strands of light. Just as he was about to wave his hand and absorb them into his body and send them to the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong domain for safekeeping, the Yanluo of the undying world in his body suddenly throbbed at an extremely high frequency. Yi Xian's movements instantly froze. Swish! With a thought, the Yanluo was directly taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world in his body. It floated in the air in front of him and unfolded in the wind, transforming into a pink silk that was 300 meters long. It was suffused with a dense pink mist and revealed a mysterious and blurred aura. In the next moment, 3 jade legs that were pure white like snow stretched out from within the silk cloth that was suffused with dense pink mist, and it was extremely alluring. The rank 7 azure ox at the side was caught off guard and fell to the ground with a thump. When he finally got up with great difficulty, Corpse Ancestor Hamba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Ching, and the Desolate Lady of Lightning, the 3 famous and powerful cultivators of the desolate world, had already walked out of the Yen Luo. One was passionate and cold, one was mysterious and enchanting, and the other was cold and stern with a soul-stirring charm. It could be said that each of them had their own temperament, but no matter if it was their figure or face, they were the best of the best and dazzling. Even though Yi Xian was already familiar with them, when he saw 3 beautiful cultivators appear in front of him at the same time, all of them smiled and bowed, calling him master. At this moment he suddenly had an urge to not be able to control himself. Seeing his embarrassment, the 3 beautiful cultivators of the primordial world immediately chuckled. Different postures, motionless movements, but all of their beautiful eyes were overflowing with color, causing Yi Xian to feel his mouth go dry. He quickly shifted his attention to the cultivation strength of Hanba and the other 2 women. Only then did he shockingly discover that after not seeing them for a period of time, when the 3 women woke up from their slumber again, they actually all had the cultivation strength of the immortal realm, although they were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the immortal realm. Even though it was the early stage of this realm, it was still shocking enough. However, when he thought about how the 3 of them were all almighty figures of the primordial era that were second only to the golden divine dragon and the void giant turtle, he thought about how the 3 of them were all almighty figures of the primordial era that were second only to the golden divine dragon and the void giant turtle. Now that they had reconstructed their treasure bodies, it was as if they had been reborn, and their cultivation strength did not need to be cultivated at all. To them, the sudden increase in strength was just like a recovery. Yi Xian was also then, he felt relieved. More importantly, the speed of his own cultivation strength did not seem to be lagging behind the 3 beauties of the primordial world who called him master. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Big brother, these 3 peerless beauties should be sisters-in-law, right? At this moment, the Tier 7 green ox had already recovered from its initial shock. With a shake of its body, it immediately ran behind Yi Xian with its 4 hooves raised. It looked at the drought demon and the other 2 women, as if it was an obedient servant. As he spoke, he did not wait for Yi Xian to respond. He greeted the 3 women on the spot. Hello, sisters-in-law. Old ox pays his respects to sisters-in-law. Hello, sisters-in-law. Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. What made him even more speechless was that the 3 women did not say anything to refute this title. Although they did not nod in agreement on the spot, the way they looked at the rank 7 green ox clearly carried a sense of approval. They seemed very close, causing the old thing to jump up in joy on the spot and excitedly. He kept spinning in circles on the spot, extremely happy. Alright, there's nothing for you to do here. Go do what you need to do. Facing this scene, Yi Xian really didn't have the strength to complain. He rolled his eyes and directly chased away the Tier 7 green ox behind him. Then he coughed lightly and quickly changed the topic. He asked the 3 women. Just now you sent a message in the Yen Luo, saying that you have something important to report. What is it? In fact, Yi Xian already had a guess about this matter, but he had not confirmed it. At this moment, seeing that he had asked about this serious matter, the corpse ancestor drought demon, who was most familiar with Yi Xian, immediately turned around and pointed at the huge wreckage in the mountain that had been blasted open in the distance. He smiled slightly and said, "This wreckage is the true body of the heavenly fox sister." What? Among the 7 great beauties, one of them is actually a 9-tailed heavenly fox? Although Yi Xian had vaguely guessed this point at this moment, when the corpse ancestor drought demon confirmed it personally, he was still shocked and exclaimed softly. In the Yen Luo, a total of 7 primordial beauties were sealed in the Yen Luo. These 7 primordial beauties were all powerful people in the primordial era, second only to the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. Now that they had awakened and had been reborn with the help of Yi Xian, only the corpse ancestor drought demon, the corpse ancestor Ho Qing, and the primordial lightning mother had reconstructed their bodies. The remaining 4 were only in the state of 4 primordial spiritual senses, and were in a deep sleep. Yixian didn't even know who they were. But judging from the current situation, the 4th primordial beauty was obviously about to be born. She was the 9-tailed heavenly fox that Drought Demon mentioned at this moment. Yes, the heavenly fox sister is indeed one of the 7 great beauties. Chapter 4240. She can reconstruct her treasure body immediately? And it's made from the remains of her previous life's treasure body? Upon hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. His breathing quickened as he asked, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean the 9-tailed celestial fox can immediately regain her previous life's cultivation? Even if she can't reach the level of a powerful figure in the primordial era, she should be able to reach the level of a quasi-powerful figure in the primordial era, right?" It was no wonder that he was so excited. If he really had a general at the level of a powerful figure in the primordial era, even a titled immortal emperor would have to kneel down and submit to her. By then she could do whatever she wanted in this void space. Yixian didn't know how many times he'd thought about such a good thing. When he'd just rescued the void tortoise, he'd already had such thoughts. The giant void tortoise's strength was even more terrifying. He had never fallen and had lived from the primordial era until now. Unfortunately, that old tortoise wasn't something that Yixian could control. He probably only listened to the headless infant corpse. Therefore, Yixian only thought about it in his heart. But now it was different. He had already refined the Yanluo, and the 7 spiritual sources of the primordial era sealed in it had already recognized him as their master. If the 9-tailed celestial fox could regain her previous life's cultivation, she could only listen to Yixian because of the constraints of the master-servant contract, even if she was much stronger than Yixian. This was a powerful figure in the primordial era that could be controlled at will. It was impossible to not be tempted. "Master, you think too much." Hearing that Yixian had such high expectations for the 9-tailed celestial fox, the 3 girls were speechless. Corpse Ancestor and Drought Demon shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They were speechless. Beside them, the desolate Electro Lady covered her mouth and smiled. He took over the conversation and explained, although the Sky Fox sister obtained the remains of the previous incarnation's treasure body as a material to reconstruct the real body, it is impossible for her to directly restore the peak strength of her previous incarnation. At most, she will have a higher starting point than us after we reconstruct the treasure body, unless there are no accidents. If there's no accident, she should be around the immortal realm. Only the immortal realm? That's too low. Hearing the words of the desolate lightning goddess, Yixian's entire body went cold. The supreme being of the desolate era that he had been expecting had turned into an immortal old monster in the blink of an eye. This difference was too great and it was truly unacceptable. However, no matter how much he couldn't accept it, he still had to accept it in the end. After a period of depression, Yixian quickly adjusted his state of mind. No matter what, he had at least one more immortal level general under his command, and one that was absolutely loyal. His cultivation speed was even comparable to his own. Who knows, the next time he wakes up from his slumber, he might even become an official level undying. He's not master's master need to reconstruct the celestial fox true body. Reconstruct her true body in the Fang Mountain. Master ancestor corpse corpse. Corpse ancestor's body. Ho Qing the corpse ancestor smiled faintly. As he spoke, he pointed at the desolate antiquity treasure, Yanluo, which was floating in the void in front of him. Master, you just need to watch. The heavenly fox sister is ready to attack. She's just waiting for your approval. Now that you've agreed, she must be impatient. Swish. As soon as Ho Qing finished speaking, a scorching silver-white light shot out from the smoke net in front of him. It was extremely fast, directly shooting towards the mountainside that had been blasted open by the Class 7 Green Ox. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the heavenly fox treasure body in the middle of the mountain. It flashed and disappeared into the space between its eyebrows. In the next moment, the huge heavenly fox treasure body in the middle of the mountain suddenly bloomed with a scorching silver light. Its aura instantly increased, and it even revealed a touch of spirituality. For a moment, Yixian even had an illusion. that the celestial fox, which had been dead for countless years, had come back to life. But this was obviously impossible. The reason why Yixian felt that the aura of the treasure body had suddenly become lively was actually because the celestial fox's spiritual sense in the Yanluo had separated a wisp of energy and entered the treasure body's remains, forming a resonance with it. Just as Yixian was dumbfounded, the mountainside in front of him suddenly bloomed with an intense silver light that was dazzling even to him. Yixian subconsciously closed his eyes. When he looked again, he realized that the huge celestial fox treasure body's remains had actually separated at this moment. The solution had disappeared. Countless tiny silver lights appeared in the belly of the mountain. They carried a lively aura. Under the guidance of the blazing silver light that had been shot out from the smoke silk net, they quickly soared up and transformed into a silver river. They directly entered the smoke silk net that was fluttering in the wind ahead. This process only lasted for about a dozen breaths. When everything was over, the huge celestial fox treasure body in the mountainside in front of him had completely disappeared. Even the three ancient beautiful cultivators in front of him, such as Shizhu and Hamba, had already turned around with a smile and entered the Yanluo. Silver Fox thanks Master for the kindness of rebirth. This time the treasure body needs to be reconstructed immediately. I can't come out to thank Master in person. I will thank Master when I wake up from my sleep in the future. Just as Yixian was in a daze, a soft and delicate voice suddenly came from the Yanluo in front of him, which was fluttering in the wind. Yixian felt his bones lighten. As expected of the celestial fox who was famous for her charm. Just a few words had such power. Yixian was a little frightened. When he came back to his senses, the celestial fox's soft voice had already disappeared. It was obvious that she was about to enter a deep sleep. Yixian suddenly thought of something and immediately said softly, "Wait a minute, I haven't given you a greeting gift." Of course Hamba, Hoqing, and the Lightning Mother also have a share. In short, resources will be provided to you in full. Recover your cultivation strength as soon as possible. After saying that, Yixian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, he took out 40 drops of all evil origin liquid, 4,000 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources from the undying world in his body. He divided them into 4 portions and directly threw them into the Yanluo. All of a sudden, they obtained so many cultivation resources, and all of them were top-grade items. Moreover, this time there was even a purple gold top-grade flesh medicine. The 4 beautiful cultivators were clearly quite surprised, and at the same time they were pleasantly surprised. Immediately there was a sound of delicate laughter. "Thank you, Master. See? Didn't I tell you? Master will always remember us when he has something good." He's so cute. The celestial fox is so lucky to have been reborn in this life. She has just been reborn and she already has someone doting on her. Chapter 42-41. As the cultivation resources were divided into 4 portions, they turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the Yanluo. The 4 desolate era beautiful cultivators giggled for a while and soon quieted down. There was no longer any enchanting laughter. Yixian waved his hand and kept the Yanluo into his undying world. Then, he turned around and rushed out of the big balloon of the life planet. He collided head-on with the rank 7 green ox who was waiting in the void outside. This old fellow was obviously not a good person. When he saw Yixian come out, he immediately raised his hooves and rushed over. With a wretched smile on his face, he kept asking Yixian, "Boss, did you feel good?" When these words entered his ears, Yixian was so shocked that he almost fell down in the void. In a fit of anger, he kicked the wretched green ox 100 miles away. Now, he really regretted taking this fellow under his command. He was simply too shameless and wretched. With such a character, I wonder how he managed to become one of the 3 great marquee commanders in this formidable forbidden area of the starry sky for over 1,000 years. After a moment of depression, Yixian soon calmed down. Not far away, the rank 7 green ox saw that he seemed to have calmed down. He raised his hooves and ran over again. When he turned his head to look, Yixian discovered that the battle in the void outside hadn't been completely cleaned up. After all, the scale of the previous battle wasn't small, and a large area of 20 million kilometers was covered. Over 100 million beasts from the forbidden area had been killed. And there were some casualties on their side as well. Even if there were casualties, it would still take some time to mobilize the army to clean up the battlefield. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He waited for another day. After a day, not only was everything in the void of the universe cleaned up, even the huge amount of cultivation resources in the 100 life planets, as well as the various other spoils of war, were all accounted for and recorded. After receiving the news, Yi Xian immediately issued an order for the higher-ups under his command to gather their respective armies and hold a general meeting. The meeting venue was the previous battlefield in the void. At the outermost periphery of the vast void were the 10 phalanxes of the captive army and the millions of battleships of the desolation survivors. They spread out in a vast expanse covering the vast void. The circles were divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was filled with the captive army and all the powerful beings from the desolation survivors, including the Star Masters, Domain Masters, Sector Masters, and so on. They were all present looking at a large area. The inner layer was made up of more than 100 imperishable old monsters, including the original 98 under Yi Xian and the 20 captives this time. In the middle of these imperishable old monsters was Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void of the starry sky. As for the rank 7 Azure Ox, it stood on its hind legs and stood behind Yi Xian with its front hooves crossed in front of its chest. It stared at the surroundings with a pair of ox eyes and looked around with vigilance. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a gold medal fighter and bodyguard. Old man. But they all had strange expressions on their faces. Can you sit down first? Yi Xian was speechless. He turned around and glared at him. The guy snorted and sat down with a grin. But he still didn't join the group of more than 100 imperishable old monsters. Instead, he sat down behind Yi Xian, as if he had to protect Yi Xian no matter what. He was going crazy. My lord, these are the spoils of war this time. They've been sorted and stored in small space boxes. The list is here. Soon the 3-clawed flood dragon stepped forward. As he spoke, he waved his hand and handed over a jade slip and more than a dozen small space boxes. He was in charge of counting the spoils of war this time. After all, he was the chairman of the captive parliament and had real power. Yi Xian took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. After that, he threw it back. Then, his divine sense entered the dozen small space boxes in front of him. Some of the small boxes were filled with the remains of the treasured bodies of the ferocious beasts from the forbidden areas. The other small boxes were sorted into different categories. They were filled with training resources, precious materials, precious medicines, various treasures and materials for forging weapons. Among them, all the top-grade resources in the planets where the 3 marquee Undying Lords were in charge were also collected. Seeing this, Yi Xian was envious. According to the previous agreement, 70% of these resources belonged to Yi Xian and his subordinates, and 30% belonged to the captive army. Yi Xian didn't intend to go back on his word. This was only the first battle, and there would be more battles to come. He couldn't be so short-sighted. Besides, the most precious spoils of war in this battle had already been collected by him. That was the blood essence of more than 100 ferocious beasts, and the remains of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't be greedy for the resources in the dozen small space boxes in front of him. Xiao! Xiao xiao xiao! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took a portion of the precious medicines and materials into his undying world. They were basically all the resources in the nests of the 3 marquee Undying Lords. As for the rest, he gave them away with a wave of his hand. 30% went to the 3-clawed serpent, 70% went to the group of Undying Lords on Sangji planet. After which he said, "These are the spoils of war. According to the previous agreement, we'll split them 30/70ths. Other than that, I've also collected some top-grade precious medicines, as well as the remains of some sector lord level and above forbidden lands. These will be refined into top-grade flesh medicine that can raise one's level. When the time comes, all my subordinates will have a share. As for the resources in your hands, you can save them or refine them into flesh medicine for the lower-level warriors to use. This will raise the overall strength of the entire army. As for the 30% of the spoils in the hands of the captive army, if you need to refine them into flesh medicine, you can just ask the Sangji tribe for help. We're all on the same side, we should help each other." Speaking up to here, Yi Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned around to look at the immortal realm old monsters of the tribe and asked, "Oh right, before this expedition, I asked all of you to bring along all the alchemy cauldrons on Mulberry's star. Has this matter been settled?" Immediately, an undying lord stood up and replied, "Master, all the cauldrons have been taken away. There's no more important resources on Sangji planet. There's no need to return." Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Before this battle, he didn't plan to go back. Even if he wanted to go back, he would activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and return directly. He didn't want to bring along a large group of subordinates. If that was the case, the delay on the way back would be too long. It was completely unnecessary. Chapter 42-42. In this battle, the punitive expedition army can be said to have gained a lot, and new blood has joined us. Turning his head and glancing at the subordinates around him, Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, "Next, we will continue to go to a new battlefield, but the next target of the punitive expedition has not been determined yet. This matter, this king will explore it later, and finally determine it. Before that, all the subordinates of the punitive expedition army will be stationed in this forbidden area. More than 100 life stars will be our temporary foothold, and it will be the same in the future. Wherever we go, we will stay there. Before the next punitive expedition, all the subordinates of the punitive expedition army, after refining the spoils of this battle into flesh medicine, and after the resources are distributed, all of you will enter seclusion and strive to push your own cultivation strength to another level before the next punitive expedition. This is our ultimate goal. Everything is for our own cultivation, to go faster and further on the road of cultivation." Finally, Yi Xian waved his hand. "Okay, all the punitive expedition army, each select a life star to settle down, and then start refining the flesh medicine. This king will also start the furnace again today, and refine a furnace of purple crystal top flesh medicine. After the completion, the resources will naturally be distributed, so leave quickly. Go." Boom! Rumble. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, a large number of battleships of the remnants of the punitive expedition army, under the guidance of the immortal realm old monsters, rushed to the life stars one by one. There was no doubt that the 12 tribes of the remnant people would each choose a life star. After settling down, they would immediately take out their cauldrons to attract the earth core fire and start another round of refining the flesh and blood medicines. Although the captive army did not have the ability and technology to refine the flesh medicine, Yi Xian had already said that everyone was on the same side, and they should love and help each other. Presumably, they would not miss this opportunity, and would definitely ask the remnants for help, and use the resources in their hands to refine the flesh medicine, and at the same time learn the refining techniques. None of this was something that Yi Xian needed to pay attention to. What he needed to do now was to use a portion of the resources he had just obtained to refine another cauldron of top-grade purple gold flesh medicine. After all, the higher-ups in the captive corps had not tasted the benefits of such a top-level medicine. It was time for them to taste some sweetness. In this way, they would work harder in the subsequent expeditions. Swish! With a flash of his body, Yi Xian immediately entered a life star, followed closely by the rank 7 Azure Ox behind him. This time Yi Xian didn't chase him away. It was because of this guy that the 3-clawed flood dragon and the others didn't dare to come over, lest the farmer god cauldron be exposed. After entering the atmosphere of this life star, Yi Xian turned his head and ordered the rank 7 green ox not to let anyone enter the interior of the star. Then, with a flash, he came to a huge canyon on the surface of the star. With a wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Shenong cauldron, and his figure rushed into the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. Then, he sat down cross-legged. Soon with his thought, the hundreds of remains of the ferocious beasts of the sector lord level and above were summoned. At the same time, Yi Xian also took out a dozen remains of the desolate ancient creatures, whose strength was at least of the immortal level. There were also large amounts of top-grade precious materials and medicines, as well as thousands of cubic meters of the mixture of the underworld furnace lotion and the innate chilling soul liquid. He took out all of them and suspended them in the middle of the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Boom! Rumble! Swish! With a loud rumble, a loud noise suddenly came from the flame pool below the large canopy of top-grade alchemy materials. A cauldron in the form of energy formed by the Shinong 7 colored flames quickly rose from the flame pool. Soon after, the sound of the air breaking rang out. All the materials that were originally floating above the central region's flame pool automatically flew into the huge cauldron formed from the Shinong 7 colored flames. In the blink of an eye, they had melted and merged together. The cauldron was not a physical object at all. It was formed by the Shinong 7 colored flames. The cauldron was translucent, and everything inside the cauldron could be seen clearly. All the materials under the scorching heat of the cauldron were quickly merging together. In just a few breaths, all the remains of the treasure body, top-grade precious materials and medicines that flew into the cauldron were melted and merged together. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, from the mouth of the cauldron in the central region volcano, there were densely packed sounds of breaking through the air again. Streaks of different colors and shapes of obscure runes fell from the top of the volcano like rain, directly falling into this energy form. The Rainbow Cauldron. These obscure runes were made by Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, using the perfect alchemy technique that he had just mastered. At this moment, as they fell into the Rainbow Cauldron above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was completely refined. Een. Ung. Roar. Oh. As a large number of obscure runes fell into the Rainbow Energy Cauldron, this cauldron of flesh medicine was completely formed. For a time, the phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes rushed out of the cauldron, stretching their necks and roaring. Boom! In the next moment, a loud roar sounded. The Rainbow Cauldron above the flame pool in the central region released an infinite amount of light. In an instant, it turned into specks of rainbow light that sprinkled down towards the flame pool below. At this point, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was completely refined. The cauldron condensed from the Shinong 7 colored flame had successfully retreated, turning back into the rainbow flame and returning to the flame pool. Floating above the flame pool was a large canopy of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine. It was not like the faint purple gold that was refined from the 12 main cauldrons of the Mulberry Ji Star's 12 tribes, but it was not as pure as the purple gold that Yi Xian refined from the pure remains of the immortal level treasure body last time. It was a top-grade medicine. It was between the two. However, this quality was enough for the immortal level old monsters like the three-clawed flood dragon. This time the condensed flesh medicine was as big as a mountain range. It was incomparably huge and exuded a dense aura of energy. It was enough for the captive army to use for a long period of time for the universe master level and above. After the refinement was completed, Yi Xian let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, he directly put the refined flesh medicine into 10 small spatial bottles. He would not use these flesh medicine himself because he still had a large number of better quality medicines that were refined last time. They were far from being used up. Chapter 42-43. Previously, Yi Xian would need to consume about 5 or 6 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences to break through a small level. But now, his cultivation base and strength had improved compared to before his previous breakthrough. Therefore, after pondering for a while, he took out 20 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences. Clearly, this was prepared for the double breakthrough. Otherwise, if it was just a minor breakthrough, there was no way he would need to use 20 immortal rank vicious beast blood essences. At the very least, he would need to reach the late stage of the immortal rank vicious beast blood essences when he reached the late stage of the immortal rank. Right now, these 20 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences and 100 cubic meters of top-grade purple gold flesh medicine were all taken out by him and placed in front of him. After calming down, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. The 20 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences, which were only the size of a baby's fist, instantly turned into a bead and directly entered his mouth, turning into a hot stream that spread out. Immediately after, as many as 100 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine were also compressed into a small ball by him using the domain power of the Shinong Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they entered his mouth. The 20 ferocious beast blood essences were all formed from the flesh and blood of the immortal level ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area. Moreover, they had been refined by the Shinong 7 colored flames, so their effects could be said to be incomparably tyrannical. Swallowing so many at the same time, even with Yi Xian's cultivation base and physical strength, he was caught off guard and somewhat unable to bear it. Suddenly, he felt an incomparably hot energy spread out in his body, almost causing his body to explode. Fortunately, the 100 cubic meters of purple gold flesh medicine that he swallowed was refined using the netherworld furnace milk and the innate chilling spirit liquid instead of the spirit spring. As its medicinal power spread out, Yi Xian's body instantly had a clear stream that neutralized the scorching aura of the 20 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences. He took a deep breath. Whoosh! Walala! Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of chains rattling like a tide came from within his body. This time, 2 invisible chains of the human body's potential appeared at the same time in Yi Xian's body. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief again, because this represented the 20 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences that he had just swallowed, as well as the 100 cubic meters of purple gold top-grade flesh medicine. Their majestic effects were enough to shake the 2 shackles in Yi Xian's body. As long as he was able to completely tear apart these 2 shackles in the process of refining the medicinal power, then Yi Xian's cultivation strength would be able to welcome another 2 consecutive breakthroughs. There was no suspense at all. The netherworld spring water, the netherworld furnace milk, and a large amount of the innate chilling spirit liquid instead of the spirit spring water, Yi Xian. Even if there would be a piercing pain, it would be weakened to the extreme under this kind of comfortable cooling sensation. But this time, in addition to the top-grade purple gold flesh medicine, Yi Xian had also swallowed 20 immortal level ferocious beast blood essences that were so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end. Under the balance of the 2, although it was not as painful to the bone as before, it was definitely far from a pleasant feeling. He'd long since become accustomed to all of this, and his mind wasn't shaken in the slightest. He'd always maintained a clear state of mind, and he constantly urged the vast river of energy that had fused into his body to circulate ceaselessly along his limbs and bones. The cycle repeated without any pause. In the end, Yi Xian had even forgotten the existence of time, and his entire mind was completely immersed in it. After an unknown period of time, when he felt the piercing pain in his body completely disappear, Yi Xian's consciousness returned, and he subconsciously opened his eyes. It was also at this moment, with the arrival of the breakthrough, that familiar system notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu tactics has broken through. Current realm. Level 4 Marquis Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the blood chi body has broken through. Current realm. Level 4 Marquis Immortal. But this wasn't the end, because the second round of system notifications quickly rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu tactics has broken through. Current realm. Level 5 Marquis Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the blood chi body has broken through. Current realm. Level 5 Marquis Immortal. Before this, because of the 100 bottles of level 20 liquid, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation had already reached the second level of the Marquis Immortal after experiencing the baptism of 100 lightning tribulations. After that, he made another breakthrough, and once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength would once again increase. He directly reached level 4 Marquis Immortal. If he used the 9 demon ape transformation and reached the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach level 1 Emperor Immortal. And now, as Yi Xian's original body once again broke through twice in a row, he advanced to the 5th level of the Marquis Immortal in one go, which was the peak of the early stage of this realm. Once he activated the Devil Ape bloodline in his body, he would enter the 6th transformation of the Devil Ape. His peak battle strength would instantly reach level 3 Emperor Immortal, reaching the peak of early Emperor Immortal. His battle strength would greatly increase. Even if he did not activate the Devil Ape bloodline in his body, the difference in cultivation between him and the stage 7 Green Ox was only 2 small stages. And if he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline and maintained his ancient demon ape true form, his strength would reach level 6 Marquis Immortal, only 1 level away from Green Ox. Level 5 Marquis Immortal. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Xian muttered softly, his lips curling into a gratified smile. And now, even if he didn't activate the ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength had finally reached the middle Marquis Immortal level. With 2 more small breakthroughs, he would reach the late Marquis Immortal level. In fact, he would only need 5 more small breakthroughs to reach the Emperor Immortal level. 4 more small breakthroughs and my strength will reach the peak of level 9 Marquis Immortal level. At that time, if I don't have a level 22 pill, my strength will stagnate again, and I won't be able to reach the Emperor Immortal level. After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light. He sighed, shook his head and bitterly smiled. Not long ago, I successfully refined a level 21 pill. I didn't expect that it would be time for me to urgently need a level 22 pill to consume so soon. And now, the perfect formula for this level of treasure pill has just been derived. I still need at least 3 blood essences of Marquis Immortal level beasts. Chapter 42-44. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian put away the Shenong cauldron. With a flash of his body, he entered the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape true form. His original cultivation level of rank 5 Marquis Immortal increased by a small level, reaching rank 6 Marquis Immortal. Then, he left the valley and appeared in the sky of the star under his feet. Congratulations, big brother. You've broken through again. When Yi Xian entered the valley, his body returned to its original height of 10 feet, and his cultivation level was only rank 3 Marquis Immortal. But now when he came out, his body didn't change. Obviously, he didn't activate the heaven-defying bloodline talent, but his cultivation level rose to rank 5 Marquis Immortal. After 2 small breakthroughs, the level 7 green ox's eyes immediately lit up. An envious expression appeared on its face, and it immediately congratulated him. He was also at the Immortal Marquis realm, so he clearly knew how difficult it was to break through a small level in this realm. If it was him, not to mention breaking through 2 small levels in a row like Yi Xian, even if it was just a small level breakthrough, it would still take a long time for him to break through. I've refined some flesh medicine. The secret refining method passed down by the remnant tribe is quite good. Although you're a Marquis Immortal, it's still suitable for you. While speaking, Yi Xian raised his hand and threw out a small space bottle. Inside was the flesh medicine that he had just refined. It was between light purple and pure purple gold, and its medicinal effect was quite good. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light when he saw the other party accept the spatial bottle. He sighed. What a pity, the flesh and blood materials used to refine the pill are still a bit lacking. If the grade of the materials used to refine the fierce beast was higher, the effects of the great medicine would definitely be stronger. Hearing this, the rank 7 green ox was stunned for a moment. Then he subconsciously extended his divine sense into the small space bottle in his hand to see what was inside. In the next moment, the green ox's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the bottle didn't contain the pure purple gold top-grade medicine that Yi Xian had refined last time, its effect was quite extraordinary. Even the rank 7 green ox had never seen such a good thing before. After all, it was a medicine refined with the Shenong 7-colored flame. This flame had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. The green ox was excited after a brief inspection. The amount of flesh medicine in the small space bottle in his hand wasn't little. There were 2,000 cubic meters of it. Yi Xian had only filled 30 bottles of this amount before. Even he could use it for a period of time. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be a problem for him to push his cultivation base to the pinnacle of Marquis Immortal 9th stage. If it was in the past, he would need at least 100 years to break through to the 9th order with his current strength of the 7th order. But now, he only needed to completely refine and absorb the flesh medicine in the small bottle in his hand. It would only take a few months at most. In the past, the green ox didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Now he finally understood why Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through so quickly in just a short period of time. The flesh medicine that Yi Xian had casually thrown to him was of such quality. Why didn't Yi Xian have anything better? However, even if he knew this, he couldn't just ask for it. That would be too unobservant. Yi Xian had already hinted at it. If he couldn't even understand this, he really didn't deserve to be called Feng Xiao. Thinking of this, the green ox's eyes flashed. He put away the small space bottle in his hand with a flip of his hoof. Then he said to Yi Xian in a muffled voice, "Boss, there's never a lack of fierce beasts and their flesh materials with stronger cultivation and better quality in this starry sky. There's a lot of..." After saying that, he paused for a moment. Seeing that Yi Xian was indeed interested, he turned around and looked over, as if he was waiting for the rest of the story. Only then did he continue. Earlier, The old bull said that he had something to ask of you. Since you've mentioned it now, I'll tell you in detail. The starry sky forbidden land where Old Ox's ancestral land is much bigger than this one. There are 600 to 700 planets of life, occupying a vast area of void space with a radius of 100 million miles. That starry sky forbidden land is called the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land. The rulers are 2 fierce beasts with emperor-level cultivation. Under these 2 fierce beast kings, there are more than 30 marquee fierce beast commanders. Every marquee commander basically rules more than 20 fierce beast planets. The number of undying fierce beast leaders under them is even more. Basically, there are dozens of them. In other words, there are more than 1,000 undying fierce beast leaders in the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land. I was forced to leave the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land more than 1,000 years ago. Back then, I was at the undying level 9 Great Perfection. After coming here, I made 7 breakthroughs in the past 1,000 years. Excluding the few hundred years I spent in seclusion to heal my injuries and break through to the Marquee Level 9 Great Perfection, I basically made 7 breakthroughs every 100 years. I made 1 breakthrough every 100 years. It's extremely rare to make such rapid progress in the Marquee Level 9 Great Perfection. The reason why Old Ox is so diligent is so that I can make a breakthrough to the Marquee Level 9 Great Perfection one day, and kill my way back to the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land. Speaking of this, the green ox's eyes shone with a cold and fierce light. With his temperament he could have such monstrous hatred. It could be seen that the enmity he had made back then was not small. As if realizing that Yi Xian was interested in this question, the green ox took 2 deep breaths and calmed down a little. Then he continued, Old Ox left the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land because I was persecuted. Back then, Old Ox's cultivation was at the immortal level 9 Great Perfection. I was a peak leader. I only needed 1 more breakthrough to reach the Marquee Level 1 Great Perfection. Then, I would be able to advance to the next level and become a Marquee Level Fierce Beast leader. In the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land, the hierarchy is very strict. It's not as loose as here. After all, there are fierce beast kings there. Generally speaking, immortal level fierce beast leaders are led by 2 or 3 fierce beasts at the same time. As for Marquee Level fierce beast leaders, they have more than 20 life stars under their command. That's 50 to 60 immortal level fierce beast leaders. Back then, there were more than 30 Marquee level fierce beast leaders in the Phoenix Blood Star region. 600 to 700 life stars have basically been divided up. There are only 20 or 30 life stars left. If there are no accidents, once Old Ox breaks through and becomes a Marquee level fierce beast leader, I will be able to choose about 20 of these 20 or 30 life stars to rule under my command. Chapter 42-45. At this point the green ox did not continue. It fell into silence, but its eyes turned red. Yi Xian sighed. Although the other party did not continue, he had already guessed what happened next. Obviously, in order to ensure the interests of his only son, the green ox's immediate superior, the Marquee commander he was loyal to, had secretly attacked the green ox. Originally, he might have wanted to kill it, but because this matter could only be done in secret, the green ox had just said that this kind of ferocious beast was in a forbidden zone. The hierarchy of the forbidden zones in the starry sky where kings were in charge was very strict. Since the hierarchy was strict, the discipline would definitely be the same. Therefore, even if the other party was a Marquee commander, he probably would not dare to wantonly kill the immortal realm leaders under him. One had to know that there were only 1,000 immortal realm ferocious beast leaders in that huge forbidden zone. They were definitely not star lords or domain lords that could be killed at will. It was precisely because of this reason that the green ox was able to escape with its life, but it was also forced to leave the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. If nothing unexpected happened after the green ox was forced to leave, the one who broke through to the Marquee realm in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood and became a Marquee commander should be the only son of the green ox's immediate superior. Actually, this old ox does not blame him for this matter. For the sake of my only son, this old ox would have done the same. Just as Yi Xian was pondering what had happened after that, the green ox, whose eyes were red, spoke again. It continued hatefully. What this old ox hates is that he completely disregarded this old ox's thousands of years of hard work in countless battles. After he failed to persecute this old ox, he forcefully framed this old ox for having an affair with another person. This powerful forbidden zone is a crime. The pitiful lifestar that this old ox oversaw, countless oxen, and ox-headed beauties were all killed just like that. Pht! Yixian also thought of this. If one did not eliminate the roots, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Whether it was the human race or the ferocious beast race, this kind of thing was not uncommon. However, the green ox's heart was filled with sorrow. It was one thing for it to recall those oxen that had been killed, but what the hell was that ox-headed beauties? He was already so old, but his hobbies were still so unique. It really caught Yixian off guard. He was so shocked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after hearing this, he could be considered to have completely understood the black ox's towering resentment. The other party was indeed not kind, and could even be said to be extremely heartless. After all, the black ox was a general under his command that had followed him on many campaigns for many years. It was fine if it was harmed for no reason and escaped with its life. One should be lenient whenever possible. Not to mention that the azure ox hadn't even attained the conferred Marquis realm, so it was impossible to seek revenge from him. The azure ox had already fled with heavy injuries, yet he was still accused of colluding with the enemy in the forbidden land of phoenix blood, causing his bloodline descendants to be completely annihilated. After understanding the bloody history of the past, Yixian sighed. He could not help but sympathize with the green ox, but his words were not polite. Like pouring cold water, he changed the topic and continued. But have you ever thought that more than 1,000 years have passed? You have already broken through from the 9th level of the immortal realm to the 7th level of the conferred Marquis. Your immediate superior back then. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have long been a conferred king. Even if you break through soon and become a king of ferocious beasts, how can you seek revenge with only the 1st level of this realm? It would be best if we didn't deliver ourselves to them in the end. The green ox had obviously thought of this as well. Just as Yixian finished speaking, his expression darkened. He sighed and said, "Indeed, so before this, although this old ox had wholeheartedly cultivated and used revenge to numb myself, desperately seeking a breakthrough, in reality, I was very clear in my heart that my cultivation was still there. While I was improving, so was my opponent. If nothing unexpected happened, I'm afraid I have no hope of revenge in this life. But now that I've met you, I see hope again. Otherwise, I'm still a titled Marquis. How could I be so cowardly and surrender on the battlefield?" His words were a little pretentious. Yixian had long seen through this old man's temperament. However, the other party was feeling miserable now. It was rare for him to be pretentious, so Yixian naturally would not expose him. After thinking for a while, he said, "If that's the case, I can make a trip to the forbidden land of phoenix blood with you. Of course, the first time there, we can only do it secretly. On one hand, we can see the situation. On the other hand, we can see if there's a chance to lure and kill a few conferred Marquis. There's no other way. Although I can make a treasure pill that allows conferred Marquis to directly break through to the Emperor level, in terms of raw materials, every treasure pill needs all the blood of at least 5 conferred Marquis corporeal bodies. I only have 2 pills now. I can't help you even if I want to." "What? A treasure pill that allows conferred Marquis to directly break through to the Emperor level?" When the green ox heard this, his breathing instantly quickened. His eyes blazed as he stared fixedly at Yixian. "Boss, can you really refine this kind of treasure pill? Is there even a need to say that? I need it myself. Without using my technique, I am already a conferred Marquis level 6. With a few more breakthroughs, I will reach the pinnacle level 9. When that happens, I will be able to eat one. You can see the effects yourself. At most 3 days, I will reach the pinnacle level 9. Breaking through to Emperor level 1. See, 3 days is enough? Old bull, oh my god." Seeing how certain Yixian was, the green ox once again sucked in a cold breath. The light in its eyes instantly became even more intense. Previously, when the big boss was only at the 4th level of the conferred Marquis realm, he was able to activate the secret technique in his body and instantly possess a bloodline true body that was tens of thousands of meters long. Furthermore, his cultivation base had soared to the level of conferred king. You became a conferred Marquis level 1. If that's the case, your heaven-defying bloodline talent can raise your own cultivation by 6 levels. If that's really the case, once you break through to the 1st level monarch realm and use this bloodline ability again, Won't you be able to instantly jump from the first-level monarch realm to the seventh-level monarch realm? Yi Xian had already guessed what the green bull wanted to say. He didn't plan on hiding anything and nodded. That's right, that's indeed the case. This time old Niu will do it. Seeing that he admitted to this matter, the green ox immediately raised its hooves. At this moment he was filled with pride. No matter how fast that guy cultivates, he definitely hasn't reached the late stage of the Emperor-conferred realm yet. In that case, as long as you break through to the first stage of the Emperor-conferred realm and I do the same, then we will. There are 2 titled emperors, one rank 1 and one rank 7. If they work together, killing that old bastard will be a piece of cake. Chapter 42-46. So what if there are 8? Green Ox immediately grinned. In order to refine a treasure pill that can help you break through to Emperor level, I can even lure out 80 undyings one by one and kill them. 80? Are you kidding me? Yi Xian was shocked and replied instinctively. The forbidden land of phoenix blood you just mentioned is already so powerful, but there are only about 60 undyings in total. To lure out 80 at once, it's not enough to kill them all. Just to catch one scourge in phoenix blood starfield? You're too daring. I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. A powerful forbidden land with ferocious beast kings guarding it can only lure out less than 10 undyings at most. In fact, if there are more than 5, the probability of being discovered is more than 70%. As it spoke, the green ox rolled its eyes. Seeing Yi Xian's expression of waiting, it continued. If one forbidden area in the starry sky is not enough, we can go to a few more. If we encounter a small forbidden area without a ferocious beast king and only 2 or 3 marquee commanders, we can just directly annihilate them. As for those medium forbidden lands with ferocious beast kings guarding it and dozens of marquee commanders, we can just lure and kill a few of them secretly. That way, if we go to a few more places, we can even gather 100 or 200 marquee commanders, let alone 80. What? 2 or 3 marquee commanders guarding it can only be considered a small forbidden land? Yi Xian was also shocked. He subconsciously turned his head to look around and muttered to himself. Then the few places that this king destroyed earlier only had ordinary undying beings guarding them. Isn't that a small forbidden area in the starry sky? A forbidden land with only ordinary undyings guarding it is indeed small. It's already giving them face to be called small. Even this piece of land of mine is only a small restricted area in the starry sky. The green ox sighed and continued. This expanse of space far surpasses your imagination. Even though it's merely a fragment of a corner of the primordial world. How vast was the primordial world that was extremely glorious countless years ago? A fragment of the world that's slightly bigger than a fragment has such a scale. This is very normal. In this void fragment of the untainted land, the forces are basically divided into 2 camps, namely, the forbidden area ruled by fierce beasts and the remnant star area inhabited by survivors. Whether it's the ferocious beasts forbidden star zones or the remnant star zones of the remnant star zones, their levels are more or less the same. Just as I said earlier, let's take a forbidden area ruled by ferocious beasts as an example. If there are only sempiternal realm ferocious beasts guarding it, then it's considered unrated. Those with official level undyings are normally small space forbidden lands. Emperor level undyings, also known as the kings of the beasts, are usually in medium-sized forbidden lands. At this level, the hierarchy is usually stricter. A large space forbidden land has at least 1 emperor guarding it. As for the pinnacle space forbidden areas, the ones guarding them are at least emperors, or even stronger. What's the cultivation level above emperor level? Is it a great being from the quasi-primordial era? Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly interrupted. Even at his level, Yi Xian was still lacking in certain aspects as he was a loner without a strong race or power behind him. He only knew about emperor-level undyings, quasi-primordial era great beings, primordial era great beings, and primordial era supreme beings. As for how many realms there were between emperor-level undyings and quasi-primordial era great beings, he was completely clueless. Now that he finally met someone who understood, no, it should be a cow who understood everything, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to ask about it. You don't even know this? Green Cow seemed very surprised. He looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression and said, above emperor-level undyings are universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. The universe supremes here are the quasi-primordial great beings from the primordial era. Which means, hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. After emperor-level undyings are universe knights, universe masters, universe supremes, primordial era great beings, and primordial era supreme beings? If that was the case, as long as he became an emperor-level undyings, he would only be 5 realms away from supreme beings like the golden godly dragon and the void tortoise. Of course, the further one went, the greater the difference between a small stage. There was no need to mention a full 5 large stages. However, to Yixian it was only 5 large stages. He felt that it wasn't too far away. After emperor-level undyings there are indeed 5 realms. However, the primordial era supreme you just mentioned isn't the limit. When it spoke up to this point, a wisp of a mysterious expression appeared on the ox's face. It sighed before continuing. There's another realm above primordial supreme. It's a legendary realm, and that's the heavenly Tao realm. Back then, during the glorious primordial era, it was said that 2 supreme beings of the heavenly Tao realm gathered and fought against each other. That was why it eventually collapsed. Today the primordial age has become history, but in the void fragments of the primordial age there is still a legend. It is said that the 2 supreme existences of the heavenly Tao realm were only seriously injured and did not perish. One day they will return. And once they return, a new war will erupt in an instant. This time in the vast shattered world and endless starry sky. There will be many more. In the battle between these 2 beings, the primordial world fragment might be completely annihilated. Even if you and I can't stay in this kind of world fragment void, it's naturally impossible for you and me to survive in it. The only way to save it is to let this vast world and the endless starry sky give birth to a 3rd supreme being of the heavenly Tao realm. In this way, under the tripartite balance of power, the 2 tigers that once destroyed the primordial world can be avoided. Unfortunately, it's not easy to achieve the supreme being of the heavenly Tao realm. For this goal, countless remnant experts and space beasts in this primordial world have worked hard for countless years, but to no avail. It's said that the opportunity to achieve the heavenly Tao realm only exists in the ancestral planet. Where is it located? In this part of the starry sky. I'm afraid only the core upper echelons of the few supreme forbidden lands and the remnant star field can grasp some clues. Chapter 42-47. Didn't you say that after the undying emperor level, there are still the 5 realms of Universe Knight, Universe Master, Universe Supreme, Primordial Great Being and Primordial Supreme? Nodding, Greenox continued. The forbidden lands where the undying emperors are in are called top-tier forbidden lands. It's the same for the remnant starfield, and the so-called supreme forbidden lands are where the great beings of the 5 realms after the undying emperors are in charge. The term ultimate forbidden lands is just a general term. In fact, the ultimate forbidden lands are also divided into different levels. After all, these are the last 5 great realms. The power that each of the 5 great realms represents is very different from the others. The supreme forbidden lands where the universe knights are in charge are the primary ones. The ones where the universe masters are in charge are the intermediate ones. The universe supreme ones are in charge of the advanced ones. The supreme forbidden lands where the primordial great beings are in charge are the top-tier ones. As for the primordial supreme, other than the supreme forbidden lands, the others aren't good enough. Damn, these levels are too strict. Hearing this, Yixian finally understood the power structure of this broken primordial space. Generally speaking, the forbidden lands were divided into 2 categories. The first category, officials, emperors, and emperors respectively ruled small, medium, large and top-tier forbidden lands. The second category, universe knights, universe masters, universe supreme, primordial great being, primordial great being, primordial great being, primordial great being and primordial supreme being, all ruled small forbidden lands respectively. They were in charge of beginner, medium, advanced, top-tier and super. After all this time, the forbidden land I'm in now is only the entry level of the first category. A small forbidden land ruled by an official. After understanding all of this, Yixian immediately felt a huge blow. His entire body sagged as he shook his head and sighed. Just a moment ago, he thought that he was a super big shot, but now he knew that he couldn't even be considered a runner. This was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. Boss, don't belittle yourself too much. The 5 great levels of the supreme starry sky forbidden lands do indeed exist in this vast void. However, no one dares to say exactly where they are, but Old Cow is completely confused. I don't have the qualifications to come into contact with that level. Seeing Yi Xian's depressed mood, the Green Ox changed the topic and immediately started to explain. In fact, even if it's a top-notch forbidden area overseen by an undying emperor, this old ox has only heard of one. Moreover, it's just a rumor, and I can't be sure if it's true or not. Basically, in the tens to hundreds of trillions of kilometers around our star field, the only real forbidden area that exists is a large forbidden area ruled by an undying emperor, as well as a few medium-sized forbidden areas ruled by an undying emperor. Phoenix Blood Forbidden Area. Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land is one of the latter. After saying this, Yi Xian felt better. After adjusting his mood, he threw all the thoughts of reaching beyond his grasp to the back of his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "So let's just ignore the top-tier forbidden land ruled by an emperor-level undying for now. Even the large forbidden land ruled by an emperor-level undying in the surrounding star field, we'll ignore it for now. Right now, the most important thing is to first enter the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Grounds and the other mid-sized forbidden grounds with emperors. First, we'll lure and kill 10 officials, then we'll refine the 2 pills we need to break through to emperor level, before we do anything else." Yes. That's what I meant. After chatting for a while, they finally returned to the real business. The Green Ox immediately became excited again. It raised its hooves and snorted. Then he continued, "Let's start from Phoenix Bloodstar region. I'm familiar with that place. Although I've been away for more than 1,000 years, there shouldn't be any changes in the forbidden area. It shouldn't be a problem to lure out a few marquee-level undyings and kill them. In that case, this matter is settled. In a few days, the 2 of us will pack lightly and go on a long journey together." Taking another deep breath, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before continuing, "Let's set the departure date for tomorrow. After all, my subordinates have just gone through a great battle and have not completely settled down here. This king still has some matters to attend to. You don't have to follow me anymore. If there's anything you need to do, just deal with it yourself. Come back here at this time tomorrow. After we meet up, we'll set off immediately." The green bull nodded and didn't dawdle any longer. After snorting, it turned around and left. At this time, Yi Xian sent a message to the group of Undying's old monsters under his command with his divine consciousness. He asked everyone to gather outside the atmosphere of the star where he was. He had some matters to attend to. After a short while, more than 100 Undying's old monsters under his command all arrived. They were divided into 3 camps and waited quietly outside the atmosphere of the star. There were more than 30 Undyings in the tribe of the survivors of Sangji's star. There were more than 60 Undying's old monsters in the captive army headed by the 3-clawed flood dragon. Finally, there were more than 20 Undying's ferocious beasts in the forbidden area that he had just subdued in this battle. This battle is over. I'm sure the trophies obtained by the small armies are being distributed and consumed. Stepping out of the atmosphere of the star under his feet, Yi Xian appeared in front of the more than 100 Undying's old monsters in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, and many small space bottles were sent out by him. They fell into the hands of the Undying's old monsters in the 3 small armies under his command. Then he said, "This is the flesh medicine that I just refined. Distribute it. In the future, no one is allowed to step out of this void for a period of time. Except for some people who are on patrol duty, everyone else is to go into seclusion for a year. During this year, I'll go out occasionally, but I'll come back irregularly. After a year, I'll personally inspect the improvement of the overall battle strength of each small army. If there's anyone who slacks off, he'll be punished." While he was talking, the more than 100 Undying's old monsters in the 3 small camps had already raised their hands to catch the small space boxes that Yi Xian had sent out. After checking the boxes with their divine consciousness, all the Undying's old monsters gasped in an instant. Their eyes were blazing with light. Chapter 42-48. The next day, the Green Ox came as promised. Yi Xian had just finished deducing the level 22 pill, and stood up after confirming that it was correct. Then the 2 of them silently left the forbidden area in the starry sky and flew towards an area further away in the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. Yixian and Green Ox's purpose of this trip was to lure and kill Marquis Undyings, and use their flesh to refine the blood essence. According to Yixian's estimation, refining a level 22 pill would require at least 5 Undying level ferocious beast blood essences, and he only had 2 right now. The gap was not small. He still needed at least 8 more. 8 Marquis Undyings couldn't just focus on one medium forbidden land. If they did, they would be discovered before they could even complete the mission. If they alerted the ferocious beast kings, it would be fine if only one came, but if 2 emperors appeared at the same time, even if Yixian couldn't beat them, he could at least escape. However, Green Ox would be in trouble. Hence, the two had already discussed that these 8 Marquis Undyings could only be killed in different medium forbidden lands. They couldn't kill more than 3 Marquis Undyings in each forbidden land. There were only 2 mid-grade forbidden grounds that the Azure Ox knew the exact location of. One was the forbidden grounds of Phoenix Blood that it was originally at, and the other was the forbidden grounds of Behemoth that was an entire 10,000 kilometers away from the forbidden grounds of Phoenix Blood. There were 2 emperors in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, and they were both birds. That was where the name of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood came from. As for the outer Behemoth forbidden land, there were 2 emperors as well, but they weren't birds. Instead, they were copper behemoths with extremely strong bodies. However, this information was from over 1,000 years ago. Even the Azure Ox did not know if the details of the 2 mid-level forbidden grounds had changed greatly during this period of time. After escaping from the Phoenix Blood Star area and spending hundreds of years to break through to the titled Marquis realm, he had never returned after coming out of seclusion. After settling down in the small forbidden area of the starry sky, he devoted himself to cultivation and rarely went out. These 2 mid-grade starry sky forbidden grounds were the targets of Yixian and the Green Ox's journey. They would first head to the forbidden Phoenix Blood grounds before heading to the forbidden Behemoth grounds. Of course, these were only 2 intermediate space forbidden lands. If the 2 agreed to kill no more than 3 Undyings, they wouldn't be able to get 8 blood essences. However, the Green Bull still knew of 2 small forbidden areas that only had Marquis-level immortals guarding. These 2 small forbidden areas happened to be on their way to the Phoenix Blood forbidden area. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to obtain at least 4 to 5 Marquis-level immortals in these 2 small forbidden areas. Vicious Beast Blood Essence. If that was the case, then the following 2 intermediate space restricted areas would only require 1 to kill 2 officials each. The risk of being discovered would be much lower. The Phoenix Blood Star area was nearly 10 billion miles away. Even with the cultivation of Yixian and the Green Ox in the Marquis realm, it would still take them more than 20 days to get there at full speed. If they were to count the time spent in the 2 small forbidden areas, they would need at least a month. After leaving the small forbidden area that they had just taken down for so long, Yixian was still worried. However, it couldn't be helped. Marquis-level immortals weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. It was inevitable that they would have to travel far in space to kill them. A few days later, the 2 traveled at full speed and left behind nearly 2 billion miles of space behind them. At this time, they finally arrived at the first small forbidden area on their way to the forbidden Phoenix Blood ground. Roar! Raising his head and roaring, Yixian didn't hesitate to use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and directly entered the 6th transformation. His body didn't slow down in the slightest as it continued to expand. In a few short breaths it had already reached a height of 10 million meters, like a small star. The power emitted from his body also skyrocketed to the 3rd level of Emperor level. It was unprecedentedly powerful. Beside him, the Green Ox, who had shrunk his body to the same size as Yixian and was only 10 feet tall, also activated the majestic power of blood in his body and instantly transformed into a giant Green Ox that was 1 million feet tall. Unfortunately, although this kind of body was already like a small meteor, compared to Yixian who was beside him it was nothing. It was simply an unremarkable little thing. Roar! Roar! In a small forbidden area in the starry sky thousands of miles away, several fierce roars and roars suddenly came, followed by the roars of countless fierce beasts in the forbidden area. The vast void of the universe within thousands of miles was in an uproar. There are actually 3 Marquis-level immortals? What a surprise! As Yixian's divine sense quickly extended outwards, Everything within this small forbidden area of space that was tens of thousands of kilometers away was instantly investigated. According to the Green Ox, there used to only be 2 Marquis-level immortals in this forbidden area. However, that was over 1,000 years ago. Today, there was obviously another ferocious beast leader that had broken through and become an official level leader. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure didn't slow down in the slightest. Before he could finish speaking, the pressure within his body had already spread out in all directions. His enormous figure was like a meteor that was flying through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed, rumbling as he sped forward. What? This is an Emperor-level space berserk ape? It's actually still Emperor level 3. There's no chance of winning this battle. Flee. Flee. As the strength of the titled Emperor realm spread out from Yi Xian's body, a few screams that were filled with boundless fear immediately sounded out from tens of thousands of kilometers away. The 3 Marquis-level immortals in this small forbidden area didn't hesitate at all and turned to flee. They even split up and fled, each choosing a different direction and increasing their speed. The weakest one on the left, the early Marquis level, I'll leave it to the old ox. Boss, the other 2 are mid-Marquis level. They aren't much slower than the old ox. We'll have to trouble you then. Moo! A wisp of a cruel expression appeared on the corners of the green ox's mouth when it saw this scene. As it spoke, it raised its head and mooed. In an instant, it transformed into a green ray of light that shot towards the starry sky to the left. Xiao! Rumble! Yi Xian didn't even reply. In a flash, he blocked the path of one of the Marquis-level immortals. Without saying a word, he blasted him into a bloody mist and kept it into his body. After sending it into the Shunnong cauldron for blood refinement, he flashed again and fled. Next to the ferocious beast commander in the other direction. Chapter 42-49. With just 2 punches, Yi Xian had killed 2 Marquis immortal-level ferocious beast commanders. It wasn't that his opponents were weak, but that he was too strong. A peak early Marquis immortal level against a middle Marquis immortal level was like crushing an ant. It would be strange if he couldn't finish the battle with 2 punches. After the second Marquis immortal's body exploded, the boundless blood mist was absorbed into his body. After sending it into the Shunnong cauldron, Yi Xian immediately removed the 6th transformation of the devil ape and returned to his original height of 30 meters. Even so, his cultivation was still at the 5th level of the Marquis Immortal. To the countless ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands, he was still in existence that they could only look up to. At this moment, the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands on the surrounding life stars had already fled in all directions, rushing to the surrounding void space. Yi Xian didn't plan on chasing after them at all. With a casual wave of his hand, the various spirit herbs, spirit medicines, and other cultivation resources within the 100 or so life stars in front of him automatically flew up, transforming into multiple streams that shot out from the atmosphere of the life stars, finally converging into a majestic stream. Yi Xian absorbed all of them into the Farmer God Cauldron. When he finished all this, the 2 streams of qi and blood that were just sent into the Farmer God Cauldron had been successfully condensed into 2 immortal-level ferocious beast blood essences. At this moment, the figure of the green ox also appeared in the void on the left. It had also returned to its original height of 30 meters. It held a ball that had been compressed to a radius of around 3 meters. It was the ferocious beast qi and blood after the early stage Marquis body exploded. Green Ox was a late Marquis Immortal level after all, so it was naturally easy for him to kill a Marquis Immortal level ferocious beast blood essence. Besides, the Marquis Immortal level ferocious beast blood essence was already in a state of chaos due to the unexpected encounter with the Marquis Immortal level ferocious beast blood essence. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the ball of qi and blood in the green ox's hand and sent it into the Shunnong cauldron. In just 3 breaths, it was refined into a blood essence of a Marquis-level ferocious beast. Together with the other 2, it was sent to the sealed space at the bottom of the volcano in the central region for safekeeping. Both Yi Xian and the Green Ox were very excited to have obtained 3 titled Marquis blood essences in their first battle. The latter was even howling. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a green wolf spirit that looked like an ox. Boss, on this trip to the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, there's a second small forbidden land in the starry sky. Back then, there were only 2 undying marquises there. Perhaps the number has doubled, And it's possible that there are as many as 4. After excitedly imitating a few wolf howls, the green ox finally calmed down a little. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian and urged, "There's no need to pay attention to the other ferocious beasts in this small forbidden land. We'll bring the army back to annihilate them. Let's go to the next target first. A distance of 3 billion miles. I'm afraid it'll take 6 or 7 days to arrive." Yi Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. He directly spread out his body and shot towards the front of the road. 6 days later, the second small-scale forbidden space zone appeared in front of them. The overall scale of this starry sky forbidden zone was actually slightly inferior to the previous one. There were only over 80 planets with life. However, what made Yi Xian and the green ox's eyes light up was something else. This small space forbidden ground with only 80+ life stars actually had 3 official level Undying Beast commanders. What was even more coincidental was that of the 3, the weakest one was only level 1. It was obvious that he had just broken through recently, and if nothing unexpected happened, he should have just broken through recently. To Yi Xian and the green ox, this was definitely good news. With these 3 blood essences, he was only 2 blood essences away from the 10 blood essences of marquee-level ferocious beasts. This way, not only did they not need to go to the behemoth forbidden land guarded by the 2 copper behemoths, but they also only needed to kill 2 more marquee undyings in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood billions of miles ahead to complete the mission. They had set their target. Killing 3 official level undyings in the same medium-level forbidden zone was completely different from killing just 2. The possibility of being discovered was obviously the lowest. With this surprise, Yi Xian and the green ox didn't hesitate at all. They immediately activated all the energy in their bodies and attacked. In a short time they killed all 3 official level undyings in this small-scale forbidden space zone and refined them into 3 blood essences, which were given to Yi Xian. They were stored in a sealed cave at the bottom of the central region volcano. At this point, the number of marquee immortal level blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 8. If he wanted to, he could refine a level 22 pill on the spot. However, this wasn't urgent. After he gathered all 10, he could just refine them together. Xiu. At this moment, as the 3 official immortal rank ferocious beasts were killed one after another, the countless beasts in this small forbidden land had already fled under the lead of some immortal rank ferocious beasts. Yi Xian and the green ox still didn't chase after him. With a wave of his hand, the former plundered all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines within the 80+ life stars, as well as all sorts of other cultivation resources. After sending them into the Shinnon cauldron, he directly turned around and rushed towards the established route. At full speed, the last few billion miles were finally left behind by Yi Xian and the green ox. In front of them was the Phoenix Bloodstar region that the green ox had been thinking about for more than 1,000 years. Counting the time, the 2 of them had actually spent 19.5 days since they had set off until now. They had been burying their heads in their journey without rest and sleep. However, even though the journey was long, he had obtained 6 marquee-level ferocious beast blood essences. It was all worth it. Right now, the last 2 marca-level ferocious beasts blood essences needed to refine 2 level 22 pellets were all in Phoenix Blood Star Zone. Big brother, I have been away from this place for more than 1,000 years. Even the 2 small forbidden areas in the starry sky have changed a lot in the past 1,000 years, not to mention the Phoenix Bloodstar area that is 50 million miles away. After stopping, the green ox turned to look at Yi Xian. He was obviously nervous. Perhaps this was the feeling of being close to home, even if there were no more descendants of his bloodline in this familiar space. Chapter 4250. You're familiar with this place, so I'll leave this matter to you. Yi Xian nodded and turned to look around. Finally, he raised his hand and pointed at an abandoned planet in the void to his right. With a flash of his body, he shot over. Be careful not to be exposed. If you can't capture an undying being, even a sector lord or a domain lord will do. Of course, it's best if it's an undying being. The information of an undying being is obviously more reliable. As he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared and entered the abandoned planet in front of him. The green ox did not say much. He concealed the aura in his body as much as possible. After that, he turned around and carefully approached the void of the universe in front of him. After entering the void that was only 10 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, in order to prevent accidental exposure, the Green Ox did not continue forward. Using the cover of an abandoned planet, he lay dormant there. Fortunately, only half a day later, an ordinary Undying level ferocious beast leader passed by with 2 universe-old monsters. Green Ox launched a thunderous attack, killing the 2 universe-old monsters and capturing the other ordinary Undying level ferocious beast leader alive. Green Ox did not dare to stay for long and quickly whipped the other ordinary Undying level ferocious beast. He turned around and returned to the abandoned planet where Yixian lay dormant. After searching the soul of this Undying level ferocious beast leader, the Green Ox immediately fell into silence. The expression on his face was very unnatural, and he was speechless for a moment. Yixian could not be bothered to ask more. He directly attacked and searched the soul of this ferocious beast leader once. After he was done, he waved his hand and blasted the ferocious beast leader's body into pieces. He sent it into the Shinong cauldron in his body, and condensed it into an Undying level blood essence. After all, this was an undying being, so he could not waste it casually. At this moment, he already knew why the Green Ox was so depressed. Actually, Yixian had already expected this before he came here. In more than 1,000 years, the Green Ox, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Undying level back then, had leaped to become a 7th level commander with the cultivation base of the conferred Marquis level. How could his immediate superior still be the same? What if he stayed in the conferred Lord realm? That guy was already at the peak of the middle stage of the Marquis immortal realm back then. Now that 1,000 years had passed, he was already an Emperor level beast king. Although he had just broken through 200 years ago and was only at the first stage of the Emperor level now, he was far stronger than the Green Bull. Great realms could not be mentioned in the same breath. Of course, the Ox had probably expected this. As a result, the reason why he was in such low spirits was not because his superior had successfully become a titled king and become a ferocious beast commander. The one that truly struck a heavy blow to the Azure Bull was its only son. The true culprit that caused the Azure Bull to leave its home and bear the infamy of colluding with the enemy, and all the descendants of its bloodline were annihilated back then. That fellow's cultivation base was even lower than the Green Bull's. He was only at the 8th level of the sempiternal realm. But now, after more than 1,000 years, the Green Ox's cultivation base had reached the 7th level of the Marquis immortal realm. This originally made him rather proud. After all, it was the result of more than 1,000 years of painstaking cultivation. But in fact, the guy whose cultivation base was not as strong as his back then had now surpassed the youth, reaching the 8th level of the Marquis immortal realm, a small level higher than the Green Ox. With another breakthrough, he would be at the peak of the 9th level. The reason for this was clearly because the young man's immediate superior had successfully broken through to the Emperor level and become a ferocious beast king. He had taken care of his only son. To put it bluntly, the situation before them was actually a grassroots competing with a rich second generation, only to be slapped in the face. Alright, he has an Emperor-level father, and is the only son. It's normal for him to cultivate faster than you. Seeing the Green Ox's depressed expression, Yixian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and continued, "Isn't it just a Marquis level 8? What's the big deal? Even his father is only at the 1st level of the Emperor level. At most, I'll help you kill them all. Don't." As soon as Yixian's words fell, the Green Ox immediately raised his head, his eyes shining brightly again. "I don't care about the other ferocious beasts, but please leave these 2 to me. If I don't kill them myself, I'll be letting down the Oxhead beauties and Oxhead descendants who were slaughtered back then." "Stop!" Hearing this old guy mention the Oxhead beauties again, Yixian felt a chill in his heart and quickly stopped him. He shrugged and said, "Alright, you'll break through to the Emperor level soon anyway. Killing the young ones won't be a problem. Even the old ones, as long as you work hard, you'll break through to the 2nd level of the Emperor level in a short time. But it's not completely impossible. When the time comes, you'll naturally have the ability to kill your nemesis." Speaking of this, Yixian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His expression instantly turned solemn as he frowned slightly. However, the situation in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood is a bit complicated. Not only has the territory expanded, but the number of planets with life has also increased from 6 to 700 to over 800 now. Even the ferocious beast commanders at the official level are close to 50 now. Of course, these aren't important. The most important thing is the ferocious beast kings at the emperor level. At this point, Yi Xian sighed. In the past, there were only 2 undyings here, but now there are 4 of them. In the past 1,000 years, other than your direct superior, there was actually another conferred marquis commander who successfully broke through to the conferred emperor realm. A total of 4 emperors. Even if 2 of them are only at the first level of the emperor level, no matter how weak they are, they're still emperors. Facing 4 emperors, it'll be fine if everything goes smoothly from now on. But if there's an accident that alarms these 4 fellows, I'll have to fight 1 against 4. And 2 of them are in the middle stage of the emperor level. Their cultivation levels are higher than mine. This will definitely lead to disaster. Greenox clearly understood this point. His mood was so low because, other than the blow he received to a certain extent, it was also because he was frightened by the 4 emperors. Now that Yi Xian pointed out this matter directly, Greenox immediately hesitated. After hesitating for a while, he said bashfully, "It seems that we can't take down such a middle-level forbidden land yet. If that's the case, there's no need for us to go to the beaming forbidden land anymore. Why don't we look around? See if there are any small forbidden lands in the surrounding areas?" What he meant was that he planned to do his best to bully the small forbidden lands in which there were only marquis-level undyings. Just this little bit of ambition made Yi Xian speechless. Chapter 4251. Boss, do you have a way to bring me away from the encirclement of 4 emperors? Hearing Yi Xian's words, Green Bull's eyes gleamed, and he immediately became excited. Is this true? Those are 4 emperors. It's not like you haven't seen them before. Back then the space blood crocodile and that black bug attacked me at the same time. I'm also an official level, but didn't I escape in an instant? Seeing his suspicion, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. I think you didn't even find a single trace of me back then? I'll tell you the truth, I have an escape technique. Even if space is sealed, I can instantly leave at least tens of billions of miles of space. Space. Not to mention emperors, even emperors wouldn't be able to chase after me. That's right. Old Ox actually forgot about this. After being reminded by Yi Xian, the Green Ox instantly became excited. At that time you disappeared in an instant without leaving a single trace behind. There was no way to track you down, and even if you wanted to, there was no way to track you down. At that time you even angered this old ox to the point of choking. Speaking to this point, he paused and grinned, continuing, "If that's the case, we can change our hunting plan a little. Since we only need to kill 2 emperors, if we split it into 2, we'll lure them out 1 by 1. Since that's the case, why not infiltrate the enemy camp and kill the 2 official level undyings? Then, before the 4 emperor level undyings react, you can use your heavenly movement technique to bring me an escape. This way we can do it again. That way we only need to attack once, and the chances of being exposed will be lowered to the lowest." Yi Xian naturally understood this logic. However, Green Bull's plan was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to execute. Not to mention other things, just encountering 2 emperors in the same life star was not something that could be controlled by humans. There were already more than 800 life stars in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. If Yi Xian and the Green Ox only hunted ordinary immortal level beasts, then this matter would naturally be simple. Within these 800 or so life stars, each life star had more than 2 ordinary immortal level beasts overseeing it. Yi Xian didn't even need to deliberately choose one to enter. As long as he attacked, he would be able to kill more than 2 immortal level beasts at the same time. Normal undying level leaders could be killed instantly. However, if the target was an official immortal rank ferocious beast commander, the difficulty would instantly increase countless times. This was because every official immortal rank ferocious beast commander ruled over more than 20 life stars. They basically stayed in their own nest and rarely came out. To capture a life star with 2 undying level leaders at the same time, one could only rely on luck and wait. Frowning, Yi Xian immediately pointed out this point. Unexpectedly, after Green Bull heard this, not only did the smile on his face not disappear, but it became even wider. There was even a hint of wretchedness, which confused Yi Xian. "Boss, the situation you're worried about isn't a problem at all." Green Bull grinned and continued mysteriously, "Dragon nature is lustful. Boss, you must have heard of this saying, right? In fact, even some alternative dragon beasts with true dragon blood flowing in their bodies are the same. Among the more than 40 Undying level leaders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, there's such an existence. That guy is a blood sub-dragon. His cultivation level was at rank 3 Undying level 1 over 1,000 years ago. From the soul search just now, after 1,000 years of cultivation, his current cultivation level has already reached rank 9 Undying level. Perfect. However, in front of you, a rank 3 Undying level Emperor, he's just a piece of cake. You can kill him instantly. This blood sub-dragon had a bad habit back then. The old female dragon is a slut. Every once in a while she would need to have sex. The other Undying level leaders in the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood all had this kind of relationship with her. This matter is within the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. It's no longer a secret among the Undying level leaders. Otherwise, this old bull wouldn't have known about this back then. Judging from the information I got from the soul searching just now, this flirtatious old female dragon left her nest just 3 months ago. She snuck into a life star guarded by an old lover and fooled around for a few days. If nothing unexpected happens, she should come out of her nest again in the next few days. No matter which old lover's nest she goes to, the other party's identity is certain. He must be an Undying level leader. This old bull, I can guarantee that ordinary Undying level leaders won't be able to resist. The leader of the rot level ferocious beasts can't withstand her torment at all. At this point, Greenox smiled proudly. This way, won't the opportunity of 2 marquee gathering in one place appear easily? As long as we keep an eye on this slut and make our move when she comes out of her nest to meet with her old lover, I guarantee that nothing will happen. Fail. There's such a thing? After he finished speaking, Yi Xian was so shocked that his eyes widened. At the same time, he felt extremely disgusted, and the feeling in his heart instantly became strange. Originally, it was a good hunt, but in the blink of an eye, it became an adulterous affair. The scene changed too quickly, and for a moment it was hard for him to accept. However, although it felt strange, this was indeed a good opportunity. Just as the Green Bull said, if they were to lure and kill them one by one, although the number of 2 Undying level leaders wasn't a lot, there were only over 40 Undying level leaders in this forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, and every one of them had a high position and power. Although Yi Xian had the powerful battle strength of a level 3 Undying level leader, he could hide in the dark and make a sudden move when the opponent was caught off guard. Even if it was a level 3 Undying level leader, he was extremely confident that he could kill him instantly. However, the moment the Emperor aura burst out, no matter how fast it was hidden, the chances of it being caught by an opponent of the same level was very high. This way, although he could guarantee that the first move would be foolproof, whether there would be a second chance was really hard to say. It was hard to say. No one dared to guarantee it. This way it was better to let loose, not care about the risk of being exposed, and use all his strength to kill 2 Undying level leaders at the same time. It was more reliable. Thinking about this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He clenched his teeth and immediately made the decision. Anyway, it's just one move. Once I succeed, I'll immediately retreat. So what if it's awkward? I'll go all out and do it. That's right, this is how it should be. Chapter 4252. The inferior Blood G-Dragon's lair was located at the edge of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Yi Xian and the Greenox didn't conceal themselves, but they restrained their cultivation auras to the Realm Lord level. This level of strength was neither high nor low among the beasts of the forbidden land. They didn't care about those above Undying level, and didn't dare to provoke those below Sector Lord level. They were the most suitable. Apart from that, even the appearance of the Green Bull had changed. Yi Xian was still in the form of a Space Berserk ape because there were many Space Berserk apes in this forbidden grounds. However, it was impossible for the Green Ox. His ox children and all the ox-headed beauties had been annihilated all those years ago. If a green ox were to suddenly appear within this restricted area in the starry sky at this moment, then the effect would probably be no different than a firefly in the night, and it would instantly draw over. Countless gazes would be attracted. Helpless, the old fellow could only shake his body and transform into a starry sky berserk ape that had a similar cultivation and figure as Yi Xian. However, the fur on its body was green. After ascertaining that there were no flaws, the two of them swaggered all the way to the edge of the Sub-Blood G-Dragon's nest star and laid in wait. After patiently waiting for 3 days, the female dragon in the green cow's mouth finally appeared. Before they could see her figure, Yi Xian and the green cow were already keenly aware of the scent of spring. The two exchanged glances and smiled awkwardly. They immediately became alert. Soon a figure dashed out of the atmosphere of the planet ahead. This figure wasn't very huge, only around 300 meters tall. However, the aura in his body was shocking. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Marquis level. It was 2 small stages stronger than the green ox, and 3 small stages stronger than Yi Xian in his normal state. However, on one hand it was because Yi Xian and the green ox didn't deliberately conceal themselves. On the other hand, it was because the subblood dragon was currently in a rutting state. Furthermore, it was in its own lair, so its vigilance was very low. She didn't notice anything unusual. As soon as he emerged from the atmosphere of the star where the lair was situated, he immediately shot forth toward the space to his right. Looks like this rascal went to find that arrow-tailed porcupine. All the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Seeing the subblood Jilong charge out of the atmosphere and directly fly towards the space to the right, the green ox curled its lips. The words that came out of its mouth were clearly filled with a thick sense of jealousy. It immediately stunned Yi Xian, who was at the side. This old fellow was clearly interested in her as well. It seemed that other than the oxhead beauty, he also liked other types of beasts. Perhaps as long as it was a female it would not be a problem. That youth back then wasn't even an official level. Yet he dared to target the level 3 subblood Jilong. One could see that this fellow wasn't just a little lustful. Also, what do you mean by all good cabbages are eaten by pigs? Let's not talk about whether the subblood dragon was a good cabbage, but even if it was, why would a cow look down on a pig so much? This logic was a little messy. Yi Xian was absolutely certain that if the immemorial porcupine was here, it would definitely fight him to the death with just a few words. Since they had already confirmed their destination, the two weren't in a rush. Because according to the green ox, the female dragon that had disappeared a long time ago would have a private meeting with her lover for at least a few days. It was enough for Yi Xian and him to rush over. They had arrived at their destination. When it said this, the green ox's tone was even more jealous. Hearing this, Yi Xian was drunk and completely speechless. A day later, the two finally arrived at the lair of the arrow-tailed porcupine. When they were still a few 100,000 miles away from this star, Yi Xian caught the thick scent of lust in the air. There was even a faint smell of pig. Most likely, the forbidden beasts on the star ahead were mostly the bloodline of the arrow-tailed porcupine. They were mainly from the bloodline of the arrow-tailed porcupine. A dragon, even if it was a subblood, would sneak into an extremely large pigsty to have sex. There was probably no one else who could do such a thing. Yi Xian felt strange. Beside him, the green ox kept sighing, his face full of resentment. We're here. The adulterous couple is doing something. Once we enter the interior of the star, we can immediately take action. On the side, the green ox gnashed his teeth as if he had a deep grudge. He turned around and looked at Yi Xian. That arrowtail porcupine inside is so lazy that no one can compare to him. Back then, he was already at the first level of the immortal Marquis realm. It hasn't even reached rank 6. In a while I'll stop this dead pig. You first deal with that shameless wench, then attack the dead pig. This was the best plan. Even though the green ox could also kill the arrow-tailed porcupine, it was only a rank lower than him. The battle would definitely take a long time. This was obviously unacceptable. Hence, in this battle, he could only stop the arrow-tailed porcupine and prevent it from escaping. To this, Yi Xian didn't say anything. Those who could do more work, safety was the most important. After nodding, the two entered the atmosphere of the life star in the form of space berserk apes. Looking around, as expected, most of the forbidden beasts were arrow-tailed porcupines or other mutated beasts with the blood of porcupines flowing in their veins. However, there were other races of space beasts as well, including space berserk apes. Hence, Yi Xian and the green ox's arrival didn't attract much attention. At this time, after entering the atmosphere, the subblood Jilong's energy instantly became dense and clear. Other than that, there was another aura of an immortal Marquis. However, it was much weaker. After locking onto the location, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately shot over. In a flash, he appeared above the space a few thousand miles away from the subblood Jilong. 9 Transformation of Demon Ape. 6 Transformation. An explosive roar came out of his mouth. Yixian's starry sky berserk ape's body was like a balloon that was being blown up as it rapidly expanded. Moo! On the side, the green ox who had been suppressing his anger for a long time raised his head and roared. He revealed his true form, 100,000 zhang tall, and charged towards a huge valley below. Just as he moved, Yixian had already completed the 6th transformation of the devil ape's bloodline ability. From the 1st to the 6th transformation, even if he activated them one by one, it would only take 6 breaths of time. Now Yixian activated them all at the same time. In just 4 breaths of time, his body had already expanded to 10 million zhang tall. The aura in his body soared like a rocket to rank 3 Emperor Immortal from the world level he had been hiding before. Roar! Chapter 4253. In the valley, a pitch-black arrow-tailed porcupine was having sex with the subblood dragon that had appeared earlier. The two of them maintained their sizes of about 1,000 feet as they fought intensely. What made Yixian completely speechless was that the fat arrow-tailed porcupine was actually being pressed down, while the relatively slender subblood dragon was riding on it. It was pouncing on its wings while moving up and down. The scene was rather obscene. These two fellows immediately sensed the arrival of Yixian and the green ox. Their originally intense movements came to a halt in the blink of an eye as they turned to look at the sky above. In the next moment, the expressions of the subblood dragon and the arrow-tailed porcupine changed drastically at the same time as they cried out in shock. 3rd stage Regis Emperor? This is impossible. Green ox. It's that damned green ox. It's actually not dead yet. Boom! Before the cries of surprise could end, Yixian's punch had already landed. He directly blasted the subblood dragon and the arrow-tailed porcupine, who were still connected together, into a bloody mist that quietly dispersed. At the side, the green ox, who was about to intercept the arrow-tailed porcupine, was stunned on the spot. It was shocked by the terrifying power of Yixian's punch and was dumbfounded. Whoosh! With a casual wave of his hand, the bloody mist that was spreading in the sky above the valley was split into 2. Immediately after, Yixian wrapped it into his body and sent it into the Shinong cauldron space to begin the blood essence condensation. Boom! Almost at the same time, the atmosphere of this life star instantly exploded. Even the entire life star was torn apart, emitting a terrifying thunderous sound that shook the heavens and earth. Under the sudden envelopment of this terrifying aura, at least 60% of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden grounds in the atmosphere died. They were all torn apart by the raging wind created by the explosion of the planet's atmosphere. Screech! Roar! Who dares to attack the commander of the Forbidden Phoenix Blood Ground? That's the young man from back then? As the planet and atmosphere exploded at the same time, countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered. 4 figures appeared in the void of this life star at the same time, and incomparably cold roars and angry roars could be heard. It was a blood-red weeping blood-fiery phoenix. It was a crane-head azure luan without a single strand of other feathers. Its entire body was covered in azure feathers, and there was only a hint of captivating red on the top of its head. These 2 birds were both middle-stage emperors. Apparently, they were the 2 veteran ferocious beast kings of the Phoenix Blood Forbidden Land. As for the other 2, one was an insectoid, and the other was a coiled horn dragon goat. They were both early-stage emperors. Apparently, they had just become ferocious beast kings in the past 1,000 years. The 4 pharaoh kings were descending too quickly. From the time Yixian used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to killing the subblood G-dragon and the arrow-tail porcupine with a single punch, it hadn't even been 3 breaths of time. He didn't expect that just as he put away the 2 separated blood mists of the fierce beasts, the 4 vicious beast kings would arrive. From the looks of it, it was fortunate that they found the opportunity to kill 2 marquee leaders at the same time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yixian and the Green Ox to split up and kill 2 marquee-level undyings in this forbidden land of Phoenix blood. At this moment, with the arrival of these 4 emperors, just the terrifying auras from their bodies gathered together and completely sealed the shattered planet beneath their feet and the surrounding space within 10 million miles. Even though Yixian was a 3rd-stage emperor, he could no longer teleport. As for Green Ox, who was only a 7th-stage emperor, there was no need to mention it. Even though they knew that Yi Xian had a heaven-defying technique that allowed him to ignore the sealing force of this space and escape with him, they had not realized it yet. At this moment, in the distant space, 4 powerful emperors were heading in their direction. Staring, locking on with their auras, they were like tigers eyeing their prey. Therefore, the green ox's heart trembled as it directly tucked its tail between its legs and shrunk its neck. It didn't even dare to snort as it pitifully looked at Yi Xian. The expression on its face was simply pitiful, as if it was afraid that Yi Xian would throw it at him. It was as though he was trying to escape by himself. "Don't worry. I'm not like you. If I say I'll bring you away safely, I'll definitely do it." Seeing this fellow's pitiful expression, Yi Xian instantly guessed what he was thinking. He rolled his eyes and grumbled, hearing his words, the weeping blood-fire phoenix, who was the strongest out of the 4 ferocious beast kings eyeing them from the surrounding space, who was already a 6th-stage emperor, which was equivalent to a pinnacle middle-stage emperor and was only 1 step away from the late-stage emperor, immediately started mocking him. "Ferocious ape, you're already in this state, and you still want to escape with this damned green ox? I really don't know who gave you the confidence. Today, even you will have to stay behind." Although his words were arrogant, it was not a bluff. At least from the current situation it was indeed so. Yi Xian's 3rd-stage emperor might not be weak, but there were 4 other emperors of the same level around him. Even if 2 of them were early-stage ferocious beast kings and were slightly weaker than him, the other 2 were both middle-stage emperors. Both of them were mid-level venerable realm masters, and killing a 3rd-order venerable realm master was a piece of cake. There was no suspense at all. Xiao. Yi Xian did not care at all. After rolling his eyes, he waved his hand and summoned the farmer god Cauldron from his undying world. At the same time he reminded Green Ox, "Hurry up and go in. I'm retreating." Green Ox had been waiting for this moment. The moment it saw the farmer god Cauldron, which was controlled to a height of 3,000 feet, appear, it immediately became excited. Its body swayed, and its huge body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, entering the mist in the blink of an eye. The 9-colored mist at the mouth of the farmer god Cauldron disappeared. At the same time, the 4 emperors who were watching covetously from the surrounding space exclaimed at the same time, "That bastard is actually escaping? Attack immediately." The farmer god Cauldron. It's actually the legendary primordial treasure. The farmer god Cauldron. Stop him and take that cauldron. An artifact of the era that only exists in legends. Who would have thought that it would be real and appear before our eyes? Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, the 4 ferocious beast kings attacked almost at the same time. The vast space within 10 million miles of them completely froze at this moment. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could no longer see what happened next. Just as Green Ox turned into a faint light and entered the mouth of the farmer god Cauldron, he waved his hand and put away the cauldron. At the same time, he ordered the Devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. Order. Chapter 4254. Whoosh! Along with the faint sound of something breaking through the air, an undetectable light flashed in the air where Yi Xian was originally standing. His figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Boom. Rumble. It was only then that the attacks of the 4 ferocious beast kings in the surrounding void finally arrived, but they all missed and were completely ineffective. The scene was so unexpected that the 4 pharaoh kings were caught off guard. As their faces paled in shock, cries of shock and disbelief filled their voices, echoed at once. "What? He vanished just like that? What technique is that? It's definitely not teleportation. There's no sign of spatial energy ripples, but his figure clearly vanished in an instant. Damn it, I can't even deduce where to start tracking him. What secret technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. What a pity for that cauldron. A treasure of the primordial era, to be lost just like that. Blue Ox. That damn Blue Ox is actually still alive. See, wasn't I right all those years ago? If he hadn't secretly contacted other intermediate forbidden zones, how could he have risen to rank 7 Marquis Immortal in just over 1,000 years? The last sentence came from the coiled horn dragon goat, who was a rank 2 Immortal Emperor. This fellow was the ferocious beast commander that the youth had pledged his loyalty to, and he had harmed Blue Ox for his only son. In just over 1,000 years, his only son had grown to late-stage Marquis Immortal, and he himself had broken through a major realm to become a ferocious beast king. Even so, he still panicked when he suddenly saw Blue Ox again today, and there was even a hint of fear in his heart. The reason was actually very simple. As far as he was concerned, even though it was only a form of slander when it was said that the Green Bull had secretly colluded with other mid-grade forbidden grounds, it had clearly turned this sort of slander into reality after it fled. Today he brought a third-level undying ferocious beast king back to Phoenix Blood Starfield. It was definitely not just to kill the two ferocious beast commanders, the Subblood G-Dragon and the Arrowtail Porcupine, for no reason. Back then, Green Bull and these two marquee-level undying ferocious beasts, there was no enmity between them. In fact, Blue Ox had secretly fantasized about Blue Ox many times back then. Judging from the current situation, Blue Ox's purpose was clearly to demonstrate his dominance. That fellow had gone mad. Killing Blue Ox, who he had secretly fantasized about for years, was clearly a deliberate show of determination. His determination to take revenge for what had happened back then. Blue Ox's own cultivation was naturally unable to do that, but since this fellow had a rank 3 ferocious beast king by his side, it meant that he must have made a name for himself in that unknown intermediate forbidden zone. Otherwise, why would a rank 3 ferocious beast king follow him to Phoenix Blood Starfield to do such a boring thing? Normally, a mid-level space forbidden land with emperor-level undyings would definitely not have just one emperor as their pinnacle strength. Hence, if Green Bull managed to convince two emperors to attack him in the dark, he would be able to do so. Blue Ox, with his rank 2 immortal emperor cultivation base, would die without a doubt. Even though he was one of the 4 titled kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood, he was still the weakest among them. Once another powerful mid-level forbidden land of Phoenix Blood decided to kill him, the other 3 ferocious beast kings of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood had to consider the overall situation. In the face of benefits, they might not necessarily fight to the death to ensure his safety. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the coiled horn dragon goat completely panicked, almost jumping and roaring in the void. Flustered and exasperated, he said, "We must find that damned ox. Find him and we can find that rank 3 violent ape." The Shinnong Cauldron is an era treasure of the primordial era, and its significance is extraordinary. Everyone, are you willing to give it up just like that? He was clearly forcing the other 3 immortals to express their stance. In fact, these 3 immortals were indeed unwilling to give up on an era treasure of the primordial era. Hence, even though they all saw through the coiled horn dragon goat's scheme, after exchanging a few glances, they all nodded and agreed with the former's words. Give the order. Leave half of the marquee-level ferocious beast commanders and undying ferocious beast leaders in Phoenix Blood Starfield. The rest are to move out immediately and start searching. Focus on the intermediate forbidden zones in the nearby starfield. Don't alert the enemy. Just search in secret. No matter what, we must find that Blue Ox and confirm the whereabouts of the Shinnong Cauldron. As these orders were given, Phoenix Blood Starfield, which had more than 800 life stars and occupied a vast territory in the universe, was instantly mobilized. More than 50 marquee and undying ferocious beast commanders. More than 1,000 undying ferocious beast leaders. In an instant, half of them formed their own teams and led even more ferocious beasts below the immortal realm to charge in all directions of the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. They began a large-scale exploration of the starry skies. Shio! A faint air-piercing sound was heard, accompanied by an almost undetectable flash of light. The next moment, Yi Xian's figure quietly appeared, still in the form of the raging star ape that was more than 10 feet tall. Looking around, he quickly determined where he was now. It was the Mulberry Starfield where the first interstellar jump coordinates had been imprinted on this universe's plane. Not long ago, Yi Xian led the Mulberry Starfield's remnant tribe and the entire captive army away from here, heading to the small forbidden zone ruled by Blue Ox. It took him a long time to get there. But now, although he returned to Mulberry Starfield with the interstellar jump coordinates, it wouldn't take too long for him to go to the small forbidden zone again. Once he activated the 9 demon ape transformation and entered the 6th transformation, he would be able to become an undying emperor. With the support of the undying rank 3 strength, he would need at most 2 days to reach there. However, Yi Xian didn't plan to rush back immediately. He decided to stay in Mulberry Starfield and condense the level 22 pill that he urgently needed soon. After making his decision, a light flashed in Yixian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Shenong cauldron. Then with a thought, Blue Ox, who had entered the farmer god cauldron earlier, turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the farmer god cauldron's mouth. Moo! As soon as the figure appeared, Blue Ox let out a dissatisfied moo. To him, it had only been a few breaths of time since he entered the farmer god cauldron. This old fellow was planning to explore inside, but before he could raise his hooves, he was forcefully expelled.